Thompson.
Here.
Festerson.
Here.
Gurnett. Gray.
Here.
Jerem.
Here.
Stothard.
Here.
Mr. President.
Here. I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for invocation by Councilmember Jerem.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Normally read my invocations, but this is, I think today, important that we reflect upon those brave 30 Navy SEALs who died in Afghanistan recently, and the loss it means to their family members and to the country. And I thought you might reflect upon the U.S. Navy SEAL ethos. This is what they feel is their call. In times of war or uncertainty, there is a special breed of warrior ready to answer our nation's call. A common man with uncommon desire to succeed. Forged by adversity, he stands alongside America's finest special operations forces to serve his country, the American people, and protect their way of life. I am that man. My trident is a symbol of honor and heritage, bestowed upon me by the heroes that have gone before. It embodies the trust of those I have sworn to protect. By wearing the trident, I accept the responsibility of my chosen profession and way of life. It is a privilege that I must earn every day. My loyalty to country and team is beyond reproach. I humbly serve as a guardian to my fellow Americans, always ready to defend those who are unable to defend themselves. I do not advertise the nature of my work, nor seek recognition for my actions. I voluntarily accept the inherent hazards of my profession, placing the welfare and security of others before my own. I serve with honor, on and off the battlefield. The ability to control my emotions and my actions, regardless of circumstance, sets me apart from other men. Uncompromising integrity is my standard. My character and honor are steadfast. My word is my bond. We expect to lead and be led. In the absence of orders, I will take charge, lead my teammates, and accomplish the mission. I lead by example in all situations. I will never quit. I persevere and thrive on adversity. My nation expects me to be physically harder and mentally stronger than my enemies. If knocked down, I will get back up every time. I will draw on every remaining ounce of strength to protect my teammates and to accomplish our mission. I am never out of the fight. We demand discipline. We expect innovation. The lives of my teammates and the success of our mission depend on me, my technical skill, tactical proficiency, and attention to detail. My training is never complete. We train for war and fight to win. I stand ready to bring the full spectrum of the combat power to bear in order to achieve my mission and the goals established by my country. The execution of my duties will be swift and violent when required, yet guided by the very principles that I serve to defend. Brave men have fought and died, building the proud tradition and feared reputation that I am bound to uphold. In the worst of conditions, the legacy of my teammates steadies my resolve and silently guides me in my every deed. I will not fail.
City Clerk certifies publication in the Daily Record, the official newspaper, on August 5th. Notes for Approved Council and regular City Council meeting August 9th, 2011. A current copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of the legislative chambers.
Good afternoon and welcome. This Omaha City Council meeting is conducted in public and by law may only address the topics listed on the published agenda. The council will hear testimony but will not engage in debate of issues with the public at this meeting. During testimony, it is not appropriate to applaud or convey disapproval. These actions only detract from the formal decorum of the meeting. At this time, would you please turn off or mute any electronic devices? Thank you.
Item number 5 is a resolution that the City Council of the City of Omaha, on behalf of itself and the citizens of the City of Omaha, do hereby recognize and honor Lormong Lowe for his years of dedicated service to the City of Omaha.
Public hearing on agenda item number 5 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Right up there.
Yeah, right at the...
There you go.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure, Mr. President, and all council members, and Mr. Weaver, the chief staff, and all city staff, and friends, for everybody who are here today. My name is Dua Lowe. I'm the Vice President of Lamont Association of Nebraska. And before I go further, I'd like to introduce my fellow that are here today. Can you each stand up and say your name?
I'm Laura Sullivan, related to Omaha. My name is Dee Chang. I'm the president of our Lamont Association.
My name is Vinny Lord. My name is Zhu Lord. I am Jalo. My brother,
My name is Fuji Lowe. I'm Lormong's nephew.
I'm Meng Lo from Iowa State University, senior aerospace engineer, and I'm also Lormong's nephew.
And I'm a great honor to be here today because Mr. Weaver, you have gave me a chance to be here, and the council president and all council members, and also the mayor of Omaha. I'm here today because I have to announce that my brother Lormong Lowe, the former city council of Omaha, have been passed away on July 19, 2011 in Arkansas. And the cause that he died, I still don't know exactly how he died, but I still look forward to find what happened to him and what is the result caused his death. And today I'm here because I'd like to pass the word to the council member and the city of Omaha, the mayor of Omaha, and the people of Omaha that he loved. We will set up a small memory service for him at Augustine Lutheran Church on August 13, 1 p.m. Next week. So on behalf of the family, I'd like to pass the word to all of you, anybody who can make to his memorial service. We always welcome you to be there. We love to have you to be there. And because it'll be last time for him, and we'll read his story in the past, where he come from, who he is. And so everybody are welcome to there. And I thank you very much for the council member and for Mr. Weaver, your hard working, and to give me a time to be here today and to see everybody here. And also I can say the word to all the people of Omaha, and the people in the city that he loved. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan. I wanted the family to know that Lowe was a politician, but he also was a good person, and I got to know him outside of his political self. Well, my other job is the professor at UNO, and on two occasions, I called him to come and speak to my classes. And he came and spoke about the differences in the educational system there and the educational system here. And he also talked about his immigration experience over to this country. And I want you to know that he made a very good impression upon the students in one particular area, and that area being how good we had it here in America. He was very good at conveying the message that the freedoms that we have here were important and that we should be very grateful for that. And so I just wanted you to know that he not only did his civic duties in terms of government, but when called upon, he was able to come and volunteer and help teachers out too. And that message of wanting to come to America and coming to a place that he truly loved. He loved Omaha and he loved America. So I just thought that you'd like to know that little anecdote as part of his service to the community.
Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just one personal note, too. I got to know Ormond through when he was a council member, and I worked with him on several different issues, and always very pleasant to work with, always very respectful. But I didn't want this discussion to go without noting that I believe he was the first Hmong native in the entire country to be a city council member in any city. And that's quite an accomplishment you should be very proud of.
And just to summarize here, this resolution is that the City Council of the City of Omaha, on behalf of itself and the citizens of the City of Omaha, does hereby recognize and honor Warmong Lowe for his years of dedicated service to the City of Omaha. And we all thank you. No further lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
I'll take the last one.
Okay. Gray?
I told you not to say. Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0. Item 6 is a reconsideration. It's a motion by Councilmember Thompson to reconsider ordinance number 39077 passed as amended July 26th, being Amendment to Chapters 22 and 23 to reflect changes negotiated between the City of Omaha and the Omaha Police Management Association for the year 2008 through 2012.
Roll call.
This is on the reconsideration. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay, it's back on the floor, and we also have an amendment request by council members.
Just to review the amendment that we will be, after we get a motion here, I just want to recap the changes that we are proposing, and through talks and discussions that the City Council has had with the police managers group. But what we're doing here today is we are going to include in the base pay the educational allowance that these groups of managers had been receiving before. So we are reinstituting the $1,300 a year, which will be added to the base pay. The rates of pay for the assistant chiefs, the raises for the rates of pay for the assistant chiefs will remain at 2.5%, and that's for a 5-year period. So this covers 08, 09, 10, 11, and 12. The raise rates for the Chief Hayes, will remain the same, 08, 09, and 10, and that'll be at 2.5%. And then for the years 2011 and 2012, Mr. Hayes will get a 2.75% raise. And also, probably just as important as anything else, this group of managers has agreed to permanently move to the civilian health care plan. which is a very important first step to get the city of Omaha to have all of our employees migrate to the same health care plan. So that's, with that, I will yield the floor to Ms. Stothard.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank my colleagues on the City Council. You know, I think this really shows that reasonable people can get together and make reasonable decisions. We passed, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? I can't even remember.
2 weeks.
An amendment of the whole, and amended the police management contract. And in that time between when it was passed, the amendment, and now, all the City Council was engaged and talking to Chief Hayes and his deputies and coming up with a resolution through sensible negotiation rather than hauling this whole thing down to the CIR. And I truly want to thank Chief Hayes and Deputy Chief Schmatter and Davis and Baker and Newman, because you have been great to work with, and I think it really shows a lot about your willingness to do what is right for the city. We want to make sure that what we give you is competitive but prudent in these economic times, and I truly want to thank you for your work on this in the past week. As just to recap what Councilman Mulligan said, the difference financially for, we'll just take Chief Hayes, with the adjustments that we have made comes to about $2,000 a year in his salary. So the adjustment is not very much from what it was with our first amendment of the whole, but we think with just some little changes that this is something that is equally acceptable and it's good for the city. So again, I want to thank my fellow colleagues for working on this. I think we all put our heads together, and I think we came up with something that's really workable and something good for the city. Thanks.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, coming from the fact that I'm one of the senior members on the council, I'm not afraid to always speak up for the council. That's just a role that I'll carry willingly. But I want to say that I too am happy with the developments. Sometimes this council gets a reputation that's not accurate, in that we're always fighting and always going against the administration. And in this particular case, I saw real good leadership on the part of police management, and they got permission from the mayor to speak with us. And so it was a team effort, and no one particular council person was more influential than any other. We were all instrumental in it in one way or another. I could go through and name names, but they know who they are. And so I like to say that the system works. The system does work. And from the outside, it looks like sometimes that it doesn't work, but it does. And sometimes by just negotiating and then renegotiating, you come up with a solution. And so, first of all, I'd like to give props to Chief Hayes, because he was the initial one that said, let's not let it bog down. And then I also want to give credit to our president, who went on ahead and did the traffic copping. But there are several council persons on this dais here who did a lot of work on the backgrounds. And so it becomes a group effort. And the group effort paid off. And once again, I want to reemphasize, our system does work. You have to be patient with it. And I have no problem with moving the amendment of the whole, and hope I can get a second. B.
Yeah, Amendment B.
Yes.
Well, as former President Ronald Reagan, he had a sign on his desk in the White House. He says, as long as we don't worry about who gets the credit, you can just about accomplish anything. So enough said. No further lights. Roll call.
This is on Amendment B. Thompson?
Amendment B.
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Thompson? Or Mr. President?
Yes.
And now as amended?
As amended.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed as amended 7-0. Plat and dedication, item number 7, plat and dedication of a piece of land located at 59th Street, north of Haskell Street. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend.
No public hearing, right?
There should be a public hearing.
It is? Okay. Public hearing on agenda item number 7 begins now. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents? No lights, roll call?
Thompson? Festerson? Gurnett? Gray? Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Liquor, item number 8, Revenite Cigar Bar, 2615 South 144th Street, with a cigar bar license, Class C license, new application, O location.
Public hearing on agenda item number 8 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Mr. President, members of the council, Mike Kelly, 7134 Pacific, appearing here with Mr. Blake. We did fail to disclose an MIP earlier, which we now have disclosed. Since that time, Mr. Blake has served 4 years in the Marine Corps. I think he's grown up quite a bit. We're taking over establishment out at 144th and Center called Ravenite, which is a cigar bar. It's the same type of operation as planned. And we're here for any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Stothard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Blake, I have a question for you. You have several citations on your record that concern me. One was a sell to a minor, and although it was in the past, it's on here.
No.
Is that right?
That if you notice that it says either sale to a minor or purchase as a minor.
So that was your MIP?
This is his MIP.
Okay, I got it. Just tell me, what can you say to us that you can tell us that you will be a responsible liquor manager, because your job is to make sure you follow all the people follow all the rules and regulations of the law, and it concerns me when you have issues that show in the past that you could not follow the law.
Brandon Blake, 3464 Grant Street. One thing I have to say is that I have grown up a lot. You know, I was a teenager back then. I didn't really know a lot about really anything, and you know, since then my time in the military has really helped me grow as a person, and I realized that, you know, I want to do bigger and better things than just what I was doing back then. I hope you don't hold that against me.
Have you ever taken a certified liquor management class in the past?
No, ma'am. I intend to by the end of this month.
I'll make a motion to approve, and I don't want to make this contingent upon you taking that class, but I would ask that you would do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further lights. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Thompson? Yes. Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
And Jerem passes the second time for potential conflict of interest. It's approved, 6-0-1 passing.
Thank you.
Item number 9 is the Bottomless Glass Bar and Grill, 17520 Wright Street, a Class C liquor license, no application, no location.
Public hearing on agenda item number 9 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, my name is Marcus Vogel, 12185 South 217th Avenue, Gretna, Nebraska. I am looking to get a Class C liquor license and open the Bottomless Glass Bar and Grill. It's currently the Red Eye Tavern on 175th and Center. And any questions?
Thank you, sir. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights. Roll call.
Thompson? Yes. Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 10 is Mai Tai at 14618 West Center Road, Class I liquor license, no application to location.
Public hearing on agenda item number 10 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, Mr. President and council members, my name is Cynthia Epstein. My address is 11516 Nicholas Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I represent Chang Jiang Enterprises, Inc., that are doing business as Mai Tai Restaurant, located at 14618 West Center Road. They are applying for a Class I liquor license for wine, beer, and spirits on the premises. This is an existing location. It's been there for probably approximately 6-7 years, and it's a commercial establishment area. And I also have the president of Changjang Enterprises is here if you have any questions from either of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson? Festerson? Gurnett? Gray? Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you.
Adopted 7-0. Item number 11 is Oak Hills Country Club. Request permission to appoint Mark Ruga manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 11 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Ruga, 16708 Jefferson Street in Omaha. I'm the current general manager at Oak Hills Country Club, and our officers are remaining the same under the license. I'm taking over the role as manager.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson? Festerson? Gurnett? Gray? Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 12, Omaha Community Playhouse. Request permission to appoint Timothy Schmad manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 12 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Tim Schmad, 6915 Cass, and I request that I be appointed manager for the Playhouse's liquor license.
Thank you, Mr. Schmad. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents?
Motion to approve.
Ms. Stothard?
Thank you, Mr. Schmad. Can I ask you a question also? Can you repeat your name and address, please?
Tim Schmad, 6915 Cass in Omaha.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question as I asked the other gentleman. You have had a DUI several years ago, but I want to ask you what you can tell us is that you will be a responsible liquor manager because your responsibility is to make sure people follow the law, and this is a violation of the law.
That's correct, and I made a terrible mistake, and that's about all I can tell you. I've learned from it. I've paid my dues for that.
Have you ever taken a certified liquor management class?
I've not.
Would you consider doing that, please?
Yep.
Okay, we won't do this contingent upon that, but I'd like you to take that class.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Move to approve.
Second.
No further lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 13, TGI Fridays. Request permission to appoint Teresa Thompson manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 13 begins now. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents?
Yeah.
Are you a opponent or proponent?
I am Teresa Thompson, the general manager at TGI Fridays.
Okay. You're a proponent.
I guess so.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson? Festerson? Gurnett? Gray? Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 14, Fox and Hounds Pub and Grill, 17602 Wright. Request permission to appoint Keila Vanderhoof manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 14 begins now. Are there any proponents?
I'm Keila Vanderhoof. I'm the general manager at Fox and Hound. I'm just looking over to take my name on to the liquor license that we currently have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents?
Motion to approve. Second.
Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson? Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray? Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 15. Red Robin America's Gourmet Burger and Spirits. Request permission to appoint Elizabeth Boomer manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 15 begins now. Are there any proponents?
I'm Elizabeth Boomer. I work for Red Robin Gourmet Burgers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 16, the slowdown. Request permission for a special designated license for a concert and beer garden on August 26th from 5 to midnight. Music will end at midnight.
Public hearing on agenda item number 16 begins now. Are there any proponents?
This is Jason Coble with Preston Inc. Slowdown, here to answer 729 North 14th Street, here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 17, Jake's Cigars and Spirits, 6206 Maple Street. Request permission for a special designated license for a beer garden at 6114 Military Avenue on September 10th from 12 noon to 2 a.m. with music ending at midnight.
Public hearing on agenda item number 17 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, my name is Matt Biggins. I'm here representing Jake's Cigars at 6206 Maple Street, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Yeah, just a note on this one. It's pretty rare that we approve a beer garden past or up to 2 o'clock, the 2 o'clock closing that we've approved in the last year or so, but this is one we've done now 3 times in a row, right in the heart of Benson, great location for it, and the owners always do a nice job, so it's one I'd support, and I'd move approval.
Thank you.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Item number 18, Big Red Keno is granted approval to operate a satellite location at Big Ten Sports Bar, 8414 18 Q Street.
Public hearing on agenda item number 18 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Katrina Coffey. I'm Vice President of Marketing for Big Red Keno. We're located at 11248 John Galt Boulevard. I have with me today the owner, and we would like to ask for your approval for this application. This actually is an existing Keno location. It's just an ownership change.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0. Item number 19 is Big Red is granted approval to operate a satellite at the Stadium Bar, 2601 South 13th Street, and there's a request to allow withdrawal.
So moved. Second.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
Withdrawal 7-0. And item number 20 is Big Red Keno is granted approval to operate a satellite at Foursomes Virtual Golf, 3510 North 167th Circle.
Public hearing on agenda item number 20 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, again, Mr. President, members of the council, Katrina Coffey, Vice President of Marketing for Big Red Keno, located at 11248 John Galt Boulevard. I have with me the owners today, and we're asking for your approval of the Keno application. And this, too, is a ownership change. It's an existing Keno location.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause an item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed unless otherwise provided by City Council rules of order.
The public hearings on agenda items number 21 and number 22 were held on July 26, 2011.
Second.
Mr. Jerem.
Yes, I just wanted to comment again and thank the Planning Department for its help in expediting the redevelopment of this site on item 21 in the Old Market. It's, for those of you here today or watching, it's the big hole in the middle of the old market. It's going to be a hotel, and hopefully construction will be going on at this time next year. So we're really excited about that, and thank you for your help.
No further lights. Roll call. We have a motion.
Yep. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President,
Yes.
they're both passed 7-0.
The public hearings on agenda items number 24 through 42 are today. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by your name, address, who you represent, and if you are a proponent or opponent.
Here comes somebody.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Sam King. My office is at 11404 West Dodge Road, Suite 500. We are here on, I believe it's Resolution 39, which is a request to terminate the contract the city has with Best Buy Signs relating to a bus bench program. We are opponents to that. To my right is the proprietor of Best Buy Signs, and he would like to also enter his appearance at this time.
My name is Jim Paulison. 17410 Storage Road, Omaha, Nebraska.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Paulson. He will start first, and then I'll have my comments after that.
Thank you.
Every single bus bench in the city of Omaha, totaling 400, is owned by Best Buy Signs. Hundreds and hundreds of people depend on them on a daily basis. The benches provide an important place to sit and rest while waiting in all types of weather conditions. Many bus riders consider them essential to their daily commute. This program is absolutely free to the Omaha public. Best Buy Signs bought and takes care of the bus bench program at no cost to the city or taxpayers by repairing them, removing graffiti, mowing, shoveling around them, and generally keeping them in good condition. The Omaha Parks Department has asked for your approval to terminate the bus bench contract between Best Buy Signs and the city because they claim Best Buy Signs has not made payments required under the contract to the city. While Best Buy Signs has made payments under the contract, we do not dispute that these are not full payments. I'm the president of Best Buy Signs, and I am here today to explain why the full payments were not made. Best Buy Signs entered into a bus bench contract with the city in May of 2009. Pursuant to this contract, the city of Omaha provided Best Buy Signs the opportunity to maintain and lease out space of advertising on the bus benches located on city property. In exchange, Best Buy Signs agreed to make quarterly payments to the city and agreed to maintain the benches. Best Buy Signs entered into this contract because the municipal code generally provided 3 ways to advertise on city property. 1, bus benches, 2, bus shelters, and 3, billboards. Even better, just a few months before Best Buy Signs signed this contract, the City Council approved an amendment to certain city codes which in effect stated that regulations governing temporary signs would be strictly enforced. This was the #1 reason that Best Buy Signs decided to enter into this contract, and in fact has provided 400 brand new benches at its sole cost for the bus riding public at no charge to the city or the taxpayers. The bid for this program would have been far less without these regulations in place, or certainly if Best Buy Signs knew that the city's laws against the posting of small temporary signs would not be enforced. The contract started off fine. Best Buy Signs made contract payments in 2009. In 2010, though, the city changed directions on its decisions to enforce the prohibitions against temporary small signs. More and more of these signs began to crop up all around the bus benches that I was trying to lease out for advertising. It cost $1.69 to buy a small sign, a small illegal sign, and set it right next to one of my bus benches. Here's an ad that shows that you can buy these signs for $1.69 a piece. This Best Buy Signs attempts to rent out its bus benches for advertising at about $100 a month. Best Buy Signs should not have to compete against $1.69 illegal signs. Since back in 2010, I have attempted over and over again to get the city to enforce its laws against these small signs with no success. I spoke with Miss Pearson of the Parks Department about this problem and advised her that it was making it very difficult for Best Buy Signs to pay the city what it was required to pay under the contract. The response I got was, it is not her problem. Also, in 2010, the city entered into a contract with Free Green Can, Nebraska, which allowed the company to place trash cans next to my bus benches and to lease out space for advertising. Best Buy Signs has really never had a fighting chance to fulfill this contract. The city, through its actions or inactions, has essentially crippled the ability of Best Buy Signs to make money. And then it complains that the quarterly payments have not been made. The bus bench program just was not meant to compete against cheap illegal signs. Best Buy Signs sincerely wants to settle this dispute with the city in the manner that is both fair to the city and fair to Best Buy Signs. It is imperative to hold over this vote to terminate the program so that we can explore these options. Melinda Peterson, the director of Parks, wants the contract terminated and all 400 benches removed within 30 days. She contends she has been negotiating for the past year, but my documents show she's made one offer in January 11, 2011. We responded less than 2 weeks later with an offer in which we agreed to pay the amount demanded, but not in the time period that the city suggested. Ms. Pearson, Melinda, never responded to this counteroffer. I have responded with additional offers to work together, but Ms. Pearson, again, never responded, other than to demand full payment with no concessions or compromise by the city. I maintain that the lack of code enforcement has a significant impact on my program's revenue stream. I want my voice to be heard. I am a good community partner. This is a valuable, free community service that also provides cash to the city. On top of providing the entire program at no charge to Omaha Public or the city, I have already paid $80,000 in cash to the city, and I have a solid plan to work with the city to settle our balance. The city needs to hold over their vote to assure that this contract is settled fairly to the benefit of all involved. I am willing to do whatever it takes to keep the contract in place. When Best Buy Signs took out the old broken-down bus benches so that we could replace them with new ones, we had numerous calls from the Omaha public complaining about the lack of benches. Some were handicapped, some were elderly, some had children. The citizens of Omaha have the right to expect the city and Best Buy Signs to get together and negotiate in good faith to resolve this dispute without depriving the citizens of a place to sit at a bus stop. Please give us 60 days to work together to get this resolved. I will deliver the revenue projected with the help of my city contract partners, where I was born and raised and have conducted business for 21 years. I have several options in mind to discuss with the city to resolve this dispute. One involves Best Buy Signs continuing its business relationship with the city under different terms, assuming the city will not enforce its prohibition against small temporary signs. Another involves Best Buy Signs transitioning out of its contract with the city in a manner that would still leave the city with bus benches. And another involves bringing in another party to take over this contract. We need time to explore these things. For the first time, the city made an offer last Friday to release Best Buy Signs from all claims in exchange for transferring ownership of the bus benches to the city. I am not thrilled with this offer, but it may be a start to something that would be acceptable to Best Buy Signs. But we need time. Best Buy Sign will also commit to making continued payments monthly to to the city, even though it generally exceeds our monthly profits, but we will do that. It is time to sit down and to really sit down and work together for the sake of everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me? Okay. I do. Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Sam King. My address is 11404 West Dodge Road, Suite 500, Omaha, Nebraska. I am the attorney for Best Buy Signs, and Mr. Paulson asked me to make some comments additionally with respect to this entire matter, and particularly with respect to the legal aspects. Best Buy Signs did enter into a contract with the city back in 2009 for this bus bench program. And as you can see on the screen here, hopefully, try to get a close-up of that. But the park benches were in a terrible condition all around the city. What Best Buy Signs did, thank you. What Best Buy Signs did is they went out and bought 400 new bus benches. That is on the right. You can see the dilapidated bus bench on the left. And they put all this money into it, and they got an SBA loan to do that, and that's what they're still paying off. And within 8 to 9 months, that loan will be paid off, and we'll have more money to pay the city. But I think it's critical to understand the circumstances here, and I think some of you do, and there's been some communications with some of the council members relating to this in the past. I don't know if you'll recall it or whatever, but I just need to point out a few things just so you can understand the whole history of this. It's been alleged that Best Buy is in breach of its contract with the city. We think that the city has breached its contract with Best Buy by not enforcing the laws that were in existence at the time this contract was entered. First of all, when this started, an ordinance was passed in April of 2009, and that ordinance dealt with the prohibition of these small signs, and you saw an example of one of those small signs previously during Mr. Paulison's presentation. There was, and I presented materials on this that you can look at, there was a position of the city that these small signs are distracting, they don't look good for the city, they need to be regulated, and the city was going to enforce the prohibitions and restrictions on the use of these small signs. My client thought that was great, and this is at the time when he's looking at making a bid on this contract, and in fact he ultimately did. He made the bid, he won the bid in May of 2009, and started proceeding under this contract. And he was making payments under the contract. Problem is, about 3 or 4 months into the contract, what happened is the city decided to place a moratorium on the enforcement of this ordinance relating to small signs. So you have, in effect, these small signs going up all over the place by bus benches, which, as you can see from the sign that we presented earlier, they're $1.69. If you want to put up this sign, you can see you can buy 100 signs for $169. All you got to do is do that and plop them down somewhere. Now it's against the law, but people do it anyway. I mean, just take a look at where all of them are throughout the city. And that has been a big problem with this, and obviously the way this contract works for my client is that they advertise on the bus benches, and if something dilutes that, like these small signs, it creates a big problem. So there's a moratorium that the city put in effect on that, and lasted from October of 2009 through October of 2010. Then it was lifted for a little bit. Then my client finds out in February of 2011 that this moratorium is going into place again, and the city was not going to enforce it. This here's poster, that picture that my client took showing the problems that he's having with respect to advertising on the signs. His bus bench is on the right. On the left is one of these small signs. Small sign may cost $1.69. As you can see, it's even padlocked to a telephone pole or something like that. He's made complaints about this repeatedly, and those small signs haven't been removed, and they're all over the place. And this has dramatically affected his ability to generate income. Obviously, what he does for some of these bus benches is charge about $100 per bus bench to advertise on that. Why would you ever want to do that if you can put up a sign right by it for $1.69? You can imagine what that would do with somebody's business. So there's a moratorium on the enforcement of that. March of 2011. At one point, I think what the city council decided to do was to say, we're not going to enforce it unless complaints are made. So what my client did is, okay, well, I'll make complaints. And so he went around and came up with numerous locations where these small signs were placed, and he submitted them to the city council. And I counted at least 86 entries on one of these emails that he submitted to the city council. And that was just one email from one time he was reporting this. That's in the materials that I provided. He complained about it, nothing was done. And this is the problem that he's had repeatedly. In addition to that, as he mentioned, there was a problem with this green trash can situation, which got implemented after he entered into this contract, and you can advertise on those. It's been almost impossible for him to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish when he set out in this contract. So, what are the legal aspects of that? First of all, I would point out that in the contract itself, there is a provision that says that the city must comply with the city's ordinances. This is a section from the contract. It's page 4 of 6, and as you can see under the section entitled Applicable Law, it says, parties to this agreement shall conform with all existing and applicable city ordinances. Well, there's a city ordinance that says you can't have these small signs. The city wasn't doing anything about that. So that's the contract itself. In addition to that, under Nebraska law, the Nebraska Supreme Court has stated on numerous occasions, and I've given you 20 case cites in the materials that I've provided, generally saying every contract is made with reference to the subject to existing law, and every law affecting the contract is read into the contract and becomes part of the contract. Nebraska Supreme Court also said when a statute prescribes a duty and a contract is made involving the performance of the duty, such statute becomes a part of the contract. There's another Supreme Court case that refers specifically to city ordinances, and these become part of the contract. Well, that's what my client was relying on when he entered into this. Within 4 months after that, the city stopped enforcing that, which made it extremely difficult for him to make his obligations under the contract. In addition to that, there's a implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing in every contract, which basically says that none of the parties to a contract should do anything that would injure the other party's right to receive the benefits of it under a contract. We submit that the city, in effect, has done this by not enforcing these ordinances that allow people to just go and stick a sign next to the bus bench. And so by not enforcing this temporary sign code and doing the moratoriums and everything else, the city has in essence breached its contract with Best Buy Signs. We're not here today to argue that the city is liable to Best Buy Signs for a breach of the contract. That's never been our position. These are unfortunate circumstances. What our position has been all along is, okay, it's a different game now. This is not what we both contemplated when we first started off. We need to readjust this, and we started working on that back in 2010. We started sending letters to the city saying, what can we do to try to get this resolved? We're very much concerned by some of the introductory statements that were made by, I believe, Ms. Pearson with respect to this resolution because it indicates that we've been having settlement discussions for over a year. That really isn't the case. We've been making settlement proposals, and the city has been saying, for the most part, no deal. Those aren't settlement discussions. The city made one offer in January of 2011. We came back 11 days later and said, okay, we'll pay you more, about $1,500 more than what you're asking for, but we need a little time. And we never got a response to that from the city until May of 2011 when it said, no deal, get your bus benches off of our property unless you want to pay us the entire contract amount. Well, I was really disturbed to learn today, when just prior to our the meeting today, we met with Ms. Pearson, Ms. Cavill, to discuss this and again to see if we could get something resolved. Ms. Pearson told us at that time she was unaware that we were making any sort of claim or had any problem with small signs. That's our main dispute. And she was unaware of it until today or Friday. How can you try to conduct settlement discussions or settlement negotiations when the biggest important factor isn't known by the other side? And that was just astonishing to me. We don't want to terminate this contract. This would be terrible for the city of Omaha. There's 400 bus benches all around the city, and the city told us, Ms. Pearson told us in May of 2011, if you're not going to pay up, get your bus benches off of our property, which we'll do. We'll comply with that. But we don't want to leave the city without bus benches. And we think that this really needs to go back to the bargaining table. We have some options now. We had a party that expressed an interest in purchasing our business. That needs to be explored. I don't know how exactly we could do this. But when I started talking about this last week, there are several options that came up. We just don't have the time. Last Friday was the first time the city said, okay, give us all the bus benches and we'll release you. Well, the bus benches are about a little less than $1,000 a piece. We got 400 of them. That's a big decision. We would look at that, as Mr. Paulson said, we're not too excited about it. Maybe there's an avenue there. Maybe we can give a lien to the city or do something else to ensure payments. But we just haven't been given that opportunity. We think that if you lay this over for the next 60 days, we'll do our best to offer as much as we can offer to get this resolved, to not leave the city in the lurch without bus benches instead of going out tomorrow and pulling up all the bus benches wherever they are. And so we need time to do that. We would respectfully request that you provide us that time, give us that opportunity, and see if we can get something resolved that will be good not only for the city but for Best Buy signs and hopefully be beneficial to the entire Omaha City public. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other proponents or opponents for the consent agenda?
Melinda Pearson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Public Property for the City of Omaha. I'd like to also talk about number 39, just to clarify a few things. And as well, Joe Cavill is here. She's been involved in all the discussions with Best Buy and their attorneys. The contract was awarded in June 2009. No payments were made in the entire year of 2010. Payments were made in January and February of this year of $6,000. In April, March and April of $3,000. June and July of $2,500. Those are the extent of the payments in 2011, none in 2010. Regarding correspondence, in August 9th, 2010, we received a letter from Mr. Paulison's attorney telling us that he would like to reduce his payments from $130,000 a year, which was his bid, to $71,000 a year. He said we responded to that. We've had several conversations on the phone, but these are letters that we're talking about here. We thought that City Council would not approve that since any kind of an agreement has to go through Council. On January 21st, 2011, They indicated that they would make a $32,000 500 payment, which was never received. On January 31st, we replied to their with a counteroffer. On February 11th, they responded and rejected our offer. On May 23rd, we responded and rejected their offer. And on June 15th, they responded and rejected our offer. So there has been quite a bit of correspondence going on. To date, they are in arrears $204,000 approximately, give or take a few cents. So if you have any questions for me, I will be available.
Thank you. Any other proponents or opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Stothard.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question to City Attorney Paul Kratz.
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with this contract, obviously.
To a certain extent, Joe Cabell has more familiarity than I do.
Well, I will ask you the question, and if not, I'll ask Joe. But does the contract between Best Buy and the city give Best Buy exclusive rights to the public right-of-way?
I do not believe so. And Joe's shaking her head also. No, does not.
Okay. So the issue with the small signs, the attorney talked about moratoriums on the signs and stopped enforcing the signs. It is to my knowledge, and maybe I should address my next question to Bob Stubbe, Public Works Director, but Don, you're back there. But I have seen Public Works come by and pick up signs that are on the right-of-way all the time.
Bob Stubbe, Public Works, signs within the right-of-way are not legal. And so a few years back we made a concerted effort to pick up all kinds of signs within the right-of-way, whether they're garage sale signs or real estate signs or singles.org signs, whatever they might be. And if individuals want to pick up those signs that we've picked up within the right-of-way, they can go down to our street maintenance yard at 52nd and Dayton and pick those up, because we do provide an opportunity for them to pick them up. But no, signs within the right-of-way are legal.
So does Public Works routinely make sweeps of the city, and when they see those signs, they would pick them up?
Yeah, we made an increased effort a number of years back to actually go into the right-of-way and pick up those signs. It's kind of like bird droppings on a car, though, after you wash it, is that as soon as you pick it up, there's a potential for a sign to get reinstalled in that area because they are relatively cheap.
And so the statement saying the city stopped enforcing those signs, smaller signs in the right-of-way, would you say that's true or not? Or would you say it's just a matter of you having the resources to get out there and pick them up, and then somebody else might come along and put another one up?
Well, again, there's two different locations. There's signs within the right-of-way, and there's signs that are within private property. Our responsibility and our increased effort has been related to the right-of-way.
Okay. I think that's all I'm going to ask right now. I'll yield the floor.
Dr. Thompson.
Yes, this message is for Buster. This might be one where we need to vote it on its own, aside from the consent agenda.
Buster Brown, City Clerk, that's correct.
Okay.
We should vote on all the other items on the consent agenda.
And then come back on this one?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Paulson?
Yes,
sir. I want you to know that I understand your concern. I also want you to know that I was here when we awarded that contract, and so I've got mixed feelings. I want to give you that 60-day window that you're asking for, but I don't know if you remember, but a couple of years ago I felt that your bid was a little bit over. It was over optimistic, and I wondered how you were going to deliver what you said in that bid to begin with. I also know that your rates are pretty high, and I'm wondering if that has a little bit to do. Did you price yourself out of the market? The company that had it before you did, they had the broken down benches, of course, and that wasn't good. But they also had a lower price structure too, and so they were able to sell. At what point how much of your loss is because of small signs versus you were over optimistic with your business plan? Would you comment, please?
Yes, sir. To talk about rates, the national average on bus bench advertising nationally is $225 a month. We started our rates around $95. That's our top tier. The next rate is an agency rate at $81. We have a nonprofit rate. We have multiple rates. We have nonprofit rates that go all the way down to $40, and we donate 100% of the production and installation. So we are as low as $40 and as high as $95. And did I overbid this program? I say not. I said I've not been given the opportunity to prove myself without these things jumping in my way. I would tell you that temporary signs are illegal in all zones. There's no area where advertising signage is legal, be it on the right-of-way or not on the right-of-way. And there's a little confusion of where the right-of-way is. Somebody might say the right-of-way is on the area between the sidewalk. Well, typically the right-of-way is going to be on the other side of the sidewalk, anywhere from, it could be 2 feet to 15 feet, because the city reserves a right to improve those areas, and that is the right-of-way. So a lot of times when enforcement gets done, the vast majority of the illegal signs remain. And what we're saying is, if we could just get, certainly City Works, I think, has made some effort to pick up some illegal signs. But what hasn't happened is there's fines, $500 per occurrence for breaking this law. This is a law. And for instance, the list that I sent over to City Council 5 to 6 months ago of about approximately 170 signs, the vast majority, these were specifically called out. Here's the problem, please help do it, because they're not going to spend money legally if they can do it illegally. The sign, I just want to point something out. The sign that's padlocked on this pole would have been there for 5-6 months after I personally complained about it. These have been there a year. These signs here, this person has advertised in front of a furniture mart.
Go over the mic.
I'm sorry. I'm going to put that right there.
Yep.
The signs that have been posted in near an area on 72nd Street have been there since, now not the exact same signs, they have been there for 2 years. Now I've gone to Jay Davis and I said, could you please enforce your code? He says right now his hands are tied until a moratorium gets lifted. I asked Mr. Mike Guthrie, could you please enforce your code? Can you write some tickets? No, I have to take a 3-day course in order to write a ticket, and the city has not approved that expense.
Okay, we need to wrap it up because we're going to be here a very long time today, and I understand the gist of your argument.
I would like just the opportunity to sit down. I would just ask that you would hold this over, give us another chance to sit down, and really, I'll make myself available at any point. I told Melinda I'd meet with her 3 times a week. I want to resolve this issue. I want to move forward, and I do not want to pull these benches out of Omaha.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's see, Joe Cabell.
Joe Cabell, Deputy City Attorney.
Joe, if this comes before legal proceedings, and a judge sees a sign bolted or chained to a pole right next to the bus bench, and it's been there for 5 months, does that put us in bad light?
Well, certainly there would have to be some evidence as to whether the city knew it was there, whether there had been a complaint, what efforts the city made to remove it.
Okay, and if it's a case, how strong is our case? Do we have a strong case in that when the complaints come, we move them, Or, I mean, I need to know where we stand on that.
Well, I think probably either Public Works or Planning could tell you in greater detail than I could about what their efforts are to remove signs.
And you pretty much have to go by what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Melinda Pearson?
Melinda Pearson, Director Parks.
Melinda, what do you feel about the 60-day request to look at 3 different options? What do you feel about that?
Well, it's certainly the council's prerogative to give that. We have been in discussions with Mr. Paulson and his attorney, and we seem to be at an impasse, but we've been there for roughly over a year. So if you think additional time would help, we'd certainly do what we can.
Would you say that you're vehemently against it, or neutral, or for it?
Neutral.
Neutral. Mr. President, I make the motion that we lay it over for 60 days, give this company one more chance. This is our last go-around. If that doesn't work, then we bring it back for denial.
That would be 8 weeks till October 4th.
Yes, that's my motion.
Second.
Mr. Gurnett.
Mr. Cunningham,
Rick Cunningham, Planning Department.
responsibility is does the city have a sign inspector?
Yes, we do.
Okay. That individual's job is to do applications, permits, and respond to sign complaints. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And you keep tallies of all of those responsibilities for that particular employee?
Yes, sir.
Right.
We do.
So that's one measure that's in place. And I'm trying to explain so everybody here and out in TV land understand that there are measures in place, because the opposition has painted a pretty bleak picture about the city's enforcement. Is there, Mr. Cunningham, a moratorium in place on picking up signs that are reported to the city that appear to be of illegal nature?
I'm going to ask Mr. Chad Weaver, the Assistant Director for Urban Planning, because he's been more intimately involved in that process, to respond, if you would.
Chad, if you would, please.
Chad Weaver, City Planning. I'm not sure it's quite as formal as a moratorium, but basically since we adopted some of the sign changes a year or two ago, there was a sign group that came forward asking for some concessions and for us to work with them. You sat in on one of those meetings early on. Basically, since that time, we've been working with them to craft some changes, and we have, for the most part, especially for some of those new regulations, kind of avoided enforcement until such time as the new code is ready. It just happens to have gone through Planning Board this month.
So, if it was officially asked to your department to lift this gentleman's agreement moratorium, would that be seriously considered?
We would be more than happy to if we were directed by the council. We do have some difficulties in terms of staffing to actually do a great deal of enforcement, but we would certainly go back to the levels we were before. We are hoping that pursuant to this new code change with some of the fees that are in place there, that we might someday, if we can get enough compliance, be able to afford a full-time inspector. Aside from some other issues we have right now with our sign inspection program, basically just reviewing material and approving permits keeps him in the office a lion's share of his time.
So with the sign inspector in place, the planning department can also request Public Works to go out and take care of the illegal signs that are posted in the right-of-way. Is that accurate?
We have been working, as Mr. Suby said, with Public Works. They have offered their staff time, since they have folks out and about most of the time, to deal with that, and we can forward those requests to them in order to kind of increase the compliance, yes.
Okay, Mr. Stubbe, there's also a third effort, is that not correct, with the Omaha Coalition of Citizens Patrol?
Bob Stubbe, Public Works. To the best of my knowledge, that is, and you are probably more familiar with that than I am.
Mr. Cunningham, are you aware of that program?
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director. Yes, we are very much aware of that program, as you know.
And
if you'd like to know why,
and those folks also receive training how to recognize these signs, what the distance between the curb and the sidewalk, if there isn't any, approximately how many feet. All of that is part of their training.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is.
So we have 3 measures that are currently in place to take care of illegal signs. That would be accurate to say, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the picture out there, we can activate, and I would be the one that would ask that this moratorium be lifted and continue to work as best that we can to get the signs that are illegally placed taken care of. I, for one, know that at least twice a year there are efforts outside of the one Public Works does and the sign inspector to clear these signs. So I would make that request, and I'm not really in favor of laying this thing over. It seems like there's been enough time. It appears from our Parks Director that they're at an impasse, and there has been a decision made at that level that we terminate this contract and move on. If I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Mr. Clerk, would that have to be, that request to lift a moratorium, would that be, have that in the form of a motion?
It'd be a separate motion. I don't think that...
Are you going to defer to the law department, or can I just...
And
if I can get all my
deferring-
colleagues to sign off on this on a letter to them instructing them.
I think that would work fine.
Would that be something to do with it, Mr. Kratz?
That'd be correct. It'd be inappropriate with this particular resolution to inject a separate issue.
Okay, so that would be totally separate from what we are from what's in front of us today.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Paulson, just let me say that I really like your tie. It's very sharp. In fact, it looks exactly like mine. I have one question for Mrs. Pearson. The statement was made that if this contract is canceled today, that there'll be a removal of 400 bus benches and the public might be in a lurch as a result of that. Would that be a result if this was canceled today?
It's a possibility. They would have 30 days to remove the benches. If the benches aren't removed, they become the property of the city of Omaha. And if I may, I'd like to remind the council that the bus bench contract is not an exclusive right to advertising.
Mm-hmm. But they do on the benches, and they would have the right to remove them, and that could be a problem for ridership.
Unless we provided benches in a different vehicle, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jerem.
Yes, just to get this thing, it seems to be stuck on high center here. I think the beauty of the motion is that 30 days is really not an unreasonable time to see if we, or 60, to work this thing out, to see whether this thing moves or gets settled, and the ridership or riders of the buses aren't put in a potential lurch. We'll know equivocally or unequivocally there won't be any more room to wiggle in the next 60 days. Either you get this worked out or you're probably done. So I'd just call the question.
No further lights. We have a motion and a second. Is that correct?
Yes, we do, sir.
Roll call.
So on item 39, an 8-week layover. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
No.
It's laid over on a 5-2 vote. Now let's take a motion on items 24 through 38 and 40 through 42.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
They're all adopted 7-0. Now, item 23, which was on the consent agenda but removed, is a resolution to award a contract for CSO for the South Omaha Industrial.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's been withdrawn. Item number 43, resolution attached to 3703 Davenport LLC Tax Increment Financing Project Plan proposing a redevelopment project at the Austin apartment building located at 3703 Davenport Street, resulting in allocation of tax increment financing is hereby approved.
Public hearing on agenda item number 43 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon. Bridget Hadley, City Planning. I'm here to just present this resolution for the TIF redevelopment plan for 3703 Davenport. This project will help to preserve the Austin apartments at the 3703 Davenport and provide for the rehabilitation of these units into market rate apartments for rent. With that, I ask your approval, and the developer, or representative of the developer, is here as well.
My name is Mike Peter, 1004 Farnham with America First Real Estate Group, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mulligan.
Mr. Jerem?
Yes, thank you. Was it Mr. Peter?
Yes.
We're really excited about this project. The Austin Apartments have been ready for rehab for quite some time, and Gifford Park is excited about it. It's a major rehab, one of many going on in the area, and can't thank you enough for investing in Midtown. Unfortunately, your contractors' supply vans and supervisors' trailer they were really tagged heavily with graffiti in the last week, and a number of the neighbors in that area who aggressively abate graffiti as a deterrent to future graffiti have asked me to ask you if you could have your contractor have that painted over.
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
No further lights. We have a motion and a second. Is that correct?
No.
No.
We need a motion.
No further lights. Roll call.
Mr. Gray's out of the chambers. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 6-0. Item number 44, resolution, the Crossroads District Study Area with boundaries generally described as Western Avenue, Cass Street, Dodge Street on the north, 84th Street, 78th Street, 72nd Street to the west, Pacific to the south, and 67th Street, 72nd and 69th Street, Hackberry Road, and 66th Street to the east is hereby declared to be substandard and blighted area in need of redevelopment as contemplated by the requirements of Nebraska Community Development Law.
Public hearing on agenda item number 44 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon again. Bridget Hadley, City Planning Department. Before you is the Crossroads District Community Redevelopment Area designation. And as you can see, hopefully this is pretty clear, the area we are looking at, as Buster just described, is this area that's in the red and black outline, and the boundaries are described in the agenda. This study area is based on the city's development, or excuse me, the city's goals for redevelopment, to encourage redevelopment and attract it to these particular areas, particularly in this area that is outlined, to stimulate reinvestment back into the areas that the market forces have would traditionally drive, to facilitate redevelopment. It is also to help with the city's goals in economic development. We want to encourage development in this area, which will bring jobs, and then also to help set the stage for the economic potential as experienced in the Midtown, Downtown, and Exarban Village area. Those particular areas have commercial nodes of activity. They are significant employment centers where we have already seen redevelopment, revitalization, and it just makes sense that this is the next logical area to encourage that type of private development activity and revitalization. Our ultimate goal is to facilitate the creation and development of the mixed-use, transit-oriented district, and there needs to be a critical mass of development opportunities to support the potential and magnitude of development efforts in this area. Based on estimates, early estimates by the developer of the Crossroads Mall, which is right here, and that is the catalyst for development in this area. Based on early estimates, we are anticipating nearly $1 billion in sales, projected sales for this entire Crossroads District area, or the economic development zone area that you see in this gold. That is our primary area of focus where we see the most potential for economic development. That potential projected sales volume translates to approximately $63 million in sales tax revenues and about $13 million in city sales tax revenues. So we can see already there's some tremendous potential for this particular area. We do have the developer of the Crossroads here who would like to give a few words. Other than that, I would like to ask for your approval of this resolution.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Rod Yates with OTB Destination 203 North 203rd Street, Elkhorn, Nebraska. And yes, I'm Frank Krejci's partner in the redevelopment strategy. And just to echo Bridget's thoughts, that we believe there's essentially 1 million square feet of new retail that's not in the market today that potentially could make 72nd and Dodge a home as part of our redevelopment strategy. So there's great benefit, I think, to the city, to the public, as well as new brands that aren't in the market today, that don't view Omaha today as a proper venue with some of the options where they could put stores. But we think with the redevelopment strategy at 72nd and Dodge, it could create a great opportunity for a lot of new brands to the market and to the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
You got. Oh, they're coming. They're coming.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Mike Coyle, 500 Energy Plaza. I'm legal counsel for the Westside Community Schools. With me here today is some of the leadership from the Westside Community Schools, Superintendent Jackie Esty, Assistant Superintendent Andy Rickley. In addition, we have the leadership of the elected Board of Education, Kathy Bradley, our president, board member Scott Hazelrig. Also in attendance is the president of the Westside Community Schools Foundation, Bill Conley, as well as the director of our foundation, Laura Eiliff. TIF financing has a major impact on the taxing subdivisions such as the Westside Community Schools. Could you turn the overhead on, please? Thank you. The original proposed area for blighted and substandard would have affected almost 80% of the commercial properties located within the Westside Community Schools, which is landlocked, not growing, and has no ability to seek additional revenues. We applaud the efforts of Mr. Yates and his colleagues to redevelop the Crossroads area, but there is a cost to TIF. You take property off of the tax rolls. The proposed Crossroads district as originally, and you can't see it entirely on this map that's on the screen, would have had a tremendous impact on a single taxing subdivision, the Westside Community Schools. If all of the growth within the area that is designated as blighted and substandard would have been diverted to TIF projects. Westside had objected to the size of the blighted designation footprint as putting an undue burden on our boundaries and not in compliance with the strict requirements of the Nebraska Community Redevelopment Act, and we had originally asked in front of the Planning Board for a layover. I am pleased to report to you that through the leadership of Mayor Settle, City Attorney Paul Kratz, and Mr. Cunningham with the City Planning Department, that we reached an accord on this issue of the size of the blighted and substandard district that allowed us to withdraw our request for a layover in front of City Planning and a request for further study that the district be, the size of it be reduced. If you look at the screen, you can see the Crossroads district, and One of the things that city planning has done to expedite the designation of blighted and substandard, they used census data. Here they use census data from the 2000 census to comply with the statute. The easiest way and the most efficient way and inexpensive way, according to the folks with the city attorney's office, is to use these census blocks, which are quite large. I want to direct your attention to the screen, census block 6701-1, which runs from 84th to 72nd, essentially from Pacific over to Cass, entails that a census block. What runs through the middle of that census block is the Big Papio Creek. Through discussions with Mr. Cunningham and Mayor Sutherland with Mr. Kratz, we've reached an accord. I understand it to be described as a gentleman's or a gentle person's agreement that no TIF projects would be considered west of the Papio Creek, west of 72nd Street. And in addition, Mr. Cunningham and the folks at City Planning have invited the leadership of Westside, when they finally get the projects ready, to come back here for your approval, that they'll give notice to the folks at Westside so that they can come and take a look at those and share with them what's being proposed. Mr. President, I know that you're pressed for time. You have a lot of important matters here today, but if you would, I'd like you to hear from Assistant Superintendent Andy Rickley, and the superintendent just has a couple of comments.
That's fine.
Mr. President, members of the board, my name is Andy Rickley, 670 South 196th Avenue, 68022. Opposition, standing here as Assistant Superintendent for Westside Community Schools. We did want to talk just very briefly about the proposed project and the financial impact it may have on the school district. We certainly support the redevelopment of Crossroads Mall. As long as that property is declining in value, it is eroding our tax base. We do not want to see that happen any more than you do as a city council. So we do want to publicly thank Mr. Krejci and his development partners for the work that they've done. However, it does come with a price tag. When you look at Crossroads proper, Target, Shopko, the surrounding areas, that's, according to the assessor's office, currently assessed at $24.5 million. That generates just over $300,000 in property tax revenue for the Westside Community Schools. We understand that that does not get rolled back under TIF. We get that full well. We understand that some type of base valuation is locked in, and we'll continue to have access to those tax resources. However, if the project is developed as the World Herald has reported, up to $200 million, that would be an additional $3 million in revenue that would be not accessed by the school district for presumably up to 15 years. We understand that it doesn't go away entirely, but that's a significant gap for a significant amount of time that will have a significant impact on our kids. I'd gladly take any questions you'd have. Otherwise, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Esty, 14206 Cedar Circle. I'm the superintendent of the Westside Community Schools, and I'd like to personally thank you for your time and working with us on this issue. As Mr. Coyle indicated, by our estimates, the footprint of the proposed area has been reduced from approximately 50% of our geographic location and 80% of our commercial property to about 25% of our geographic area and 60% of our commercial property. This is a significant concession, and we really appreciate that concession. Even with the reduced zone, the impact on our commercial real estate is still significant. Over 400 businesses totaling almost $100 million in valuation are currently located in the designated area on the map. The Westside Community Schools fully supports the redevelopment of the Crossroads Mall and the surrounding areas. This area is of vital importance to both the city and to the Westside Community Schools. A strong and healthy Westside Community Schools is good not just for the 6,000 students we serve, but also for the greater community. Over 1/3 of our students come to the Westside schools from outside our school district boundaries. By reducing the footprint of the proposed area, we believe that you are minimizing the potential impact on our district and our taxpayers. This will help assure a strong and healthy school district now and into the future. We'd like to thank you for your willingness to compromise on this matter, and we look forward to working with the city in the future to assure a vibrant and successful redevelopment area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with the understanding that I have with the folks with the City Attorney's Office, Mr. President, that's all the comments that I have. I do think that Mr. Kratz might have some comments on this as well.
Mr. Kratz, would you speak to the gentleman's agreement for the city's position?
Paul Kratz, City Attorney, and you're correct. Through this process, we have agreed with District 66 that the city will not pursue any tax increment financing west of the Papio Creek, west of 72nd Street, and also that any future TIF applications in that area, we would notify District 66 and listen to their input, if any.
Yeah, and Mr. President, that is my understanding of this agreement. We talked about a formal resolution, but based upon the discussions with Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Kratz, we decided that to handle it in this manner would be the appropriate way of addressing future TIF projects. So with that agreement, and I understand it's part of the record, I've also given Buster Brown some things that have gone into the record. We would have no objection with that compromise and understanding.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Let me first say congratulations, Ms. Esty. I saw the story today about your impending retirement, so congratulations on successful many years as head of the superintendent of Westside Community Schools. I also want to say I'm supportive of the boundary reduction that's before us today, and I'm fine with the gentleman's agreement that's been described here. And I think I've been pretty clear all along that I'm supportive of the designation, because I think without it, Crossroads will not happen, and we've heard everybody say today they're supportive of that $100 million development, and we certainly appreciate developers taking the bull by the horns there and getting that going, because that will create more tax revenue for everybody, and it will create economic development, and it will create jobs, not only in my district, but throughout the city when we do that. I do have to acknowledge a little bit of frustration, though. I disagree with some of the comments that were made today about tax increment financing itself. That's been our community's only tool for economic development and has proven to be very successful over the last 30 to 40 years in our community. In fact, our community would not look the same at all without this tool having been used by the city, virtually in all of downtown and every major economic development project we've had. And it's my belief, maybe it's just a philosophical difference, but my belief as a person interested in economic development that when you do that, under community development law, it's a but-for clause. So if applied appropriately, TIF only creates new revenue for everyone. It does not take away a revenue base from school districts, cities, counties, or the state. In fact, it adds it because the project would not have occurred otherwise. And so I think that's an important point we need to consider, too. It's been a little bit of a frustration. This became a conversation about tax increment financing when all we're doing here today is a designation. This doesn't establish tax increment financing for anybody. That would happen when an individual project comes through the pipeline, if one comes through the pipeline, in future process through the planning board and through the city council. And at that time, in my opinion, that's the appropriate time to have the analysis on whether that project is viable and worthy or not. So, having said all that, and some misinformation in the neighborhoods too about, well, is this the beginning of eminent domain? It's not. Does this decrease property values? That hasn't been the city's experience in all of our use of TIF throughout the years. So, having said all those things, I acknowledge different opinions, and I acknowledge when a compromise is good to make. I think this is a good compromise with the boundary reduction and with the item that Mr. Kratz discussed. And with that, I'll support it. And I think it's important, though, to remember why we're doing this, and that is for Crossroads and for the $100 million development we hope we can achieve as a community. So, with that, I'll go ahead and move approval.
Ms. Stothard.
Just a couple quick comments. I do want to clarify right off the bat, though, for the gentleman's agreement, and I'll address Mr. Kratz, saying that the city will not pursue any TIF projects west of the Papio Creek or west of 72nd Street. You mean in this census tract. You do not mean in Omaha, west of that area, because that needs to be very clear.
Paul Kratz, City Attorney, I thought that's what I said, but you're correct. It's just within the census area.
Okay, within this individual area that we were looking at today. It doesn't go anywhere out of that. Okay, and then I just did want to make a couple comments. I agree with Councilman Festerson. We did receive a letter from the Omaha Chamber of Commerce this afternoon, all of us did, and in support of the project and in support of the TIF designation. And I think a couple of the points that David Brown, the president, made were appropriate to repeat. And he said the community redevelopment area designation simply makes projects eligible for TIF consideration. Otherwise, the only thing we're considering now is the project at Crossroads. If any of those other commercial properties wants to use TIF in that designated area, this isn't an automatic that they will receive it. They have to come and go through their own approval process. Consequently, any increased tax revenues from either residential or commercial in that area don't go to the project. They will go to the school district. And that's usually what happens in that area of redevelopment. And TIF does not freeze any current tax receipts or any property that's not approved for TIF. I know at the first town hall meeting they had at the Crossroads, a lot of people were saying, my home, now the property tax value will be frozen for 15 years. Not true. Any increased property tax valuation in residential area or commercial area that hasn't received the TIF designation by the city council, that still goes back to the schools. The only area will be the TIF project itself. And I think that's really, really important for the people in the community to understand, because I think as we move forward, we are going to be seeing more and more TIF projects west of 72nd Street. In fact, there's one now, an area in Millard that I am really working on, and I have one out in Elkhorn that Councilman Thompson and I are working on. Those residents in that area want that, and I don't want to do anything or lock us into any agreement that would take away the rights of those people that want to develop those areas way out west and use and take advantage of the TIF. Mr. Cunningham with the Planning Department.
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director.
And I do think it's important for you to just quickly review approximately how many TIF projects have we done so far that have been paid off?
We have a list of 67 TIF projects throughout the city of Omaha, primarily the eastern part of the city, that have been paid off.
And what is the average length of time that they are paid off? Is it the full 15 years, or are they average paid off quicker than that?
12 to 13 years, and that's a tribute to how conservative our TIF analysis is on those TIF projects.
And the other thing I wanted you to repeat, I've heard you say this in the past, but you gave a figure of those projects that have been paid off, what the percentage of increased valuation were in those TIF projects.
I'm going to ask Bridget if she would put the diagram on the palette so that we can show the graphic. And while she's doing that, those 67 TIF projects had a base valuation of $40 million, which again is frozen over the life of the TIF. At their payoff time, those same 67 projects had a TIF value of about $340 million. So an incremental increase of $300 million at payoff. That's great, because at that point in time, that entire $300 million in tax evaluation and the taxes that accrue off of that then go all to the taxing jurisdictions at that point. We were curious about, okay, what happened since the time they paid off to now? Did that continue, or did it peak and go down, or did it be stable? And so those same 67 TIF projects or properties that had TIF, after they paid off, they continued to increase to the point of $460+ million in valuation, which is an incremental increase of nearly $420 million. So that's a 1,000% increase in that valuation. At Planning Board, one of the Planning Board members did some quick calculations based upon a $400 million plus incremental increase. What does that drop to the school districts? Bridget, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Could you please give that per student value that would then, out of $400 million, go to a school district?
Ran some quick numbers based on the 67 projects that have paid off, and at their current valuation of $464 million, that increment as of today, this year, is $423 million. Based on that increment, that translates to about $49,000 in additional tax revenues per student, and that's because of TIF. And I ran some brief calculations. If TIF were not available or were not used on any of those 67 projects, with that base value of 40 million. If there was only a 100% increase in the total value, that would translate to about $4,800 in additional tax revenue per student. If it was only 50%, we're talking about $2,400. If it was only a 10% increase, we're talking only about $500 maybe in additional tax revenue. So it does, this graphic does indicate TIF does work, and it does come back to the school system in a healthy way.
If I might point out, too, that the strategy, economic development strategy of the TIF projects, besides the direct impact on those properties that get the TIF proceeds themselves, is that a rising tide lifts all ships. And once you have an engine such as a Crossroads, for example, within this district that is being redeveloped and achieving these kinds of increase in property values, the tendency will be that property owners and developers will flock to that area. And in fact, we already are seeing people with a heightened level of interest in developing within this area. Not all of those projects will be TIF'd, and therefore all of their incremental tax increases will immediately go to all of the school districts within the area. That is the philosophy, that is the strategy that we're going for. Rising tide lifts all ships.
And I just think it's important to get that information out because, as I said before, I've had inquiries of some developers in my district all the way out to Elkhorn just asking about TIF and how it works, because typically it has been east of 72nd Street. And I think as we move further west, it's new territory we haven't explored before, but I think the interest is out there, and I think we need to get the information out there and put the residents in their homes to rest too, because I think there was a real feeling that the residential evaluation, the property taxes would all go to pay off these projects, and we know that's not true at all. So it's really important to get the proper information out there. One more thing, I've had several people comment about some TIF in other states, how they do it differently than we do, but is it not true that state statute is different in other states? So we have to follow our own state statute.
That is correct. TIF is a state-by-state statute directed, so Nebraska is different than Iowa, than Missouri, across the nation.
California, everywhere else. So we have our own state statutes. And,
correct.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Thompson.
Yes. I'd like to thank the leadership of the District 66 schools for taking the leadership to do what they did. This is a new area, and it's a new experiment for an area that's not used to TIF. And so I think the compromise is great. The comment was made that a rising tide rate rises all the boats. I've never heard District 66 said that they're not wanting to look at that. They just want to take incremental steps. And this is the first step for them. It's a reasonable request. I don't think they're unreasonable. And I've had conversations with them on several occasions, and they're willing to come back at a later date and take a look at the data and see what the results were, and then take the next step. The only problem was that it was just too big of a bite of the apple for something that they weren't used to and they didn't have the familiarity with. With that, I'll go ahead and call the vote.
No further lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Adopted 7-0. Item number 45, resolution to propose settlement of the pending case Tim Dempsey versus the City of Omaha et al. Is approved.
Public hearing on agenda item number 45 begins now. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents?
Patrick Rand, 13871 Sprague Street. Allow me to be quick and to the point. I'm just concerned with the wording of this, number 45. You're asking the council to write a check of the taxpayers' money for $67,500 to Mr. Tim Dempsey and Gerard Fennell because they won a case against a Michael Fahey, Paul Landau, and Tom Marfisi. I know there's a couple of bars down in the Lake of the Ozarks in Branson that they're Dempsey bars. Is this a bar bill that that Mike is paying off to this guy, or what? It sounds like two Irishmen getting together and taking care of a problem they had between the two of them.
Mr. Wren, did you read the attachment?
Yes, I will. Tim Dempsey versus City of Omaha, Michael G. Fahey, Paul Landau, and Tom Marfisi, United States District Court for the District of Nebraska. Case number 807-CV-311 is approved that the Law Department of the City of Omaha is authorized to settle and resolve all claims in the said case by payment by the city to Tim Dempsey and his attorney of record, Gerard V. Fennell, in a total amount of $67,500, that the Law Department be authorized to execute such documents as necessary to carry out the settlement, and that the Finance Department issue such payment by check or checks payable to Tim Dempsey and Gerard Fennell, a total amount not exceeding $67,500 to be paid from the contingent liability fund, number see attached, public hearing. I'm not trying to be caustic here, but why are they getting this money?
Well,
I mean, it's not very clear.
That was in the attachment. Did you get a chance to look at the attachment?
No, there is no attachment with this. It was handed to me at the door.
Well, no, but there is an attachment. I mean, it is available through the City of Omaha's website. But having said that, Mr. Kratz, would you mind speaking to this point?
Yeah, just tell the public here. I'm sure that's all in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Kratz, City Attorney. This is a lawsuit that arose out of the Elkhorn annexation a number of years ago. Mr. Dempsey was the police chief of the Elkhorn Police Department. He was, at least he alleged, that he was promised a position when, after the merger, that did not materialize. As a result, he filed a lawsuit, and this has been ongoing for, actually since the Elkhorn annexation, a number of years. It's been in federal district court. It's been up to the 8th Circuit. And at this point, we decided it was time to settle the case for what we consider a very reasonable amount.
Thank you, Mr. Kratz.
This is not a debating society.
Thank you. If I'd been given that attachment, I wouldn't have stood up here.
Thank you, Mr. Wren. Are there any other opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Motion approved.
Yeah, there's no more.
No further lights. Roll call.
Council members Festerson and Stothard are out of the chambers. Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 5-0. Pursuant to City Council Rule 7F, agenda item number 46 should be laid over 3 weeks for publication and public hearing. Pursuant to City Council Rule 70, the public hearing on agenda items 47 through 53 shall be held on the third reading. Item number 54 is an ordinance to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Omaha and Professional Firefighters Association of Omaha, Local 358, for a term of December 22nd, 2009 to December 21st, 2013.
The public hearing for agenda item number 54 begins now. As a reminder, proponents will have 20 minutes of testimony, followed by 20 minutes for the opponents. The proponents will have a brief period for rebuttal of new material presented. All speakers should be aware that there may be others wishing to testify, so do not use all of the time. Please keep your remarks brief and to the point of this issue. So I would ask that the proponents would line up over here on this aisle, and we will start the public hearing right now. Thank you. Hey, 20 minutes is running here, Mr. O'Hare.
Part of his wellness program.
Needed exercise. find on the new one here. Okay.
Well, they must have got it.
Okay, Richard O'Gara, Director of Human Resources, Rights and Relations, City of Omaha, 1819 Farnham Street. Mr. President, council members, and Mr. City Clerk, I would like to present the proposed labor agreement between the City of Omaha and the Firefighters Association Local 385, negotiated on behalf of the City of Omaha for your consideration and vote. The fire contract before you limits wages, reduces benefits in spiking, and reforms our current pension system. Your input during the last 4 years has assisted the negotiating parties to reach the agreement we are presenting to you today. It translates into millions of dollars of annual cost savings for taxpayers and resolves our unfunded pension liability. We have been on a journey through 4 years of contract negotiations, many hills, valleys, turns, and bumps in the road. This started with the Bates Commission, police negotiations and contract, and now the fire negotiations and proposed contract. We've had over 150 fire negotiating sessions since 2007, with 17 briefing sessions of this council on fire negotiations. We've informed the council of progress of negotiations and enabled the council to suggest changes. Okay. Can somebody show me on the slide here? I guess it's here.
Next.
Next, right there, okay? Yeah. It's not going.
Richard, go down to the end.
I'll just go down here.
Where it says end show, go down to the end show and click it.
Okay.
End show. And then go up the top where it says slideshow.
Okay.
At the top. And go from beginning to the left. Go to your real right. From beginning.
Okay.
And then just use your mouse.
Okay. Okay.
Every time you hit it, you should get a new slide.
Or no, just click the mouse.
Just click the mouse. It'll go to it. Should go to the next slide.
Okay. This has changed from where we were. Okay, sorry. Drive to change the CIR came about as we were on our journey. The administration supports the changes in the CIR legislation. We studied new CIR legislation. It does not address spiking, benefit cuts, age changes, or payments into the pension system. It does not address unfunded pension liability. It does not address pension system solvency. In fact, several recent Omaha World Herald articles supported Mayor Suttle's position that going to the CIR will have little, if any, benefits. There's no additional cost to the taxpayers. Contract dollars are budgeted in 2011 and 2012. This agreement with the Omaha Professional Firefighters Association represents major reform of staffing, equipment, deployment, and pension provisions, bringing actuarial balance to the Omaha Fire and Police pension system. These are the key issues addressed in the fire contract. Over the last 30 years, the can has been kicked down the road by previous mayors. They agreed to specific manning and equipment levels. They negotiated away management discretion. Previous mayors and city councils failed to make the full amount of required pension contributions, failed to address the unfunded pension liability, and failed to meet their fiduciary responsibility to keep the pension plan solvent. Let's look at what this agreement achieves. Proper balance of savings and safety, 11.55% in firefighter benefits concessions. These are the first benefit concessions, significant concessions in over 30 years. And this you don't see in the news a lot, but this is a major concession on the part of the firefighters. $5.4 million in planned fire budget reductions for fiscal year 2011. An actuarial balance of the Fire and Police Pension Fund. That means $13.5 million in annual combined police and fire savings. Concessions by both firefighters and police officers. Police concessions were 13.5% of pay because they spiked more. The planned budget reductions are on target for 2011. Actuarial balance of the fire and police pension fund is the major goal. We are different than most other cities. First, we are facing the crisis. Second, we are working with the firefighters, police officers, and the council to get the pension in actuarial balance. And third, we are doing the right thing, not necessarily the politically popular thing. It's important to note that the fire budget was $76 million before the mayor took office. The budget is now $68.5 million. We have 657 firefighters in the old contract. We currently have 622 firefighters as of today, with 4 management, while we have the lowest call times of most cities of any size. We've achieved through this contract and staffing that the city has discretion to establish daily staffing, staffing by rank, and overall staffing. The staffing levels have been reduced through attrition. There haven't been any layoffs. 4 firefighters on pumps and trucks and 2 firefighters on the medic unit were required by the CIR. However, the city may operate 3-person rigs for training, public events and demonstrations, and the first 3 hours of a shift. We're not required to maintain captains on medic units per the CIR, and this amounts to an annualized savings of $3,640,000. The staffing contract provisions allow fire management to set the experience and requirements for Bureau employees. The fire chief has stated that we are currently in compliance with NFPA 1710. Management discretion on equipment is returned with annualized savings of $101,000. What does this agreement achieve regarding pension? The minimum retirement age has been increased, that current employees must work 5 years longer and new hires must work 10 years longer. The current contract average retirement age equals 50 years. That's using 2011 actual retirements. The new contract average retirement age is 52 years based upon years of service. The average age of recent new hires based upon the last 3 recruiting classes is 31 years. The first major goal, raising the retirement age, is achieved. Actuarial balance of the pension plan is achieved in over 48 years. This chart was developed by our former actuary Milliman from their actuarial model based upon the 2009 valuation. It was based upon the approved police contract and the projected negotiated fire contract. The 11.55% is arrived at through career overtime average, 3-year averaging, increases in retirement eligibility schedule, increased active firefighter payroll contribution, and miscellaneous retirement benefit changes. The actuary Milliman helped to arrive at this 11.55%. This wasn't just pulled out of the air. This was arrived at how we could get balance with the police for the pension plan. The career overtime average and the 3-year averaging will help us to reach our second goal, to stop spiking. Next slide. The police benefit concessions amounted to 13.5% of payroll. They increased their average contribution $1,311.54 per year, while firefighters will contribute an average of $543.14 per year. There were more police union members and police spiked more. And again, the actuary helped to determine the percent of additional contribution. A variety of concessions resulted in the 0.30% reduction. The key concession, pension for new hires, will be based upon base pay only. That's a significant concession. The unfunded pension liability was $572.7 million in January of 2011. It was reduced from $594 million in January of 2010 and reduced from $620 million in January of 2009. The changes are due to investment experience and police contract concessions of 13.5%. So we're starting to already see some benefit. Our third major goal is realized: actuarial balance of the police fire pension plan. We feel that Omaha is leading the nation in pension reform. To our knowledge, Omaha is the only city requiring both new hires and current employees to participate in pension reform. The following chart shows a breakdown of contributions. As you can see, the new total of employee contributions is 26.95%, and the total of city contributions is 28.57%, for total contributions of 55.52% of payroll. What does this agreement achieve in wages and benefits? Zero wage freeze for 2010 and a zero wage freeze for 6 months of 2011. The annualized savings for 10 was $2,604,000, while the savings for 2011 is $1,300,000. Fire chief's comparability in wages per CIR requirements for 6 months of 2011. The cost is $1,284,500, and for 2012, the annualized cost is $3,576,114, and the same cost for 2013.
Dick, so the annual increase on 2012 and 2013, what's the percent?
That's based on 11. It's based on 3.83% wage increase, and for 2012 and 13, it's 2% wage increase.
Thank you.
Negotiations achieved double what the CIR recently ruled regarding benefits premiums. The new CIR law will not affect benefits premiums. We have gone to blended insurance premiums so that active employees help to offset the higher retiree experience. Single coverage is increased 400%, from 0% currently to 4% by 2013. Single plus one coverage, 100% increase. New premium is 3%, goes from 3% currently to 6% by 2013, and family coverage also has a 100% increase in premiums from a current premium of 3% to 6% by 2013. All active participants will pay a premium for an annual savings of $205,679. The retiree health care court settlement brought all retirees onto the active employee health care plans. $400,000 projected savings and annual utilization is being realized. The future administrative services fee savings are projected to be between $400,000 and $1 million, based on the next health care benefits contract, which will begin in 2012. The Deferred Retirement Option Plan is the same plan as adopted by the police. Currently, 6 police retirees are in the drop plan to date. The agreement goes further than CIR changes. If we were not able to get a contract, Fire would file with the CIR before the October effective date of the new law for 2011 wages. They would be covered by the old law, and the case would not be resolved until 2012 or 2013. The benefits of agreeing to a contract far exceed the benefits of waiting for a new law. The current array is more beneficial than any new array. Increased health care premiums would probably be negated. There would be drawn out potential litigation. Spiking would continue, and pension plan funding would get worse. This slide speaks for itself. The fire and police unions have stepped up to the plate with the administration and the city council to assure solvency of the pension plan. The votes are in. The Omaha Personnel Board has voted 5-0 in support of the firefighters' contract on July 7th. The Omaha Firefighters Association, Local 385, voted to ratify the firefighters' contract on August 1st. This slide comes directly from the Milliman actuarial presentation to the City Council on August 10th, 2010. There's an extra annual cost if this proposal is delayed. Now, you've heard us talk about the $150,000 a month. We've talked about it. The press has talked about it. That's in the first column, the $1.8 million a year. So if we wait a year to implement the contract, we have to pay for 19 years an additional $1.8 million on top of the 13.5% annual extra city contribution. If we delay this contract 3 years, guess what? That's 2013. That's $6.7 million that we have to pay for 17 years on top of the 13.5%. So this is real money, and I think you'll see that in the next contract, the next slide. There's no need to delay approval or to wait for the CIR when we have an agreement. Now, you can estimate high or low, but being a test case at the CIR will be expensive. So the cost of waiting is right here. The actuarial benefits analysis now has to be done under the new CIR law. So we feel that there will be probably 9 comparable cities. That'd be $20,000 per analysis. That's $180,000. Legal fees for the 2010 CIR case, 2011 CIR case, would be based upon what our past experience has been with legal fees of $250,000 per case. For 2013, that's under the new laws, and that's going to take additional money because it's going to take more time for the attorneys under the new law because nobody has been to court under the new law. The loss of frozen wages, well, we'd probably appeal that case for another $400,000. We'd lose the frozen wages for 2010 and 11. That's $3,888,000. And then I just showed you the delay of the actuarial balance is $6,700,000. Now, we have a potential legal suit to force partial funding of the unfunded pension plan, the city's portion. That would be $286,500,000 for a total of $298,688,000. So you can estimate high or low. There is a cost. So those that vote no, or those that want this case to go to the CIR, need to tell us in detail, not in rhetoric, in detail, where the funds will come from to pay for the cost of waiting. This is an expensive and time-consuming process that will detract from our mutual goal of moving the city forward. In summary, pension plan spiking ends, annual benefits are reduced 11.55%, $5.4 million in annual budget reductions are realized, management discretion in staffing, equipment, and deployment is restored, current firefighters work 5 years longer, new hires work 10 years longer. All firefighters are required to pay health care premiums with a 400% increase in single coverage and a 100% increase in family coverage. Firefighters are contributing additional cash into the pension fund, and actuarial pension fund balance is achieved. So our journey has almost reached this goal after many bumps and unexpected turns. The longer it takes to get a contract, the potential exists for more issues to arise. The negotiations are completed. The firefighters have voted. Yet there is discussion regarding eliminating LASIK surgery. Health care plan variations are mentioned. Contract length is discussed. But from our journey, there remains an elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is the unfunded police and fire pension plan that really is the focus. There needs to be a face to this contract. These are the faces of the Omaha firefighters. 622 individuals with families that will retire in the future. We have 1,175 fire and police retirees not eligible for Social Security that depend on a sound pension plan. During the police contract presentation, I read the actuarial warning letters from the past 10 pension valuations. This can has been kicked down the road long enough. And I think you might remember that can from the police negotiations. The administration and the city council have a fiduciary responsibility that transcends politics to properly fund and manage the police fire pension plan. Many individuals ran for office committing to stop spiking, raise the retirement age, and bring actuarial balance to the pension plan. A single labor contract will not remedy all the sins of the past overnight. It is not a panacea. It is the first step in a process to make necessary structural changes to the city's benefits programs. It is a solution to the pension shortfall that will continue to grow out of control unless we address it decisively. It is a solution for lowering health care costs. It allows us to rein in ballooning pension costs and save millions, and allows us to save millions of dollars annually. The administration respectfully requests your adoption of the Omaha Firefighters Association 385 contract for 2010 through 2013. Mr. President, I request rebuttal time at the end of the public hearing.
Thank you, Dick. Mr. LeClaire.
Excuse me. Any chance we could get Mr. O'Gara's time back?
No.
Well, thank you guys. Mr. Chairman, Steve LeClaire, 6005, President of the Omaha Professional Firefighters Association. First, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the Omaha City Council for the opportunity to stand before you today and speak as a proponent of the proposed collective bargaining agreement between the Omaha Professional Firefighters Association and the City of Omaha. Over 2 months ago, this tentative agreement was announced. The Personnel Board has approved it, and the members of Local 385 have voted to approve it as well. Today, we expect you will hear from some groups that are adamantly opposed to it, the Omaha Alliance and Mr. Nabity and the Platt Institute, both with their wish lists about what should be in this agreement. This contract is not a wish list for the city, and it is certainly not a wish list for the brave men and women I represent from Local 385. It is a compromise born out of years of good faith negotiating and guided by 2 decisions from the CIR. Make no mistake, I am asking you to vote for the agreement because I am a firefighter and because I spent the better half of the last 2.5 years working on this agreement. And most importantly, in my mind, because I think what the members of Local 385 did in approving this agreement was a good faith step of monumental proportions. However, I am not asking you to approve this agreement just because it might be in the interests of firefighters who are on the front line protecting public safety every day. I'm asking that you approve this agreement for some other reasons. 1, we will not wake up on October 1st, 2011 and find the city suddenly has more leverage over the Omaha professional firefighters. There have been suggestions that it must be more than mere coincidence that this agreement was announced only a few days after a deal was struck on legislative changes to the CIR. The fact of the matter is, the framework for the pension, health care, and cost of living provisions of LB 397 were finalized on March 11, 2011. I know because I was there at the state senator's office that day, and representatives from labor were involved in all of those discussions. A no vote on this contract means we will try our 2010 wage case in the CIR on November 7th under the old CRO rules, and we will be forced to file a petition before October 1st for contract year 2011, which will also be tried under the old CRR rules. Furthermore, there is no disputing the fact that the CIR, now or in the future, will not fix the pension shortfall, and it will not order changes to the pension plan that are agreed to in this proposed contract before you. 2, Mr. Ricketts' Institute, Platt Institute, and Mr. Navity's Alliance have woefully misunderstood the legal relationship between the city and the firefighters. These groups, with their partisan political ties, are telling anyone who will listen that they can negotiate a better deal and that the city should really just impose what amounts to unconstitutional and illegal changes to vested pension rights and existing working conditions. This may be easy to say from seats in the skybox, but the fact of the matter is this game is played on a field that is much more even than the Institute or the Alliance care to admit. Many of the changes they are demanding are proposals my membership would not agree to and legally could not be imposed on us. Both sides have economic and legal weapons, and the CIR or the courts will referee the use of those weapons. But by coming to an agreement, the parties have in effect said, enough of the fighting, enough of the uncertainty, and enough of the expense. We've put our legal swords and shields down and come to an agreement on how we are going to move our city forward. A rejection of this contract is a denial of the good faith my members have shown and an unspoken admission that those voting no on this contract think they can negotiate a better deal than the Fraser Stryker law firm, the McGrath North law firm, and the many other professionals the city has employed on this task. And I got to tell you, my membership has given more in this contract than many of them think they ever should have in the first place. You can't reasonably expect them to pass a deal that requires them to make further concessions when they simply don't have to. I know I can't. When we took a wage freeze in 2004, we left a nearly 4% raise on the table to help the city out in its time of need. In exchange, we got promises of pension enhancements, and now we are being asked to give those up too. We don't have to do it, and I think everybody here knows that. But we voted to make these changes and end spiking anyway for the greater good, so we can have a sound pension system and safe working conditions. Those that want to reject this contract and continue to play the blame game will find blame enough to go around. The almost identical pension changes you approved in the police agreement a year ago that we have agreed to in this contract resulted in a $52 million reduction in the unfunded actuarial liability of the fund. The pension plan's actuary tells us that passing this contract will produce a similar result next year. Don't let the Alliance kid you. This is a package deal, and you will not see those kinds of savings in the pension without some give and take. That is the essence of negotiations. My members have taken the courageous step to make an unpleasant choice. They have shown the political will to ignore the radical voices on the fringes of this dispute. And what is more, they continue to display bravery and compassion on the streets of our city every day as they respond to emergencies with the ring of every alarm. Needless to say, and it's obvious, I am proud beyond measure to serve with the men and women of the Omaha Fire Department. But this contract is no longer a call for them. They have answered the call as they always have. This contract is now a call for you all to respond, not with more wish lists, but with the same courage and same selflessness that has been shown by the members of Local 385. And with that, I respectfully ask that you approve this contract, and thank you for your favorable consideration.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council. I come to you today to talk to you about some recent events in Washington that I feel as a finance director could have implications with respect to whether or not this fire contract is passed and the long-term future with the city's bond rating as well as the interest rates that we have to pay. The City of Omaha, and just this is a little history, the City of Omaha maintained a AAA credit rating for its general obligation bonds up until the year 2007. Citing growing unfunded pension liabilities and inadequate reserves, in 2007, Moody's credit rating agency affirmed the city's AAA rating and assigned it a negative outlook. The following year, on October 16, 2008, Moody's downgraded the city's credit rating from AAA to AA1. In downgrading the city's credit rating, Moody's cited the city's long-term financial challenges, including the city's growing unfunded pension liabilities, as a reason for the downgrade. Negotiations with the Firefighters Union and Police Union reached an impasse and had been turned over to the Commission on Industrial Relations. Moody's noted that failure to meet actuarially determined pension contributions were not consistent with the expected financial practices of AAA-rated cities. In March of 2010, Moody's moved to a global rating scale for municipal bond issue ratings comparable with corporate debt issues. As a result, the city's credit rating moved from AA1 to AAA pending review. On October 25, 2010, the city's AAA rating was reaffirmed by Moody's, stating the rating actions reflect the city's lean but adequate financial position, bolstered by revenue enhancements made in fiscal 2010 and 2011 that officials anticipate will balance operations. Also incorporated into the rating is the city's commencement of managing its long-term pension and OPEB liabilities. Moody's stated positively the city reached an agreement with the police bargaining unit for a multi-year contract. Finally, Moody's noted that failure to continue making progress towards funding pension obligations, including bolstering the annually required contributions, as well as modifying benefits to reduce the overall liabilities, could change the rating down. Here they were referring again to the unsolved fire contract. This year, on August 2nd, shortly after the U.S. raised the statutory debt limit and reached an agreement regarding spending reductions, Moody's reaffirmed the U.S. credit rating at AAA, but assigned it a negative outlook. On August 4th, 2 days later, the City of Omaha was notified by Moody's that in conjunction with the assignment of a negative outlook for the U.S. government, the outlook for indirectly linked U.S. public finance issuers was also revised to negative. Moody's specifically identified the City of Omaha as an indirectly linked U.S. public finance issuer. Consequently, the City of Omaha's general obligation bonds now hold a AAA rating with a negative outlook. This past Friday, August 5th, Standard & Poor's lowered its long-term sovereign credit rating on the U.S. from AAA to AA+ and assigned it a negative outlook. Specifically, Standard & Poor's noted, "We believe that the prolonged controversy over raising the statutory debt ceiling and the related fiscal policy debate indicate that further near-term progress containing the growth in public spending, especially on entitlements, or on reaching an agreement on raising revenues is less likely than we previously assumed and will remain a contentious and fitful process." The impact of the Standard & Poor's downgrade on the City of Omaha's Standard & Poor's rating is not yet known. Late Monday evening, August 8th, Standard & Poor's began lowering ratings on municipal debt secured by the federal government, such as pre-refunded bonds, tax exempts backed by U.S. agencies, and credits that are most dependent on federal spending. The city's credit rating determines the interest rate the city must pay investors on its general obligation bonds. Each year, the city issues approximately $20 million in GO bonds and currently has $526 million in general obligation bonds outstanding. The effective interest rates range from 1.5 to 5.74%, depending on the year of issue. In 2010, the city issued $8.5 million at an interest rate of 2.8%. At 2.8% on a 10-year bond, the total interest expense will be $1.2 million, assuming semi-annual payments of principal and interest. Assuming each rating downgrade is the equivalent of 25 basis points, the interest rate for the city under a AA rating for the same issue would be 3.05%, with a total interest expense of $1.4 million, or approximately $200,000 more over the life of the bond. Going forward and factoring the city's substantial future borrowing needs for the CSO program, which are estimated at over $1.5 billion, a ratings downgrade could have significant fiscal impact. 25 added basis points on a $1 billion of debt would increase interest costs $2.5 million annually for the City of Omaha. Now more than ever, the city's bond rating depends on our ability to pass the fire contract. This year alone, we will issue $14 million in general obligation bonds, $100 million in CSO bonds, and $4 million in lease purchase bonds. The state of the municipal market is unknown, and the impact of the change in credit ratings can have a costly negative impact to the City of Omaha's financing costs. While passage of the fire contract cannot guarantee the retention of the city's AAA rating, it does much to aid the city in showing the rating agencies we have the political will to solve our unfunded pension liabilities. Today I have with me Dan Smith from D.A. Davidson, our underwriters, as well as Kurt Christensen, our bond counsel from Q-Tech Rock. Both of those individuals are here to answer any questions you may have, and I'd be happy to answer any questions after this is over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. President, good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, my name is Pat Barrett, and my address is 500 Energy Plaza in Omaha. I'm a management labor lawyer and have been so for almost 30 years, and I represent the City of Omaha in these negotiations with the Fire and Police Union. I won't recap what both Mr. LeClaire have told you and what Mr. O'Gara has told you. That is the costs of not agreeing to this contract. Mr. O'Gara indicated that the loss of wage and benefit concessions alone is $4 million. The loss of the pension alone is $1.8 million annually. If you turn it down, the more important question is, what are you going to do about the structure of the pension plan? If you don't make those changes at this time, I doubt that you will have that opportunity again. The CIR will not impose any structural changes in the pension plan. You have to have the union go along with you. If they're unwilling to do so, then you will make no structural changes to the pension plan. I just want to address one issue that gets lost in this, and that is the intangible costs of the rejection of this contract. And I want to ask you, what does it say about us as a city that we cannot negotiate with our employees in good faith without resorting to the CIR? The CIR is a last resort. The CIR, in their decisions, say we want the parties to voluntarily settle these disputes. We don't want to be the party of first choice for you to come to them. You are the elected body in Omaha.
You and the mayor, it is your decision to make these calls. We can't just punt these to the CIR. We've talked about what the cost would be if we go to the CIR. We lose the financial cost. The intangibles are that we will increase the adversarial relationship with our employees. You've listened to the public discourse in this case. The harsh things being said on both sides about each other. We need to come together. It is bad human resource policy to be at odds with your employees all the time. And by continually going to the CIR, we will exacerbate that adversarial relationship with our employees for time to come. Another thing that needs to be spoken, and that is you successfully have been able to negotiate with the police management and avoided going to the CIR. This is a much different animal here. That was a relatively small bargaining unit of 4 or 5 employees. They couldn't afford to litigate before the CIR. Mr. LeClaire has indicated that his union is willing to do so. The 2010 case will go forward. The 2011 case will be filed before October 1st. That's something to consider if you're thinking about trying to renegotiate this contract and meeting with the union. The facts, as Mr. LeClaire stated them, and the facts as Mr. O'Gara stated them, are clear that if you reject this contract, it will cost the taxpayers money. It will not fix the pension plan, which was the main impetus for these negotiations. It will be impossible to reach consensus with the fire union, indeed maybe other city unions, in the future. It's up to you to decide now. Are we going to act, or are we going to pass this on to future generations and future administrations at a greater expense? Because of those reasons, I would encourage you to respectfully to vote in favor of the ratification of this agreement.
Mr. President, members of the Council, Steve Kerrigan, Acting Labor Relations Director. For purposes of time, I will keep my comments short. I believe the previous speakers have talked to you about the significance of the contract, the details of the contract. What is being given to you is a letter we received from Hank Kim, who is the Executive Director and Counsel of the National Conference on Public Employees and Retirement Systems. You will see that he is in agreement, and if you remember, Mr. Kim came here during our police discussions about the police contract last year. His letter says he is proud of the Omaha Fire Service members who have agreed to tough concessions in order to preserve and keep sustainable the pension system, and he would strongly encourage the council to vote for the new fire contract. Once again, my comments are short. We know the significance of the contract. We know the good faith and the level of respect we've had in discussing and working on this contract over 5 years of negotiations. And we'd encourage you for your passage on this agreement. Thank you.
Jim Monahan, 4271 South 149th Street, Omaha, Nebraska. Thank you for this opportunity. I've deleted some of my remarks as I was standing there in the interest of your time. I've been where you are, and I know how valuable your time is, so I've cut out some of my remarks. Mr. President, you mentioned another president and a sign on his desk that said, "There's no limit to what we can accomplish if you don't care who gets credit for it." And I think that would certainly apply to this measure that we're looking at today. It was perfectly timed. I appreciate this opportunity. As you know, I make very infrequent appearances before this body. Those of you who know me know that I'm a champion of fairness, and I will fight extremely hard for fairness. And I believe what is being recommended to you is fair. We find ourselves faced with a very important decision, one that, like the Standard & Poor's downgrading of the national economy from AAA to AA plus, could have repercussions for many years to come. I urge you to support the mayor, the HR director, and the finance director's proposal to you. I have for many years supported firefighters, police, both financially and with my time, and I do this because I believe law enforcement and firefighters need to support the support of the citizens of this community that they're sworn to uphold and safeguard and protect. But I also believe that changes occur, and sometimes those changes require good judgment and prudent management to make appropriate changes to ensure that our city remains solvent. That's no different than our own personal budgets. If prices go up, we either have to make more money or we cut back on our spending. Today you have an opportunity to cast your vote to be fair in the city's dealings with the firefighters and at the same time safeguard our financial stability. Their recent vote in favor of the fire contract expresses a willingness to negotiate with city officials and not turn back to the CIR, the Commission of Industrial Relations, to secure rights under past agreements that provided more than the city could afford. I have many friends who are firefighters, and I believe we have the responsibility to honor commitments to them. I'm retired from the FDIC. I was with IBM a number of years and then retired from the FDIC, and would be very upset if somebody arbitrarily cut my benefits. But there are changes that occur with my retirement, my personal retirement, and those changes are in the form of increases in health care and other necessary changes. As cost goes up, benefits sometimes go down, and I understand the need for those changes. What Mayor Jim Settle inherited was I believe, a financial quagmire. Now what the mayor is proposing is a prudent approach to straightening out what he inherited. It's a matter of increasing revenue and decreasing expenses. But no one department or entity should bear the brunt. No one department should be exempt either. And here's where I've cut some things out, but I will make an offer to you. You know that I'm here advocating that you pass this proposal, but I would also, again, and I made this offer to you May of last year, that I would personally provide a service to the city of Omaha. I have either taught or have facilitated strategic plans for governmental agencies, for IBM, for the FDIC, for United Way agencies, and for corporations for many years. In fact, I provided a copy of a strategic plan to you when I was here last year. And although I'm mostly, my wife would like that word, retired, I would offer to you again the services of my company and me personally to facilitate a strategic plan for the city of Omaha to develop a roadmap for the future. This would include, but would not be limited to city finances. It would be an off-site session that would include all stakeholders, department heads, and others. As a fourth-generation Omahan, I believe so strongly in this city that I would do this pro bono, no cost to the city. I'm offering that again. I stand ready to assist you. You just need to let me know if you'd like me to proceed with a comprehensive long-range strategic plan. I thank you for your time, your support of this important measure, and thank you for your service to our great city. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mealy Mason, 9632 North 34th Street. I'm here as a taxpayer, and also I'm a member of two unions. To me, this is a real no-brainer. I mean, the concessions that the firemen are and women are making are, I think, incredible. And being a member of two unions, I know how the negotiations go. I always find it hard when people demonize unions, like we're the bad guys, like we want more than what we deserve to be paid. These are firemen that they don't get Social Security, so I think a lot of people don't realize that. One thing that moved me to come today was 6 months ago on a very frigid night. My neighbor's house was aflame in the middle of the night, and he was saved, his life was saved by these brave firemen and women. He was asleep in his bed. He would not have lived if they had not broken down his door and got him out of there, and saved actually most of his house. But his bedroom, the entire window, the shades were totally melted down. These are people that do so much for the city. They have negotiated fairly with the city, and like I say, I just think it's a no-brainer. Let's make this deal. Let's get this done. Let's not wait another year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kieran McCarney, I'm the Executive Director of the Douglas County Democratic Party, 7602 Pacific Street, Suite LL 103, Omaha, Nebraska, 68114. I want to make a couple of brief points about the Commission on Industrial Relations and why that option, though in one breath pursued by opponents of this contract, in the next breath demonized by opponents of this contract, is not the best option for the city, nor is it the option that we should be taking. First of all, the Commission on Industrial Relations cannot and will not ever solve the unfunded pension liability that this city faces. They don't have the ability to address the issue of spiking, and they don't have the ability to address the structural changes that must happen for this liability to be solved and for this city to avoid a $300 million lawsuit seeking damages for its unfunded liability. More importantly, according to the Omaha World Herald analysis, the post-reform CIR will not nor cannot yield a better contract than the one that sits before you. But the more important note on this is that this contract and these negotiations will never see the newly reformed CIR. There's already a pending case going before the courts in September to deal with the 2010 wage issues faced by the fire union. That will be decided under the old rules. They need to simply file suit before October 1st in order to see the 2011 contract and wage issues put before the CIR under the old rules, which means it's 2013 or near the end of the termination of the contract that sits before you before the old or the new rules and reforms of the CIR that have no hopes of solving the problems of pension liability for this city will ever take effect or ever be addressed to address the fire union contract. Now, most importantly, I think that this administration and the fire union need to be commended for their actions. And to quote Councilwoman Stothert, I think they should be commended for their sensible negotiation rather than having this hauled off to the CIR. We have to realize the big picture of what happened here. The city, under the first year of this contract alone, saved $16 million. We put ourselves on the course to long-term structural reform that will solve almost $1 billion in unfunded pension liability that faces this city. And most importantly, we have a fire union that is under no obligation to make concessions, agreeing to work longer, for less, and for fewer benefits. To quote a wise man, Councilman Gray, when this deal was first announced, if the council doesn't approve this document, they're stepping over a dollar to get to a dime. We need to look at the big picture. I would urge you all to look at the big picture and realize the true benefits overall of this contract. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, Joan Killingsworth, 7334 North 122nd Avenue Circle. First, I want to thank the City Council, the employees of this city, and the mayor for turning around our financial health. It's been amazing what you've done in the last 2 years, and it's greatly appreciated. I also want to thank the firefighters and the EMTs because they risk their lives to help us and save our property and our lives. They've also made some major concessions, which I can't believe as I hear this today. I'm amazed that they've worked 4 years without a contract, and I'm also amazed that they give 5 to 10 years to their retirement, before they can retire. I'm not sure if I would do that. I do wonder if our opponent's goal is, and maybe some of you that are against this, would like to have a volunteer fighting system, or have people make $20,000 or $30,000 a year with few benefits. I'm sure there are people out in our community that would take that job because some, really do need it and they'd love to be a firefighter. But is that really what you want? What I want is the best and the most committed out there to save our property and our lives. You've all done a remarkable job. moving the city forward for our financial health, but at the same time, I don't believe anybody here, whether they're for or against this contract, would want anything less than the best and the most committed to save our property and our lives when it's on the line. Regardless of how you vote, those same people will be doing the same job and saving all of us and our property. So I hope that there aren't political games going on and that you'll all be supportive of this contract. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Henson at 12918 Birch Street in Omaha. I'm not a member of any union. I'm actually a business owner. I own 2 businesses here in town. The reason why I'm here is actually humorous. I'm an avid listener of Tom Becca. And in the process, my daughter, who rides in the car with me on a regular basis, hears me banter with the radio. So she asked me, she's 9, she asked me, what's the deal? I tried to explain it to her, and right then and there, Tom Beck was arguing with someone, did you read the contract? Have you read the contract? Have you read the contract? And I hadn't. And I, to be honest with you, I really had no interest in it. My daughter said, did you? And I said, no, I haven't. She's pretty sharp. So I did. It's on your website, and I read it and went through it. The first gentleman who came up here basically went through all the points that I went through when I found the things in there that I was kind of surprised were actually in the contract. My biggest issue was always the spiking issue. I'm glad to see that that's pretty much gone. I've also decided that these guys are actually increasing the number of years they have to work to get retirement. But the biggest issue to me is my daughter. I told her, you have to get involved in the political process, as much as I hate it. And the biggest fear I have in life is public speaking, so this is not something I like to do. But in that process, you have to stand up when you believe something to be right. So I read the contract, and I told her, this isn't really a bad deal. One of my businesses is finance. I'm not here as an investor. I'm not here as another small business. I own 2 businesses, polar opposite ends. Hair salon, finance company. It's odd, but let's face it, hair is kind of a recession-proof. So my wife will never not get her hair done. We may eat ramen noodles, but she's getting, So, but the fact of the matter is, I'm here to throw out my 2 cents. And I'm a voting resident of Omaha. I understand the finance aspect, but the big thing was 5 days ago, Moody's actually gave us a negative rating, or the potential for a negative rating. The tax implication on that, on future bond issues, because we have the sewer system that we're going to have to pass, is going to cost us enormous amounts of money, which hopefully, personally, I hope I'm dead before that happens, but my daughter's going to have to pay for it if she decides to live in Omaha. If the tax structure is not set up for her to live in Omaha, then she will take her education that she gets here in Omaha, and she'll go elsewhere. And that's a problem. The talent source in Omaha has got to be maintained. And the only way to do that is to make sure you get your financial house in order. Now, the U.S. government just got downgraded. There's arguments, pros and cons, as to whether that was a good or a bad thing or whether it was necessary or not. That's irrelevant to the fact that here in Omaha, I have to stop and listen to what you guys are doing. I appreciate the things you're doing because personally I wouldn't want your jobs. No way on God's earth would I ever run for office. It's a tough job, and it's tough enough to doing what I do. But I have to teach my kids what's right. And what I personally see is I do not understand the information that I've been getting from the press and how inaccurate it is to this contract. Anyone with any basis in financial understanding will see how this financially benefits Omaha. Which, guess what? I pay taxes. I pay a lot of taxes. I don't want to pay anymore because that money I could be paying taxes or had to pay taxes, I could be spending on sending my daughter to college. I could be spending on other things, like my own retirement, for instance, or my employees' retirement, or hiring new employees. I think the time for negotiation is over. I think the vote should have happened already, and I think it's time we get on with it. We got bigger issues coming down the road, folks. And if we don't deal with these things and get them over with, get them off our backs, and get on with it, the gridlock is just going to kill us. and Moody's has already said that. So I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you from the follically challenged.
Hi, my name's Steve Hudson, 4305 North 139th Street. Felt compelled to come down here today. I guess I'm an avid radio listener as well and newspaper reader, and I've been following this from the outside for a while. Very compelling, but I've over the time gone from interested to upset to flip-flopping back and forth on different sides to try to kind of make heads and tails of this, to just downright kind of angry. We're still debating about it at the end. I have a different perspective. I'm a small business owner in town. I spend most of my time watching my costs, my company's costs. That's what I do. I'm also the son of a retired firefighter, so I'm kind of at both sides of the same coin. The big issues through all this debate to me were pension spiking. Pension spiking, it stunned me when I first heard about it. The retirement age of 45, I thought was saving the city money, or costs to the city. I was very concerned about for costs, and addressing this unfunded pension issue was something that concerned me. I've read through the proposed agreement, and it appears to address all these issues, in my opinion. It appears to eliminate the pension spiking issue, which I think is great, addresses the retirement age, saves the city millions of dollars, and addresses this big, huge pension funding issue. So this agreement seems to have come from a result of years of debate, discussion, negotiations to the point of ad nauseum. The firefighters seem to have agreed to significant concessions as part of this, which I like. And I would encourage the board to approve the agreement.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt Timmerman, 1836 North 129th Circle. Be extremely brief here. You have an agreement that's been worked out between the two parties to an extent. It ends spiking. It's going to save the taxpayers of the city money. You have a chance to take that decision out of unknown hands and unknown decisions, which may end up ruining the financial outlook of the city for a long, long period to come. I think that this is an example of what was brought up earlier today of similar to the police management fund, which was a willingness to work together to find a reasonable solution to the problem that's in front of you. So I hope that you would go ahead and approve this agreement, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Next.
And last, Byron Johnson, 19324 H Street, Omaha. Omaha firefighter at Station 34 at 956 South 48th Street. Thank you for your time. I'm pretty sure we went over our 20 minutes. I'm not sure. Thank you for everybody that showed support today for the fire union. Thank you to my 4-year-old son back there who's gone through 2 naps and a promise of a snack at the end of this, which is now a steak dinner. My 2 points today. He's allergic to that, but I'm just joking. 2 points today. When this proposal first hit the stations, I don't want the constituents to get the wrong idea that we were jumping up and down for what was put in front of us. There's a lot of initial reactions. It settled in. You guys read it. They read it in depth, and there's still a lot of strong emotions both ways. We voted for it. We passed it, and I think President Leclerc said it best, that it showed faith by the members in our leadership, our 4 union officers, and our negotiation team. My second point, I have other points I'll email the council on, but my second point is when I hear the council members state that they will wait to listen to input from the constituents for their ideas, their input, and so forth. I hope what you mean by that is that you'll get out and listen to the constituents, not just those that hog the camera or the airwaves. Because if you could get out and talk to or listen to the people that we go into their homes on a regular basis in the worst times of their lives, excuse me, I think you might get a different perspective. Councilman Gray, I know you're out on the streets. I think you do a terrific job of being a face for your constituents, and I commend you on that. So if you could talk to the people that we're picking up, putting in bed in the middle of the night because they don't have a family member they can get to, get there to help them. We've cleaned up after people that couldn't make it to the bathroom, had to call 911. We get there, we pick them up, we put them in bed. This lady, she actually had her son-in-law there. It was about 3 in the morning. He was walking out behind us. We turned around, excuse me, and said to him, "Are you going to leave your mother-in-law like that?" He goes, what do you mean? Well, she's a mess. Her house is a mess. She didn't make it to the restroom. We'll have to get up in 4 hours and go to work. You go home and go to bed, sir. We'll take care of your mother-in-law. We run this whole city. We run into homes like that every day, all day, and we will continue to do that. We'll continue, like Steve said, to answer the call. In closing, I think the constituents in Omaha and surrounding communities, because we do cross county lines to fight fires, help out at car accidents. We go north, we go east, west. I think they get a huge bang for their buck from the Omaha Fire Department. I think that buck is really getting stretched. Okay, and so I'm up here to support our union officers and all the thousands of hours that they put in to this contract, and hope you consider that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, would you take one last?
If you could make it brief. Make it brief,
favor.
please. Thank you.
Yes, this is very brief because I could only think of one thing that hasn't been said so far.
Richard, you say who you are.
Yeah, please.
Yes, excuse me. I'm Richard Ream. I live at 4015 Izzard Street, and I am since August 1st, the immediate past president of the Walnut Hills Neighborhood Association, and I want to thank the council for the work you've done. Thank the firefighters, especially because only a few months ago, a block and a half from where we live, they came and rescued the people living in a burning home and saved the structure, even though the people in that home had not called in the alarm. And our whole neighborhood is proud of our firefighters for that action. But that wasn't the word that I came here to give you, and that would be, I suspect that each of the 7 of you probably by now have already figured out this is a good contract, a basically good contract. There may be 1 or more of you who vote against it. I suspect that might only be because you're expecting that you might have people oppose you in the next election and use it as some sort of campaign issue. But I can't imagine that it would not be to your benefit to respond to them by saying, this was what was needed at this point in Omaha's history. We've just had several important national publications rate Omaha #1 for so much. We finally scored the equivalent of a national championship for something here in Omaha, and we should be proud of that and build on that and point to a positive vote for this contract as a way of not creating a political situation in which there was divisiveness about moving forward. And so I would encourage you, if someone does object to your positive vote for this contract, to respond to them by saying, this is what the city of Omaha needed at this crucial time. and point to those national barometers of our success as a city and tell them that you didn't want to rock the boat or cause any way in which anyone anywhere in the country or the world might not see this as an emerging world-class city that we can all be proud of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If the opponents would also line up over here, we'll get started, please. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. I note that it was just over an hour, so I hope we get the same time if we need it, and if the other side gets rebutted, we'd sure like it too, but we'll see how it goes. Chip Maxwell, 3835 California Street, representing the Omaha Alliance for the Private Sector. I hope you have gotten, we have a 2-page handout for you. It outlines 10 changes we'd like to see in the contract. I'm not going to go through those 10 changes. You can read those in the interest of time. We'll skip over that. I do want to note, though, before we get into the specifics here, several references have been made to the excellent service that firefighters provide. This debate, as far as we're concerned, is about contractual provisions, pension formulas, staffing requirements, and so forth. It has nothing to do with the honorable work that the rank and file does every day as firefighters. I have benefited personally from service in the fire department in my home. That's not what is at issue today. What's at issue is what you see before you in our handout. I'll just make 2 general observations about our 10 points. There are things you've probably seen before. There's probably nothing startling in there. One argument that's been raised today and that I've heard a lot is what they're proposing is, boy, it's illegal. It can't happen. Why are we even wasting time on this? I think there's a misconception out there. We understand that the city can't unilaterally write a contract and stamp approved on it and just steamroll right over the union. We understand that. There has to be negotiation. There has to be some hard bargaining. But nothing that we propose is against the law. So I just want to make that clear. The other thing I've heard, a mantra that's out there is, this is the best deal we've seen in 30 years. How could anybody refuse this? But you have to ask yourself, best deal compared to what? In recent history, for the last 8 years or so, we have had one of the worst contracts in the country. The relevant comparison is, how does this contract compare to other fire contracts? And that's what we've been doing in the Alliance over the last couple of years, checking fire contracts in dozens of cities. The Platt Institute, I've seen its recent study floating around the chamber today just this summer. The Platt Institute did an updated study comparing our contract with contracts in cities to which Omaha is often compared when it goes before the CIR. The things that we're asking you to change are things that we don't see in these other contracts. We're just asking you to bring our contract in line with what's typical out there. That's what we're asking for in our proposal. Now, what I would like to do is ask you to move to the second page of our handout, and what we have there is you haven't received it yet, Commissioner,
Nope.
Councilman Jerem? Mr. Clerk, is it over there?
We passed them out earlier.
You did?
That one.
No, that's the Platt Institute.
You mean all that?
Ours has the OmahaAlliance.com letterhead on
We
it.
haven't got that one.
On the second page, I'll just press on. On the second page, we have a... Pardon me? I don't have one at my disposal, but... Okay. I was going to rip through without it.
We've got them now, Chip.
You have it. Okay. It's probably easier to just look at it in front of you. We have a summary that itemizes what we think are nearly $10 million in savings that can still be achieved with the changes that we propose. About half of those savings would come from reforming the pension formula, about $5 million, going back to the 2003 pension formula. That's what I want to drill down on today very quickly. If I could get a volunteer from the crowd, maybe that gentleman will help me there. Let's look for a second at employer pension contributions. Okay? The first stack on the table here, that represents the typical employer pension contribution in the private sector, about 3%. Okay? The next stack we want to show you represents the typical employer pension contribution for Nebraska state and local government employees. That's about 10%, about 3 times what you'd see in the private sector. All right, now the third stack represents the pension contribution for the employer proposed in the contract before you, 33%. Now when I say employer contribution, when you're talking about that second and third stack, we're talking about taxpayer contribution, because that's the employer in the public sector. That is 3 times what government employees generally get in Nebraska, and 10 times what you see in the private sector. And yet people are being asked to fund that at 33%, the taxpayers. And unfortunately, the story doesn't stop there. The charts you saw before, produced by the other side, assume an 8% annual return in our economy over the next 40 or 50 years. You've probably noticed what's been happening the last few days or the last week or so in our financial markets. It's very possible that we could see something more like a 5% annual rate of return over the next 40 or 50 years. And if that's the case, if the rate of return goes down, then the taxpayers have to pump more money into that matching pension contribution. You're getting up to more like a 50% taxpayer pension contribution. Now, I know of 3 arguments justifying this unbelievable situation. And some of them we've heard today. One of them is, well, we can't mess with the pension formula because this is part of the mythology at City Hall. The union did us a big favor in 2003 by not pursuing a pay increase and instead negotiating a better benefit package. See, this is the Omaha Alliance for the Private Sector. The reason we exist is to inject some private sector perspective into these debates. In 2003, Omaha was hurting. When your employer is getting hammered economically, you don't get a raise. You don't get a better pension. A lot of people in the private sector in 2003 and since then had to take cuts in pay, benefits, pensions, maybe even furloughs to keep their jobs. Or a lot of people would have gladly done that, but that option wasn't available and they lost their jobs. So this idea that somehow there should be a fair pension for firefighters, but somehow this taxpayer gouging, salary spiked formula put in place in 2003 that's been killing us for 8 years and has produced this unfunded liability ticking time bomb we face, the idea that that is sacrosanct, that that's sacred, and we can't go there, we don't accept that argument. Okay, another argument is, well, look, we had to take that deal in 2003, and we got to take the deal on the table right now, because otherwise we could get dragged down to the CIR and be shaken down for higher wages. That's all the more reason why we urge you to wait until October to approve this contract. We're not saying shred it, get rid of it, tear it up. Make some changes and approve it in October so we know for sure that we get the full benefit of the new CIR system. Now, we've got some problems with it. We think it fell short in many ways, but there are some critical advantages awaiting us come October. One is most of that pile, 33 or whatever percentage it ends up being, most of it would be counted toward compensation come October. If we end up in a scrap before the CIR, at least most of our pension contribution would be counted when we're looking at whether we're giving our firefighters a fair deal compared to those in other jurisdictions. Let me be clear about something, too. The other side keeps saying that these crazy people, well, they're itching for a fight in the CIR. We don't want to go down to the CIR. We know that that's hostile territory for governments and for taxpayers. It's not that we want to go down there, but we want to get the maximum advantage of what is supposed to be this new environment that exists come October. That's supposed to be so much more favorable to cities, to governments, to taxpayers. And one of the ways is we get to count pension contributions toward compensation, toward overall compensation, as well as benefits. Another key factor is cost of living will be factored in under the new CIR regime. That's huge for Omaha. Again, that Platt Institute report that's floating around the chamber points out that often the cities to which Omaha is compared before the CIR have much higher costs of living than does Omaha. So a compensation package that might not look so good for Omaha looks much better when you factor in the cost of living. So for these reasons, you might find the union a little more willing to deal on that pension formula. We wonder if part of the reason for get the deal done, get the deal done, get the deal done is because it is clear that, under the new scheme, that super high pension formula might have a negative effect on wages. We don't want to push wages down for firefighters. We would like to see the pension payout pushed down to something more reasonable, especially compared to what's out there in the public and the private sector. Final argument, and I'll conclude here, is, and I heard this raised today, hey, basically gave the police the same deal a few months ago or last fall, whenever it was. We gave the police the same deal. Don't we have to give the firefighters the same deal that's on the table here? Our answer is no, you do not. That was wrong. That was a mistake in public policy to give the police essentially this same deal. We urge you to not make the same mistake again in the fire contract at the expense of taxpayers. And there's a long line of people waiting here, so I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill and Yvonne Williams, 16213 Lamp Street, Pacific Meadows 2, soon to be residents of Omaha. Yvonne and I have spent considerable time these last few years with World War II veterans and other members of the greatest generation. These are the men and women who built the world's greatest economy. These are the men and women who saved the world for democracy, believe in duty, honor, country, self-reliance, personal responsibility, right and wrong, and no whining. Their two pillars are live within your means and save for a rainy day. Fast forward to 2011 and look at the mess the kids have made while the grown-ups were out of the house. Federal spending and debt completely out of control. A lot of states and cities, same boat. Some of it due to promises made to unions. Whose fault is it? It's all of us. We have voted in politicians, past and present, who will not say no. That's why we're looking at a situation where the union representative will now be paid his $64,000 plus benefits by the taxpayer. His job is what? Squeeze the taxpayer for more pay and benefits. Really? And let's keep up the free LASIKs too. And the sad part of all this, ladies and gentlemen, is that's the little stuff in this. That's the nickel and dime stuff that's thrown into this 200-page boondoggle. We have 4 sons in their 20s. If they decide to stay in this town, we can't even imagine what they're going to pay in taxes. Second son's a second lieutenant in the Marine Corps. Talking to him the other day about all this federal, state, local problems. He says, nice job, baby boomers, what you're handing off to us. It's sad, isn't it, what a mess we have made of everything. And now you've got a situation like this. I don't know, two or three of you have already made up your mind. A couple of you maybe. There's 2 no's. To the 2 no's we think are no's, thank you on behalf of the taxpayers. And thanks also to 3 guys who have been trying to get the rest of us to pay attention. Nabity, Maxwell, and Becca.
A little bit about my experience. I have managed nonprofits for 20 years. And the last one, I was named interim executive director for 17 months. I inherited a mess. I had to lay off 5 people, lost a lot of sleep. I'd never fired anybody before, so to lay off somebody was terrible. But the board of directors said, get that budget in line. So we cut expenses to the tune of $500,000. In this arena, that doesn't sound like much. That was 20% of a $2.5 million budget. That was a lot of money. But I wasn't about to go to a donor and say, we can't run the business, we need your help, can you make a donation? That's the same thing as going to the taxpayers, or the next generation, or the generation after that. In addition to layoffs, we cut everywhere we could. Employees that remained took a 10% cut in pay for a quarter, the last quarter of the year. And when the new year rolled around, there were no raises. They received no 401k contributions, and they were glad to have their jobs. They also paid for 80% of their premium for their health insurance for themselves. Their families paid 100% if they had dependents. If I was sitting in your seats, I don't know what I'd do. It's a tough job. But I do know that I'd probably start over with a blank piece of paper on this contract. I wouldn't sign off on what's there. I'd want to start over on a blank piece of paper. Retirement after 20, 25 years, and then to get the payment right away. Somebody mentioned they don't get Social Security. I don't either, at least I'm 67. I don't get it at 45 or 50. So that's part of the big problem, is people start getting their retirement pay from the unions at 45 or 50. And they live for another 50 years. I mean, who can afford that? It's crazy. It's set up for failure. And to talk about giving up spiking, I'd be so embarrassed I'd be hiding that under a bushel basket. Who would mention that? Well, we aren't spiking anymore. Really? Well, kudos. That's great. And the threats, it's so ugly. And it's so, the private sector is so different. And I've never worked in a public sector. I've never been a part of a union. I mean, one threat to an employer, and it's like, you're out of here. In today's work environment, there's no way. So I would just, hopefully, each of you will take the time to look at this, done by the Platt Institute, take the information that the Omaha Alliance has put together, and use them as a resource for the other side of information, because they have spent a lot of time and money putting this information together. Your responsibility is similar to that of an individual serving on a board of directors. And the City of Omaha is a business, and you have a huge responsibility to make sure that it runs like a well-run business. Saying no isn't easy. It's hard. It takes guts. But I do hope you'll wait until October to make a decision on this contract. And finally, at one time, each of you must have been compelled by something that made you want to run and campaign to sit in those seats. You wanted to make a difference, and you wanted to create a better Omaha. I don't know what that was. It was probably something different for each of you. And will a yes vote on this contract make a better Omaha for future generations? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Omaha City Council. My name is Mike Friend. I live at 4722 North 81st Street in Omaha. I am the director of the Nebraska chapter, also of Americans for Prosperity. The proposed agreement between the City of Omaha and the Professional Firefighters Association of Omaha makes strides. They're palatable, but more palatable, I would say, than what we've seen in the past, I think. But examples of that could be the pension, dealing with the pension spiking, the retirement age. The spiking is gradually eliminated, and that's great. I'm not sure that's a total concession, but I'll give you that. I wanted to address a couple of provisions that renegotiation that the idea of renegotiation could probably bring to the table. I've understood, I know what, have read to a certain degree, not all of them, but I understand the National Fire Protection Association standards. I was actually chair of the Human Affairs Committee when I was in the legislature for a good period of time, and I understand what they do with those and how they apply them, and they're valuable, but they are guidelines. I don't necessarily think they need to be mandated in contract. That's one of the things you could probably look at if there was a renegotiation was on the table. Pension contributions can be looked at. If you're talking 75% of payroll, the givebacks are in the out years. We've established that. The money's worth less now than I don't know what it's going to look like 20 years from now, 30 years from now. That could be an issue. Very excessive union time, $1,200 plus paid executive board time, that's an issue. A full-time union president, that's different. I know that the police have one. A little concerned that the taxpayers probably shouldn't be dealing with that type of scenario. We don't know if we should be paying for union time. Look, I'll sum up. There's a lot of folks that want to talk. Let me throw two more quick things on here. The argument is that active employees could theoretically still retire at 45, potentially. That's a concern. especially if you can't go out and really look at what places like Milwaukee and Des Moines are actually doing. I would respectfully submit to each and every one of you that the benefit of waiting till October 1st of this year, there'd be value there. Anybody that thinks that the new CIR legislation is inconsequential is looking at it from an intellectually lazy standpoint. I understand, I know that the CIR is for disputes, but anybody that doesn't think that it can't be used at a bargaining table has never been through these type of scenarios. It can be, it has been, and it will continue to be. I'll sum up. In 1995, I think the thing that concerns me when I'm sitting there, a lot of folks would say, Mike, what are you doing? You got a family full of, public history of public employees in your family, union members, union stewards. What are you doing? I would answer that by saying all of those people, to the person, understood that they had a fiduciary responsibility to the city. I would submit to you that the union members of the fire union, police, they do too. They understand that as well. That's why I don't understand why taking a few more months and really analyzing this after a few years is really that bad an idea. In 1995, my son was a month old. He had RSV. And I think the thing that disturbs me a little bit when I was sitting over there is that people really assume, or they like to portray the idea that we don't get it, that people in the opposition mode don't get it. My son was a month old. My wife's holding him on the couch, and he starts turning purple. She screams. I run over. I think the kid's dead. So I start what I assume to be a CPR type of approach. She's dialing 911. I swear to you, they were there within 3 minutes. I don't know what good response times are. I know what the people tell me when I was on the Urban Affairs Committee. I know what they told me good response times are. I know these guys are good, okay? I don't need people to show me pictures of heroes. I know who they are. I remember every firefighter that ran into that house that day. I get it. But I also get that they understand, and we understand as taxpayers, that there's a fiduciary responsibility. That's all we're saying. Analyze it. $125,000 if we wait. It's a $600 million unfunded pension liability. Might be worth the time. Members of the City Council, I really appreciate your time. That's all I had. Thank you.
Paul Meyer, 14823 Drexel Street. I am a retired taxpayer, therefore I don't have really the opportunity to go out and make any more money to pay all these taxes. For 28 years, I was a corporate safety director with a local truck line. Now, I don't have any problem with the firefighters per se. My problem is with councils, the mayors, who have given in to these union members and the union bosses for well over 30 years. I used to go hunting with my Teamster guys. I never got shot in the back once because I was fair with them. But the union put us out of business. And that is what the union, I believe, is doing today to the city of Omaha. It's putting us out of business. Now, I realize that they have a dangerous job at times. My truck drivers had a dangerous job being on the road 10 hours a day, 70 hours in 8 days, in all kinds of weather. So that's what they had to do is what they chose to do, just like my guys did. Now, I worked for 50 years. I did not work for one company that ever gave me a pension. My Teamster guys worked for 30 years and they got a pension. They got $3,000 a month. Now, if I think that might be a fair pension for even the firefighters or the policemen. But somehow, I get the feeling that anyone that's talking against this contract is wasting their time, because I believe the majority of you will vote for it. And that, I think, is a big mistake. Driving home yesterday, I was coming back from Colorado for an event. I was listening to Tom Becca, and he had, I believe, was the Democratic Party chairman. And I about dropped over when I heard him said that the taxpayers should be happy with this contract because the firefighters are giving up so much. When I heard that, I really wanted to break out my violin. But frankly, I don't see it. All I see is the taxpayers getting screwed again. A couple things. I know in the Teamsters, the union members paid union dues, and out of those union dues, the union rep was paid. The employer or employers did not pay for the union rep. I don't see why the city has to pay for a union rep to come back and ask for more and more money. I think I also heard them say that the union members are going to be paying, what, $500 a year for health benefits? There's a number of months where I paid $1,000 a month for health benefits for just my wife and myself. I would just like to say in closing that if you do vote for this contract, I hope you vote to extend it only 1 year, maybe until December, maybe 18 months till December of 2012. And at that time, or from now until then, you seriously look at privatizing the complete fire department. I think it would save the taxpayers of Omaha a lot of money. What happens 20 years from now, I could care less because I'm going to be dead. But I do care about it for the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Barton D. Bond. I live at 1403 Farnham in Omaha. I came here today to render you a warning. There's a provision in this contract that I think undermines your authority now and in the future. It's Article 44, Section 2, where it calls for any layoffs have to occur through natural attrition. Any reduction in staffing has to occur through natural attrition. That puts you now and into the future in a horrible bargaining position. By that, why would they want to agree to any other provisions coming in the future? They could always just sit on it, and you would have no leverage whatsoever over them to say, you know what, if we can't solve this thing, then I'm going to start doing something different. Something different might be, for instance, I saw a former fire chief, Omaha fire chief, that wrote an op-ed that had suggested using Quince, which is a vehicle that I think maybe you're all familiar with. It replaces essentially 2 vehicles requiring 8 people with 1 vehicle that requires 6 people. The impact on your staffing would be about 80 people across the fire department if you employed that, $8 million a year. If you made that decision, you wouldn't be able to implement it. You would have no financial incentive in doing that because you wouldn't be able to get the cost savings by laying off or reassigning the 80 people. And, so I come back to the private sector perspective. The best private sector employer in Omaha is Union Pacific. A few years ago, they just laid off 5,500 people. They've begun rehiring them. I just read in the paper that they're going to bring back 1,500. So I'd say, if for no other reason to reject it or to require that the mayor change that in the contract, I think that you need to do that. You give up all your leverage to do anything substantial in the future. I've mentioned up here before to have a look at Bellevue. Bellevue provides the same service, fully staffed, with 4 to 6 firefighters, 24/7, 365 days a year, for 1/4 of the cost that you're spending because they use a part-time employment strategy instead of full-time employees. Somewhere between where we're doing it and where Bellevue is doing it lies an answer that saves tens of millions of dollars. If you sign this contract, you won't be able to implement such an idea. That provision needs to come out of it, if nothing else. And I wanted to mention, why should you be looking at innovation? You know, fire departments, police departments come from a military background. That's why they call them captains and lieutenants. That's why they call them companies and battalions. Originally, with fire departments, it was the labor. A company was 100 guys carrying buckets. A battalion was 500 people. It was innovation. Now you have 4 firefighters with 1 truck that does the work of 500 people. It is innovation that got us here. There are future innovations to be looking at, but what they want to do is freeze their life as it is. You know, the planning department, over its decades, has reduced the threat of death significantly in this city and across the country. There's a benefit to it. So what I keep hearing here is a budgetary debate instead of taking back and looking at the threat to our safety within the community. They talk about 0 deaths by fire in nearly 3 years. That's a very good accomplishment, but that's looking at a bubble. Within that same 3 years, we've had nearly 100 Omahans murdered. You need to look at those safety funds and say, can I save 80 jobs over here so I can put them over in the police department? We need 200 more cops in this city. We're not getting it because we've so mismanaged our fire department organization and the contract. The whole thing needs to be looked at top to bottom. There are other plans out there to save substantially in the way that you staff your fire department. But if you sign this agreement, Article 44, Section 2, won't allow you to pursue any other options in the future. And that's going to, once it gets in that contract, it's taken you decades to change this, what you're looking at right now. Once it's in there, you handcuff the city councils and the mayors for decades, in my view. They won't let that go. That's my warning. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jerry Pascal, 13516 Hillsborough Drive in Omaha. I'm for fair pay and benefits for firefighters, don't get me wrong, but I'm here to represent the taxpayer too, and the importance of fair play. We're the other half, the taxpayers, including the elderly who are on tight budgets and are squeezed more than ever, and families too deserve an attitude of keeping the tax load as low as possible. I think it's easy to forget that any unreasonable tax levels take away from the family in terms of take away from the family because the taxes are higher. And I repeat, it takes money away from the family. Right now I feel that the contract is well out of balance against the taxpayer in terms of the pension and the benefits area, and I think it needs to be tweaked more. Age 45 for retirement age is unreasonably low in this day and time, and age 50, I think, or 52 range is plenty generous. The 33% pension contribution is out of balance too. This level is unheard of anywhere. Lincoln's at 12%, Des Moines at 10%, compared to our 33%. We've exchanged a pay freeze years ago for what I think was some humongous benefit increases, including the pension. And we're still paying for it today, and it's not back to balance, in my opinion. The health insurance contribution by the firefighters is only going to be around 4%, and I think that shows a lack of good negotiation. I think that should be higher, although I realize the public percentages are lower than the private percentages. Management apparently cannot reduce staffing. That's been mentioned before. And I also feel that the mayor's office should have discussed, or I should have deferred from the negotiations themselves because of a conflict of interest. Mayor Sutter received funds from the fire union, and I understand the mayor's office is responsible for the negotiation on this contract, even though he maybe didn't directly do the negotiations. I would also encourage the council to develop an ordinance and hire a professional negotiator to deal with all the city contracts as opposed to having the mayor's office being responsible. We've seen what problems that's caused in the past decade or so. Common sense to me says we're not to the middle yet. And please wait until October 1st on this too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Luke Van Camp, 5955 South 118th Circle. I had a list of items through the contract I was going to bring up, but it sounded like a lot of the folks kind of already hit on those, and I think you have a piece of paper floating around from the Alliance that has quite a few of them in there. So instead, I thought that I would represent the private sector in the form of representing what my company personally has done in the last year to 2 years, just to give a reflection, because I heard a lot of the use of fair, and fair to me is always relative to something else. So fair in the private sector in the last couple years has meant retirement, my 401k personally going in half. It has meant an all stop to contributions from my company that was at 4%, not 33%. Stopping altogether. It included a 5% decrease in my pay. And I hold an engineering degree. I hold a very good engineering job. But here in Omaha, that's what companies and that's what citizens have had to do to maintain employment. When we're saying fair here, it seems to me that we're comparing a contract from 2003, so maybe the contract is a little better for the city and the taxpayers. But I think if you lined it out for the taxpayers that have had to take salary cuts and have had to lay off 7, 8, 9 people if they only had 50, maybe 10% reductions in employment, I don't think they're going to think that this is a fair deal. And I wanted to throw some numbers out because there was also a mention of the 8% when you saw the numbers over here in the stacks of money and the assumed values. I actually took this off of your guys' webpage. 8% assumed increase in the market with a 3% inflation adjustment for their retirement. And in the last 13 years, the S&P has shown that it's 1.6 at about a 3.7% inflation. And judging by the markets of last week and going forward, international debt, it doesn't look like that is probably going to change. So essentially it's been flat. But if I plug those numbers in, and I don't know how many people in this room and how many people on the board here have looked at their retirement and done any analysis on what it takes to retire and how much money you have to have set aside and how much you have to have in investments. But I did some short analysis on my own, and for me to retire today with $65,000 annuity with a 3% inflation kicker annually for the next 50 years, assuming I was 45 today, which I'm not, I would have to have $3.5 million invested right now. I'm assuming that most people in the private sector will never ever obtain that. So when we're looking at fair compensation, I want you guys to keep in mind that the net present value of this retirement package after 25 years of work is an enormous sum. And because of these shortfalls, because the city has not achieved 8%, or the market hasn't achieved 8%, and we've got more inflation than what we're assuming, the taxpayers are on the hook for the rest of it. And we see contributions up to 33, 50%. I would task you to go back if this was net present today at $3.5 million and we were to go backwards in time at the current numbers. it comes out to basically a taxpayer funding of more like 200 or 300%, because this is a guaranteed annuity in their retirement. One other thing that I did here, and I guess I will go back on my original statement, I will bring up one issue. As it regards to union hours, I heard time and time again from my opposition that if we don't basically say yes to this contract, that they're going to sue the city, basically suing the taxpayer for somewhere in the upwards of $300 million in lost wages or whatever the case may be in this contract. And we've got some fairly ridiculous items like this 4,000 hours was basically an extra 2,100 hours that the taxpayers are going to basically be employing somebody that works to their direct opposition full time. So from taxpayer funds, we're going to be paying somebody to basically oppose our direct interests on a consistent basis, and has already shown from record that he has sued the city on multiple occasions, and that happened to be brought up at least 2 or 3 times by our opposition. So I would hold out for hopefully a better contract and maybe some better participation from the union. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, my name is Andrew Sullivan, 7748 Western Avenue. I basically have about 3 concerns. One of the first concerns is some of the acrimony of this discussion between the 2 unions and all this, saying that somehow we hate unions or something like that. Actually, it has to do with some of the behavior of some of the union leaders themselves, and how it's been conducted in public. I mean, I can name a couple of exchanges here and there, and we can go over those, but I don't think we need to. But I'll give you something that becomes interesting. If I was to be hired by your city, by our city, I wouldn't accept it, because I see negotiations taking place that really don't have anything to do with the employee. I'll give you an example. You're still paying using sick vacation time pay. In the private sector and other businesses, they've moved on to paid time off. Why? Because it's more flexible. People got hundreds of sick hours accumulating, they can't use them. The city can't use them. If you had a paid time off bank, when you offered those unions, say, hey, can you take 10 days of furloughs? They could have said, yeah, because they would take the pay from the paid time off bank. That's never an option. It's not even talked to by these guys. I don't know why. It's because what happens is we get these long documents. They come really long-winded, and it causes acrimony. And then we end up going to the CIR. And then we come back and we look at it, and now it's been gerrymandered with language to avoid the CIR. That's what's happening. You know, we won, there was an issue taken to the CIR about staffing requirements. And now that was no longer considered necessary to be in the contract. Well, this contract comes back and puts it right back in there. Why? Because we've decided we want to gerrymander it because of lawyers. That tells me the union's going to sue us no matter what we do. Whether we wait or whether we don't wait, we'll get sued. So why deal with that? The other aspect I want to bring up to you is the health issues are important to many of the county boards and other taxing institutions I talk to. The health costs are going to go up. They talk about 400% increase in pay. What they're not telling you is it used to be 0 and now it's 4%, from what I understand. That means we're still paying 96% of the cost. Realistically, looking how long people are living into their 90s, considering that police officers and fire officers have to pass physical exams, they're going to be healthy in the first place, guess what? They're going to live a long time. You're going to be paying for titanium hips for these guys when they're 80 years old, if that's how the health benefits are written. And I'm really concerned about that. And those are some of the things that need to be taken into consideration. There's other parts in here that need to be looked at. I see the drop provision in there, but from what I've heard from other cities on there, that type of provision leads to bankruptcy. It's caused some of the pension problems they've had in these other cities. So with those things in mind, I just really would think that you should put this contract off at least, or vote it down. There's no reason to go into this when we've already had so many lawsuits already from this union. With that in mind, I thank the council for taking the time.
Thank you.
Marty Brown, Millard, 14818 Berry Circle. I'm a veteran, I'm retired, and I pay more in health insurance than some of you guys pay. I pay more in health insurance at $500 a month than they pay working full time. Unbelievable. I got a diagram I'd like to lay out and give to all the chamber. It's amazing all the things that we've been hearing today, but and looking at contracts and so forth, there's a lot of issues. I realize, first of all, I want to thank the council and the president for working through the police salary scenario, but I wanted to come up with something different rather than listen to everything else on the good and bad of a contract. What I did the last 7 months, I took time and went through 12 years of budget for the Omaha City Council. I went through 12 years of budget for the Douglas County budget. And what I'm trying to do is compare numbers to census report. I know Omaha grew about 4.86% in 10 years. I'm going to add a factor of about 1% to that to say we grew another 1%, so a 5.86. But what I want to point out is the total population for the 15 major cities in California average 272,548 people. They have 8,100 firefighters. The average for Omaha, we have 408,000 people. We have a total of 636 firefighters, or 150 firefighters per 100,000. In California, it's 78. We double what California does. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let's be a little more specific. Let's go to the bigger cities out east, where the liberals and the unions are really strong. New York, Los Angeles. Let's go down, right down here. If you look at it, New York average 132 per 100,000. Omaha, 156 per 100,000 population. Keep on going. You can go down and you'll read there and you'll see New York, Los Angeles, San Jose, California. They have a lot of fires out there, don't they? They have 660 firefighters for 945,000 population. That's 70 firefighters per 100,000. Unbelievable. Omaha, you're negotiating, but you're negotiating with the wrong amount. If we took 20% off the 636 that they have in the firefighters union now, we'd save $15 million a year. There goes your pension fund. Save it. I'd like you to review the figures that I got. I spent 7 months looking these things up. They're true. You need to compare them. I trust your judgment. You're all good people, but you need to look outside the box. Too much inside here. Get outside the box. Talk to my neighbors. They're mad. They're mad. Retired 67 with $1,500 pension. Social Security's been on hold for 3 years. No cost of living. You want to give cost of living to people that are making $67,000 a year plus $30,000 benefit? Unbelievable. $100,000. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Richard Kazmierski, and I live at 611 South 150th Street. And I want to thank you for listening to us today. It's been a long day. I'm with the Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom, and we think that the fire union contract as written or as agreed to is inflationary, and it perpetuates not fraud but inefficiencies and waste. And what I mean by that is we had an audit of the fire department here not so long ago, and the auditor from the state put off coming back because the fire department couldn't produce records and no paperwork. And I think this goes right to the heart of the matter with overtime. I'll bet you there's no records of overtime, and overtime I think is a critical part. And I think we should computerize the manual working hour records, okay, of the firefighters. I think stricter supervision of firefighter time entered into the payroll system, okay, should be to determine if employees are working proper and full shifts. The other thing that concerns me, of course, is the pension. And one of the guys that just testified indicated that the health care costs went up 400%. Well, that's a good number. 400% of what? Zero? What does that mean? I can tell you, okay, that's a 4%. Well, he said we're still paying 96. So I can tell you I'm a retired Lucent AT&T supervisor. I get a pretty good pension, and my health care started out being paid in full. And I had, just like the firefighters, I had a Cadillac medical insurance. Within 2 or 3 years, in my retirement, I was paying for my wife, I was paying $500-600 a year, or a month, I should say, for my, so when everybody says, I think it was Mr. LeClaire, well, he's gone now, said that it's a wish list of what, the taxpayers want, I don't think it's a wish list. It's something that we should work toward. And I'm looking to the city council, okay, to be my advocate as a retiree and as a taxpayer. I don't have anybody else to go to. I really think that the mayor and his people are doing an okay job, but one thing that bothers me with contract negotiations, and that is, I think the contract negotiators are too close to the mayor, too close to his office, and that the lines of negotiation are short. Therefore, a lot of these 2003 negotiations come to pass. I still think that the city council or the mayor's office should hire some professional, and I mean professional, public negotiators to work out the police and fire contracts. Just a couple other things. I also wonder with the pension shortfall, the personnel director indicated that we have 8%, or excuse me, yeah, an 8% interest on funds, and according to the testimony by the city finance department on 11/2/2010, all we're earning now is 1.25, and at 8%, I think he put up on the screen that it was going to take 48 years. Well, I wonder at 1.25%, how long is that going to take to pay off that? The last thing The last thing is, in the new contract, there is a new provision, I believe, that says that the mayor or his representative and the union can enter into an agreement by doing a memo. I wonder, I'm hearing that, or I read that someplace, and I'm wondering, does that usurp the city council's authority? When this council, when this, if it goes into effect, will you have any say on any of these memos that the mayor and the union can come to an agreement on? And will we have to pay for it? Well, it's getting late. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Last but not least, Mr. President, members of the council, my name is John McAllister. I'm the executive director of the Platt Institute, 900 South 74th Plaza, Omaha, Nebraska. The Platt Institute is a free market think tank. We're nonpartisan and nonprofit. The mission of the Platt Institute is to publish economic research that promotes free enterprise, personal responsibility, and limited government. And in that regard, we did some work on the fire contract, and I believe you've got a copy of the booklet that we did produce. So
yes, we did.
With that, good. Well, at any rate, I won't talk at great length about information that's already in that publication. I'll just say briefly that the contract is a step in the right direction. It does freeze wages and eliminate spiking, although that was much more of a problem with the police department. However, on balance, we believe that it would be in the best interest of the city of Omaha for you to delay consideration of this contract until after October 1st. Why? Well, first off and foremost is the 4-year contract idea. As many of the speakers have said today, there's a great deal of discussion going on with public employee unions, and the new CIR law could have a fairly dramatic impact on what that could develop into. The new contract, doesn't really bring in cost of living as perhaps it should, and then also perhaps the contribution of the pensions is just a real egregious area when you contribute 33%, and many of the speakers have talked about how, compared to the private sector, that's an incredible amount of money. Well, you've got a complex decision to make. No question about it. The numbers are big, and the issues are very complex. I hope at the end of the day, when you go before the city of Omaha and its citizens, that you can look them in the eye and saying, I represented the city and not some constituent group. I did the best I could for the citizens of Omaha, and if you can do that, I think you can be proud, and the citizens of Omaha will be well served. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. O'Gara, we will allow for a brief rebuttal period. We've got a number of questions from the council members, so if you guys would honor that, I would appreciate it.
We'll do so. My name is Pat Barrett. Again, my address is 500 Energy Plaza. And I'm just going to do a brief rebuttal of some of the points made today. I'm not going to do a point-by-point rebuttal of everything. I think it's more important to look at 5 or 6 things that people are saying in common and address those. I won't address each particular comment because we don't want to be here all day. I would first say that, unlike one of the speakers, I am not as confident that the City Council has decided to approve this agreement as some of them might be. And I'll use this as an opportunity, again, to try and impress upon you why we think, as an administration, that this ought to be adopted and ratified by the City Council. A number of the comments, first, seem to have with no offense to the individuals, a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of collective bargaining, okay? It takes two to tango, which means we have to agree and the union has to agree. Some people complain that we're not good enough negotiators. I've been doing it for 30 years. I'm an independent individual in the sense that I work outside. I negotiate contracts, collective bargaining agreements for a living, okay? I may not be as professional as some of the people think because I didn't get all the results that they wanted, but no negotiations ever result in getting everything that you want, either on the union side or on the employer side. And this is one of those instances. We did not get everything we wanted. The union did not get everything they wanted, and the reason is because you have to reach a compromise. If we try to impose an agreement on the union, and the union says no, we're right back to where we started. We haven't achieved our goal. We haven't fixed the pension plan. We haven't gotten concessions in wages and benefits. Okay? Now, Mr. Maxwell indicated that they've never indicated that they just want to impose a contract and jam it down the union's throat. But in fact, Mr. Nabity has been quoted on several instances of saying that we should just rip this up, that we should threaten to lay people off. Those are all things that we cannot do. Believe me, I would love to be able to say, this contract is perfect, everything in it is great. But it's not, because it never is in collective bargaining. You need two sides to agree to it. A number of the people who spoke today in opposition to the contract make a reasonable mistake, but what they do is they compare life in the private sector to life in the public sector. One individual talked about, what I look at is fair. Okay, that's his guidestone for determining whether or not this is a good contract or not. Fairness is not really something we look at. Because of the nature of the Industrial Relations Act, we look at comparability. Okay? In the private sector, the only wage guidepost you're given is that you have to make minimum wage. Okay? In the public sector in Nebraska, for unionized employees, we look at prevalent and comparable practices. They are guaranteed a comparable wages and benefits to those cities in the array. While it's understandable that we compare city employees to private employees, we don't have the same constraints in the private sector, which is where I primarily do most of my work, than we do in the public sector. State law requires that we provide employees with a comparable wage and benefit. If they don't get it, they have every right to go to the CIR, and they will receive it. That's just a fact. So while I respect people who come up and they try to compare it to their situation in private industry or the pension or lack of pension that they got, that's not really the issue. The issue is, what do comparable workers in an array that the CIR is going to select, what are they paid in wages and benefits? That's what we need to look at. Okay? And I sympathize with those people that say, look, I worked 50 years for one employer, they changed my health care benefits, they didn't give me a pension. I understand that. That's the nature of private employment versus public employment. And the council, I know, understands it, but the public needs to understand that this is a different animal. And you need to understand that we're not comparing what you get in the public sector to what you get in the private sector. And more importantly, I don't think anybody can point to positions like police and fire, public safety positions, where these people put their lives on the line every single day. There isn't a comparable position in the private sector. Okay? Now, there is the third group of people that came up. They had quarrels with the particular provisions of the contract, and that's a fair statement. Okay? There may be provisions in there that we didn't like. But the fact is that the union was making such substantial concessions, we believed, in wages and benefits and with respect to the pension plan, that they cannot accept all of those changes in one contract. This is a process. We needed to structurally change the pension plan. We needed to get wage and benefit concessions to pay for those added contributions to make up for the unfunded pension liability, and that's what we had to do. In the next round of negotiations, hopefully changes can continue to be made. This is a process. If they are going to accept the contract, they being the union membership, you cannot require that they accept all these changes and all these concessions at one time. with respect to particular provisions, there's been a number of speakers who complain about the fact that there is a full-time paid union representative. Unlike the private sector, as cited by the individual who said he was paid by the dues, Mr. LeClaire, or whomever his designee is in this respect, is a employee of the city. He is not a business agent who is brought in from the outside to represent the employees or to represent them in negotiations or in day-to-day job disputes. Okay? He is a paid employee of the city. In many cases, and in fact in the civilian contract and in the police contract, there is a paid union representative. He is not being paid to screw the taxpayers. He is being paid to represent the employees in disciplinary actions and in day-to-day disputes or interpretations about the contract. That occurs on a day-to-day basis. His presence is more convenient to the Human Resources Department and the Labor Department in that respect than he would be on a truck someplace where they have to find him, bring him in so they can discuss a termination or whatever. The fact that there is a paid union representative does not mean that he's being paid to try and squeeze the employer. Okay? This is, in many cases, to the employer's advantage to have such a position. The fourth group of people say, let's just wait until October 1st before you consider this. And the answer that I would give you is why. We know that if we wait till October 1st, the union will proceed with the 2010 case and they will file a 2011 case. We will lose the $4 million in wage concessions that are going to pay for the unfunded liability if we wait. Once we wait, we are not assured of anything. In fact, we are assured probably that the favorable array that we're going to use to determine comparability for the employees will not be used. Okay? You've listened to your labor counsel, and he's told you that under the new CIR rules, the probability is that we will have more cities in the array than the favorable array that we've selected that will be used for the length of the contract, and you will probably get 2 or 3 Ohio cities and perhaps even go as far as Maryland or Massachusetts where wages are much higher. So if we wait, we don't fix a pension plan, we lose the benefit of the wage concessions and benefit concessions that the union has made. We lose our favorable array from which we're going to judge comparability in the future, and you're going to be paying, in all probability, higher wages because the new array that the CIR will adopt using their new guidelines will take into account bigger and more expensive cities. And that will also undercut the cost of living adjustment that you could make under the new CIR rules. And I should point out that under the existing CIR rules, you can always use cost of living. The fact is the CIR doesn't use it, okay, because they never show that there's much of a correlation between cost of living and what the employees make. Now, it may be easier in the future, but we made a considered opinion that to proceed now would be more advantageous to the city than to wait till October. There's also a group of people who say, well, we ought to renegotiate. We ought to start with a blank sheet of paper and we ought to renegotiate. There is no incentive that will require the employee or require the union to do this. They're simply not going to do that. So where we can stand here and we can say, look, you guys should defer it. Let's negotiate a new contract. The fact is the union won't. Okay? They don't have to. They've negotiated in good faith. We've reached an agreement. And there is nothing on earth that is going to make them do that again. The union leadership went out on a limb with their members, and the members responded and voted for this agreement, even though it contains substantial wage concessions that they don't have to give up. And it makes the structural changes in the pension plan that we need to secure the actuarial soundness of the pension plan. Others have complained that this document is too long. One of the reasons that the agreement is so long and so comprehensive is that if we have everything written down, it eliminates the possibility that an arbitrator will make decisions that are contrary to what the parties wanted to do in any future grievances. So, yes, are we at fault for having too long of an agreement? Yes, we probably are, because we have tried to account for every contingency that we could. In those situations where we didn't, we've provided a provision which indicates that the agreement can be changed by memorandum. That's not something nefarious. That's something that's very common in all labor contracts. It just means if we decide during the agreement that maybe a particular work practice isn't working or isn't doing what we intended, the parties can change that by a memorandum of understanding. There is no reason to involve the council in those day-to-day work disputes that we work out or those grievances that we may settle during the course of the contract. That is not some type of a nefarious provision to allow to take your authority and jurisdiction away. It is simply to deal with the day-to-day labor relations matters that come up. Others have complained that the negotiators are too close to the administration. And this brings back something that Mr. Nabby at one point said, and that is that the city should hire an independent negotiator. Okay? I'm an attorney, and I represent the city of Omaha. I have a duty to my client to be zealous in my representation of the city. Okay? I act for the benefit of the city. That is my sole charge. And I am not representing the union. I've never represented the union. My job is to negotiate for the city. How many of you want to go into court with an independent lawyer? No one. You want to have a lawyer that is there representing you and only you. And that's what my role has been, is to represent the city. So to those who do not think that we're too close to the city or not professional enough, they should understand that we have an ethical obligation to represent the city. There's nothing underhanded going on here. As important as what people said in opposition to the contract is what people didn't say. You'll notice that you did not hear from a single labor lawyer or anyone experienced in collective bargaining negotiations or anyone that has ever negotiated a contract say this is a bad deal. In fact, of all the opponents today, you've not heard a single individual who has any labor relations experience whatsoever testify. And that's their right. Their right is to oppose this for whatever reason they want. Mr. McAllister talked about the Platt Institute report, and I've read it, and obviously I have some concerns about it, not chief of which is that it's written by a college kid, okay? And that's fine. I'm sure he's a lot brighter than I am. But the fact is that you've got labor relations professionals that tell you that this contract is in the best interest of the city. And at some point, we need to listen to the people that know what they're talking about, rather than people who may not know the law or may not appreciate the difference between being a private employee and being a public employee. I said I'd be brief, Mr. President. I will. It seems to me that when I look at this agreement, as I stated before, it is in the best interest of the taxpayers of Omaha. You will notice that no one has a reasonable alternative as to this agreement. Everybody says they don't like it. They say we should renegotiate. They say we should wait till November or October. They say we should go to the CIR. None of those are reasonable alternatives, and all of those alternatives will result in no contract, and they will result in taxpayers paying more. We will lose the wage concessions. We will pay more for the pensions. We will not fix the pension problems. No one has brought to you a reasonable alternative to this agreement. And for that reason, and for the reasons that I've already stated, we would respectfully urge the City Council approve this contract.
Thank you.
Mr. President, would I be allowed a rebuttal, please?
No, I'm sorry, sir.
Now, you gave him time to do that,
that was
but our
just
side has...
that was for the proponents.
I have requested a rebuttal time.
We're done.
You denied it?
We're done. It's not in the rules. We're done.
You can do whatever you want. But if you're denying us, you're denying us.
Yeah. I'm going to call on Ms. Stothard right now. Ms. Stothard.
Thank you. All right. I know we've had a long day, and I know probably everybody on the council has a couple questions or points of clarification they want to make. So you guys be seated for right now. So I just want to, I'm going to be really brief because I just want some points clarified. But I think it's really important, especially for people in the audience and people that are watching us on television and people that really want to understand what has taken part today and what's gone on. So I'm going to start with Mr. O'Gara, and Mr. O'Gara, if you could come back up to the mic. But I just want to clarify some things I think that are important, but I want your answers to be brief. Some of the statements that you made, you did say that this contract will resolve the unfunded pension liability. Isn't it more accurate to say that this contract will get us on the road to solve the unfunded pension liability, because it's going to take a good 48 years to do that?
Richard O'Gara, Director of Human Resources, City of Omaha. Yes, but we need this contract to get us on the road.
I understand that, but
we cannot get on the road without this contract.
I understand that, but
this is the last linchpin.
This is a contract that you have presented, but there is possibly other approaches or other ways to address the unfunded pension liability. But my point is that this contract alone won't solve the unfunded pension liability. It will get us on the correct path, but in that 48-year period, there's a lot of variables that have to stay the same to solve the unfunded pension liability. So I just want to make that point.
Excuse me, Council Member. The one thing that I want to say here is that starting with the Bates Commission, that's why we had a commission under the previous administration. And this administration carried that Bates Commission forward. And this was the best solution to solving the pension problem. And there were all different types of alternatives that were discussed. Now, we saw this pile of money just build up over here like crazy, okay? But we have an unfunded pension liability. Those cities do not have an unfunded pension liability. This is our way of solving that pension liability.
I understand that.
Okay? So that's a misunderstanding that we have in the audience that I wanted to clarify.
Okay, we all understand that, but I think the point needs to be made that this contract alone is not going to solve it. This is a 48-year process to solve the unfunded pension liability.
But it is a fiduciary responsibility of the council and the administration to come up with a plan.
We understand
This is a plan that moves us in that direction. And one other thing that was mentioned is the 8%. We have averaged, over the last 30 years, 9.1% return. I'm on the pension board. Pam Specratel is on the pension board. So is Tom Mulligan, and so is Pete Festerson. And they have heard all of this, and this comes from the actuary, the number that we're using, and then we use that with the investment community, with our investment council. And then if we have to adjust that, that recommendation is made to us, and then we discuss that, and that is accepted as a city. That isn't somebody's wild, harebrained idea that we come up with the 8%.
Thank you. The next point that you made that I wanted to bring up is you did mention in your presentation the Omaha World Herald headline said the CIR, the new law, is no guarantee. But isn't it accurate to say that we really don't know, because we have really not done figured out, had a full-blown actuarial analysis and figured out what the HRV, the hourly rate value, would be. We don't know what our comparable cities would be. This is all basically a guess to say that, well, no, it's true to say there's no guarantee, but it is also true to say that we really don't know. And we're really not going to know until we have an actuarial analysis and understand what our HRV will be. So I agree with you on that. There's no guarantee, but I think the point needs to be made that the law is new, the way that we will do the HRV is new. We're going to be able to use health care, pension, salary, that is new. We're going to be able to use the economic variable, that is different. So I think we need to make the point that we really don't know what this new CIR law will be like. But we do know that in the past, when we negotiate contracts, that we always concentrate on what would happen if we go to the CIR, because we knew in the past what would happen. So we knew in the past, and it was said today by many of you, you know, we know that if we go to the CIR now under the old laws, we know what our comparable cities would be, we know what the average is, we know how the law works because we've been there. But under the new law, we don't know yet. And I think that's an important point that needs to be made.
Do we want to be the guinea pig?
I don't want to talk about do we want to be the guinea pig. I'm just saying it's accurate to say that we really don't know until we go there. A third thing that you pointed out is they will take this 11.55% in a reduction in benefits or more cash. and the city is going to be putting more cash in.
Correct.
Now, it's really, I think, also important, especially for the public, to know that the city will be putting this additional pension contribution in starting now. The union is going to put 0.75% more in cash in, but the rest of it will be in reduction of pension benefits. Now, if it's anywhere close to what the agreement was with the police, their reduction in benefit didn't equal what the city is putting in now in cash for 18 years. In fact, it was in the year 2027 for the police where they actually got up to the 13.5, which was the agreement with the police, in benefit reductions. So the amount of money here is a little lopsided, in my opinion, because the city is going to start putting it in cold cash right now. But these benefit reductions, it's going to take years and years and years down the road for their benefit reduction to equal what the city is putting in now in cash. And I think that's another point.
But we have to start someplace.
I agree.
And if we don't start with that investment, we will never get there, because that investment grows over the years, and that's why the actuaries are involved, because the more money you put in up front, the less money you have to put in down the road. And you saw, if we just wait 3 years, that additional $6.7 million is going to cost us per year for 19 years, where we don't have to pay that $6.7 million
I think we all
if we
understand
invest
that,
today.
but I think it's a point that needs to be made that the city is going to be putting in this extra contribution. In fact, with the police,
But it is
in
budgeted.
the term
This contribution is budgeted in the
I know
11
that.
and 12 budgets.
Excuse me, with the police contract, the extra pension contribution alone that the city would make for the term of the contract was $30.7 million more. So, you know, we talk a lot about the savings in this contract. In fact, that's one of the next things I was going to say is we talk about, and you mentioned the savings for the salary freeze in 10 and half of 11, and it was about $2.6 million. But I think, in all honesty, and especially to the public, we have to also talk about the cost of the contract. And, you know, if we talk about the wage savings for 10 and half of 11, in all honesty, we have to talk about the wage that we will pay for the other half of 11, 12, and 13.
And that was on my slide. That's
Because
on my
that
slide.
equals about $8.4 million.
That's on
So,
my
you know,
slide.
we have a savings of 2.6, but we also have a cost of 8.4, and then we also have a cost of about $30 million more in additional pension contributions. Now, I'm not saying that we don't need to make additional pension contributions, but I think in all fairness, people need to understand where there is savings, there's also cost, and there's great cost with this contract. Healthcare, you mentioned that there is, that they have agreed to pay more premium, and 400% you gave for the individual, and that is true because they go from zero, free health care, to paying 4%.
As required by the CIR.
Right, and
Zero
then
is a
for the
CIR.
individuals, it goes from 3 to 6%, which is 100%. But is it true that there is no change for deductibles, co-pays, or stop losses?
That's correct.
Okay, all right, so we
But
still...
that's where we're headed, because we are working together with the healthcare task force, with the fire, police, and civilian unions, so that we can get to one healthcare plan. And we will reopen negotiations, if need be, to achieve that goal.
Now, the other thing I wanted to point out that you mentioned was the NFPA 1710 standards, and you said we are now in compliance, and you gave the reason why you thought it should be in the contract. But these are recommendations. They're not mandatory. And of the research that we have done, I can't find any other fire department that has these NFPA 1710 standards mandatory in the contract. Shouldn't they, or couldn't they just be a goal? And if we've given the, in this contract, and the CIR said that the staffing should be management prerogative, if it's that way, then why couldn't the management, if they wanted to follow the NFPA standards, which they do now, and that's their prerogative, why is it necessary to have it in the contract? Because they follow it anyway. I mean, if the staffing is up to the management and the management wants to follow it, I would think that's sufficient.
I want Steve to come up here, because he was negotiating that.
Steve Kerrigan, Acting Labor Relations Director. In answer to your question, Councilman Stothert, the administration believed that the safety standards set in the NFPA 1710, that should be our standard, not only for the citizens, but for the employees. That's our commitment, and that's why we did what we did. Since we're already meeting it, we want to keep that commitment going for the future.
But is it necessary to make it mandatory and put it in the contract? If the management wants to follow it, they should be able to follow it.
And we are following it, and we believe that following that standard, not a goal but a standard, that should be our commitment for the future, both this administration and the management, and that's why we did.
All right, thank you. Thank you, and Mr. O'Gara, too. I just have a couple more questions, and then I'll yield the floor. Pam Spacrotello, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Pam Spacrotello, Finance Director.
Wanted to just ask you, you gave the presentation about the bond rating, and I think, at least my interpretation is of the way you presented it, it sounded like you were saying that the bond rating, maintaining this bond rating, is dependent upon passing this fire contract. But I think this morning, at least when we even had the audit review and we were talking about the bond rating with our bond counsel, we all talked about the AAA bond rating or any bond rating is dependent on a lot of factors and not just the fire contract. I mean, we talked about dependence on federal funds, on macroeconomics, on cash reserves, and the unfunded liability. Isn't that true?
Actually, my statement specifically said, while passage of the fire contract cannot guarantee the retention of the city's AAA credit rating, it does much to aid the city in showing the rating agencies we have the political will to solve our unfunded pension liabilities. And one thing I'll also point out that we discussed earlier today is that since 2007, we have been telling the rating agencies that we are in the process of solving our unfunded pension liability. And one of the reasons why we retained our AAA rating was because we entered into the police contract, and that was specifically noted in their AAA rating. So we're going to go into the rating agencies in September of this year amidst the turmoil that's going on with the federal government, and we will hopefully have a good story to tell them with respect to the fire contract. And I guess my point would be is that I don't think it's in the city's best interest to go into those meetings with the rating agencies with the unresolved fire contract for the, I guess, 5th year in a row. And you might ask Dan Smith and Kurt Christensen how they feel about that as well.
All right, well, I appreciate your input there. Thanks. Just a couple more questions. One is a statement. The fellow, he's not here anymore, but he was the chair of the County Democratic Party. He did make a statement that I will say I didn't agree with, because he said, I quote, that the Omaha World Herald said that the new CIR law will not and cannot yield a better contract than what is before you. The Omaha World Herald did not say that. That was not in the World Herald. What the World Herald said was, with the new CIR law, the way in the law that they calculate pensions would not guarantee that Omaha would be shown that they are paying an excessive amount into the pension. They did say that in their analysis that Omaha's health care benefits were excessive. But they never said in their article that the new CIR will not and cannot yield a better contract than the one that was presented to us. That wasn't in there. So I just wanted to make that correction. Couple more questions I just wanted to ask. I wanted to ask Mr. LeClaire a couple things. Is he still here? At least you stayed awake.
Steve LeClaire, 6005 Grover Street, President, Omaha Professional Firefighters Association. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Steve. Just a couple questions here. I want to talk a little bit about your feeling about the full-time union president position that's in this contract.
Sure.
And wanted to ask you a little bit and just more about your job. When you were working full-time out of class before the state auditor came in, right? So you were working just as a union president, and it was considered out of class.
Not out of class. I was detached duty.
Or detached duty. Yeah. I get confused with the terminology. Okay, you were on detached duty. So you were being paid, but you were You were doing your job full-time as a union president?
That's not accurate, no.
Oh, then explain it.
I would take time. I would split my RDO. I would do an OT4. I would take days off, using the allotted amount of union time available.
Okay. Do you get paid extra from the union for being union president?
I do.
And what amount is that?
It's based on a percentage of senior firefighter pay.
So about what?
That's our internal business.
Okay. So you're not going to reveal what that is? But you think, I guess what I'm getting at is you think the taxpayers should be paying for that position.
Well, I think that the position has a real benefit to the taxpayer and to the citizens as far as in terms of contract administration, labor management resolution, dispute resolution, grievances, discipline proceedings. I think it has a real advantage.
Okay, when the state auditor came in, you were put back on suppression after the auditor came in, and you were assigned a fire station. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's where you're still back on suppression, right? You're still at a fire station?
I was assigned back to my full-time assigned position, and I am currently back DD'd out into RDS.
So you're not on suppression anymore?
Not right now, as of presently, no.
So you're on detached duty again?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're doing this full-time, the union work full-time?
And again, turning in OFD4s and going through the process internally that I have to account for my time.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move on to another question. At the end of this contract, there's an MOU that basically says that passing this contract would resolve all pending litigation, something to that effect. And I think we all understood that with that MOU that there would be back pay that would be given because of resolving the past litigation. And it was our understanding, in fact, we asked what would that lump sum be in back pay for some of the firefighters. And, we were told that it's pretty difficult to figure that out, but some would get large lump sums, some would get next to nothing, some would get nothing, some would owe us money. So that was all up in the air, but we knew that some would be getting lump sum back pay. Now, I want to ask you this question. Is it true that the union membership were told if this contract was passed that they would all get a lump sum check for around $4,600?
I don't know if it was specifically stated in that manner, but what we did is we took the 2009 CRR final decision and a lump sum was determined, and instead of doing an individual, as the CR has created this individual calculations, we would do a lump sum calculation and treat it as an across-the-board pay increase.
So essentially you're saying that there would be, I guess I'm getting, and maybe I'll ask Paul Kretz.
If I may, essentially some guys would be giving up some money and some guys would be gaining some money.
So everybody would get an even amount?
That's correct, ma'am.
And that's what was told to the union membership before the vote on the contract?
That's correct.
So it would be everybody would get a lump sum?
That's correct. We treated it as an across-the-board pay increase.
Okay. And so some of these individuals that were supposed to get a really large pay increase, perhaps a lump sum, they wouldn't be getting it under this agreement?
That's correct, ma'am.
But then there's some that maybe wouldn't be getting anything at all, and now they will?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you tell us what the vote was on the union contract?
It was approved by a majority vote of the membership.
Can you tell us the numbers?
I can't. My executive board has directed me to not release the exact numbers, but to only release a pass-fail.
Have you told your union membership what the numbers were?
We have not.
Is that in your bylaws?
The bylaws state, we just have to let the membership know. It doesn't say give this number or that number. And to be perfectly honest, our Constitution and bylaws really are no of consequence here. But we are confident that we haven't violated our Constitution and bylaws, and as directed by our executive board, we are not releasing the exact figures. We are releasing a pass-fail, ma'am.
Why wouldn't you want to release those?
Our executive board has directed us to not.
Okay. All right. That's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. I do want to start by just saying, as many proponents did, that we certainly appreciate the work that our firefighters do and all they do for this city. I think that's worth repeating and not getting lost in all the details that'll surface when you talk about a contract this week and next week. And I do appreciate also the administration and the union working together on what has been good faith negotiation to try and solve what is a very difficult issue to resolve, and that's what we're all here talking about. And furthermore, I'd say, even outside this conversation, there's been tremendous strides in the fire budget, reducing that budget by millions of dollars in the last couple of years. And I think that cooperation has been a positive thing, realizing we have all the financial restraints that we do. I think it's accurate to say that this contract is very similar in structure and duration to the Omaha Police Officers Association's contract. So I don't have a lot of questions about all those items because we covered that ad nauseum at the time, and it is very similar. But I will say that poses me some challenges, both in terms of structure and duration, because that wasn't a structure and duration I supported at the time. There were a few things that I wanted to ask specifically about that I think have changed since then. And one of my concerns at the time was this, what is in this contract, Article 40, Section 3, page 125, which read, the city's monetary contributions toward this unfunded actuarial liability shall not be considered pension contributions in any litigation before the CIR or used as a basis for comparison with member contributions. And I was concerned about that in the Police Officer Association contract, but I was somewhat appeased at the time because the fact was the CIR wouldn't consider pension contributions. So it raised my concern this time, knowing that since then the CIR law was changed, and they do now consider pension contributions. But I think there's a intricacy to that law too that I want to check with Mr. Kerrigan, if you don't mind. And I think what that intricacy is that the state law specifically says even if the city makes this extra contribution, that could never be considered as part of what's now comparability with pension, health care, and salaries, because they're saying any new contribution that resolves a past debt is off the table. Is that correct?
Steve Kerrigan, Acting Labor Relations Director. That is our interpretation. That is the interpretation Mr. Barrett had. That's also the interpretation Steve Bogue, our counsel that's been handling our CIR cases, that was his interpretation too.
Okay. Thank you. That was my thought as well, but thanks for that confirmation. I think that resolves that particular issue for me. I was also concerned about the drop program at the time, not knowing what those financial implications would be, and I think we're still filling that out, but I think we have some initial results from the police contract, which is only 5 officers have elected to take that program. So I think there really hasn't been any big negative financial situation with that. I was going to talk about the bond rating. Ms. Stoddard already did, but I would agree with her, and I agree with Ms. Beck-Rotella in some respects that, of course, getting a resolved contract would be good before September, and I hope we can do that. But I also agree that a much bigger factor is the uncharted territory of the U.S. government's own credit rating being downgraded. That's never happened before, and I think a much bigger factor probably in that conversation as we go forward. And was a much bigger conversation, the factor that our bond rating got heightened recently. It was their changing criteria, that the association's criteria, that I think was the main factor in that. And then a lot's been talked about in terms of timing. I guess I view the timing a little bit differently. I don't see it so much as a timing issue, but more of a duration issue. And that's because I think this contract, you'd have to say, it has the baseline of what some might call the old rules of CIR, and based on those arrays and those comparabilities. But I think if this contract isn't approved or nothing's approved, and I hope something is, but if nothing's approved, under any scenario as was mentioned, 9, 10, and 11 will be considered under the old rules because those years will be filed with CIR as you'd expect they would be if there's no deal. And I certainly wouldn't begrudge the fire union for doing that because that is their right and course of action in that instance. But for me, then, 9, 10, and 11 is the old rules no matter what happens. But the question might be, well, what about 12 and 13? And that to me is why I think duration is more important than timing here. And another reason I think duration is important is healthcare, and you all know healthcare is something I've talked a lot about. But a big concern when you have a city who's spending $50 million on healthcare a year, well, it spends $56 million in 2012, so it's going up about 12%. a year, and I know we're working on that, and that's good. And we hope to have some conclusions on that with Mr. O'Gara's task force, even by the end of this year or early 2012. But my concern is I don't think we can put that off until 2014 to do something about for all city employees, not just fire that we're talking about here today. One thing that is different, though, and I'll ask Mr. O'Gara this question. In the fire contract, this is different than the police contract in how retiree health care is handled. The retirees in this contract take the same plan, but they don't take the same premiums. And there's an intricacy here since involved in the recent settlement. Could you kind of explain that a little bit?
Yes, Richard O'Gara, Director of Human Resources, City of Omaha. As per the settlement with the retirees, we couldn't get into premiums with the retirees. We were allowed to reach an agreement to put the retirees on the current health care plans for civilian, police, and fire. Now, police, in their negotiations, went forward and negotiated that the retirees, any future retirees, not current, but any future retirees would continue to pay premiums, whatever the premiums were for the existing police force. Fire did not reach that agreement, and the reason they did not reach that agreement is that they couldn't have got it passed by their group because there are different factions within the fire group, and the group that has been fighting the retiree agreement the most are retired firefighters with a handful of current firefighters. So that was an issue for them that they just could not reach, and that's part of negotiations. And we had to compromise on that issue to get the whole agreement. So we got part, obviously, that came on the health care plan. Next time, we're in for premiums.
And in that conversation, that applies to current retirees. What about future retirees, like just retiring in the next couple of years? How would that apply? Future retirees,
If they're paying a premium now, they will pay a premium when they retire. But if they're not paying a premium now, they will not pay a premium when they retire until our next negotiation.
Okay. And then lastly, maybe also for you, given
And believe me, Steve Kerrigan knows that every time he went to negotiations, I put that to him. So that was on the table every time they went to negotiations. But that was not an easy factor to discuss. They had to get it passed.
Okay, so it could be considered, but it was a practical consideration on your part.
Yeah.
Or everyone's part.
Right.
And then lastly, with these items I mentioned and discussed, and particularly health care, and then also with the major state conversation that took place during this time, was it ever a thought or ever discussed in negotiations, given the economy and health care and all these other factors, a shorter-term agreement than 2013, or were negotiations just so far down the line at that point that it wasn't on the table?
I'm going to ask one of the negotiators to say that.
Steve Kerrigan, Acting Labor Relations Director. Yes, the term of the agreement was on the table. It was discussed, but at the end of the day, the consensus with the entire agreement, with everything we proposed, both and with the background we had, both with the police contract and where we were going, we believe that the deal that we have and the time frame that we have was appropriate to end it in 2013.
One thing I'd like to just speak up and say is this has a drain on our resources too. Steve Kerrigan takes days off at a time, but he hasn't taken a week off at a time or 2 weeks at a time like many other people are able to do, because every time he tries to, he gets called back because of something that's happening with the union contract. And the fact is that we're going to be back, this is August of 2011. In 2013, we're going to be back at the negotiating table again. So we'll probably have a year break without negotiations, 1 year. So I think that says something that we need to have a break to do a few other things, to handle HR policies and grievances and some other things that we need to do in the department as well, because we're restricted staff-wise.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Dr. Franklin, or Dr. Thompson.
Thank you. Buster Brown, how many more items do we have today?
Buster Brown, City Clerk, 4 more items.
4 more?
We have 3 more public hearings, and then we have 1 item we have to take care of.
Okay, and what time does the public...
7 o'clock.
7 o'clock. I'd like to reach out to Mr. Maxwell and Mr. Nabity and say, could it possibly be that you could come back next week and then I'll call you up, because trying to rush you through in 5 minutes is not going to work. And not only that, most of us need to get a bite to eat. I need to take medication, and so the time is slipping away, and I think we need to move on here.
Mr. Maxwell will be here. I'll be out of town.
Okay, all right. So I say let's go ahead and finish up so we can get at least a short break.
It's a good idea. Mr. Dabney, please feel free to provide any additional information in writing, and the city clerk will be sure that all the council members.
I was going to respond to Pat's comments since you mentioned my name, but that's all right.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Just very quickly, I just wanted to know, just for the sake of time, if you 2 gentlemen will be back next week too, or will you not? You'll be back next week? Thank you. That's all I needed to know.
Not yet. Mr. Jeremy Johnson.
Yes, I've got about a half an hour worth of questions. I just thought that...
Next week.
I'm just joking. I do have questions, but there's nothing that I can't follow up individually with those who have the answers, so that's what I'll do.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed.
Item 55, ordinance to amend Chapter 43 entitled Building to amend Section 4372, defining building activities exempt from the requirements of a building permit.
Could I see a show of hands of how many people are here for agenda item number 55?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 10.
Okay, fine. The public hearing for agenda item number 55 begins now. As a reminder, proponents will have 20 minutes of testimony, followed by 20 minutes for the opponents. The proponents will have a brief period for rebuttal of new material presented. All speakers should be aware that there are others wishing to testify, so do not use all of the time. Please keep your remarks brief and to the point of this issue. And to start off here, I'm going to call Jay Davis, the city's chief inspector. And Jay, if you would please briefly walk us through the proposed changes that you have made to Section 4372.
Yes, sir. And thank you, President and members of council. You guys have a long day. I've gone ahead and put some bullet points up there that basically went down to 4372. This is an existing amendment in our ordinance currently. We just went back because of some guidance through the council and people at MAPOA and NOCA. We went back and changed some things that brought us into more of the real world for this ordinance. This ordinance, I might add, is a standalone ordinance. We don't need the contractor licensing ordinance to go with this, although they're running parallel at the same time. This one could stand by itself without the contractor ordinance being in place. So what we've done is we've added and cleaned up some language in there. Line 1, you'll see that we added the word cabinets. While it's been our policy over the years that kitchen cabinets and bathroom cabinets are exempt from building permit requirements, it did not say that specifically. We talked about countertops and movable cases and a few other things. So I've added the word cabinets to bring that into line to include kitchen cabinets and bathroom cabinets and any other cabinets we might install in that line. Line 6, we talked about swimming pools, and that's exactly where it stopped, was the word swimming pools. We changed that now to add except fences and accessory structures over 75 square feet. The reason we went over 75 square feet is there are provisions in the code right now that do not require a permit for structures under 75 square feet. So if a pool house, for example, is at 75 square feet, does not need a permit. If it hits 76 square feet, they would now need a permit to go along with their pool. Item number 7 is actually the largest change that we made. We defined routine maintenance, and basically it talked about non-structural and repairs and repairs under $500. Because of some things that came out of conversation over the contractor licensing provision, we actually came back and looked at this and defined things so people really understand what is not needed for a permit, what versus a permit was required for. while I can't write one that covers everything, we've covered the most common things that we hear about within our office and within our daily operation. And the last thing we added to this section was on the handyman services. We added a definition which does not exist in the code, does not exist in our ordinance, but we've added it in now because times have changed, business has changed, business models have changed, and there are people doing handyman service who are exempt from a lot of these permit provisions, and we want to make sure it's understood that they can still be exempt from those permit provisions. So that's where we are today. That's the condensed version, and I hope maybe that helps you a little bit. So,
Yes, thank you very much.
you're welcome. I'll leave that. It's there if you'd like.
Okay, that'd be fine.
Perfect.
Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents?
Yes, John Chatelaine. I'm a private practice attorney, and my office is 14707 California Street, Suite number 1. I'm also president of the Metropolitan Omaha Property Owners Association. I think I'm somewhat a proponent of this because I do believe that it's a good idea to clarify those items that can be done without pulling a permit, because it's very, very confusing. I've represented clients that have been before the Building Board of Review, and it's very confusing. And I think to expand those items a little bit is a good idea as well. I would take issue with some of the language that is in here, however. Like the first sentence, routine maintenance, which is systematic repair work to an existing structure that is required to maintain a safe and habitable environment and has no effect on the life safety or other requirements of the International Residential or International Building Codes. Now that sentence has been added. It's not in the ordinance as it exists now, and that is just full of confusion, and it cries out for lots of interpretation. And so if our intent is to get to a place where we're clear when people don't need to pull permits, then that sentence does us a great disservice. I would urge that that be stricken. Also, I would urge that we make it clear that windows can be replaced, not just a window sash. But as you probably know, Menards and Lowe's and Home Depot, they sell entire window replacement kits, and to just be able to replace a sash is not adequate. Also, an entire door assembly should be able to be replaced because they sell them that way at the store. And what this language says is that a door assembly can be installed provided it is not part of an egress path. So I don't know what that means. Is that a closet that's not a walk-in closet, or just a cupboard or something that's not an egress path? I don't understand the significance of that language. So I would make it clear that a door assembly can be replaced, that a window assembly can be replaced, and then I would strike that very confusing language in the first sentence. Just get rid of that completely because it's not in the existing ordinance, and it wasn't in the prior revision of this that we were provided with as well. So, when we are required to try to determine ahead of time what other requirements of the International Residential or International Building Codes there are, that just defeats the purpose. So,
thank you.
Houston McHale, 2505 North 24th Street, and same with Mopile. We kind of team forces to try to come up with some clarity on this ordinance, and we've been working along with Rick Cunningham. We're glad to see that in this whole thing it is something that is exempt for my Tier 1 constituents. I got 30 text messages just now that's saying maybe if this was expanded a little more, they might can finally take advantage of becoming into this contracting world, as the Tier 1 ordinance is trying to give minority contractors, disabled advantaged contractors a fair hand, a little part of the pie. So thank you. I'm in the same agreement with Mopile. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sam King, 11404 West Dodge Road. I represent
the Nebraska Association of Commercial Property Owners, and we have suggested revisions. I sent these to you by email, so I'm going to... Generally, we have the same comments. I mean, we support this. The ordinance is old and needs to be updated, and we think they did a fairly decent job of doing that. But just to point out some of the suggested changes that we have, the first sentence there is the old sentence, and that should be taken out. One of the concerns we have about the next sentence is it talks about routine maintenance with a systematic repair. I don't know what systematic means. I've tried to get information from that from the individuals that were preparing this and haven't really gotten a clear answer to that. I don't think it's necessary. I think it should be taken out. In addition to that, we think that the language that talks about the life safety code is too broad. Does not have an effect on the life safety code. It seems to me that that can have a very broad application. What we've suggested is changing that to does not violate the life safety code. In addition to that, there's also the other provision about or other requirements. Again, we think that's too broad. What are these other requirements? No, that seems to be limitless, and it's not necessary. So we would suggest that that be taken out. The next change we would suggest relates again to the egress path. Not really sure what that is. We thought that maybe what the intent was is to address fire doors, and if that's the case, then you can just say a fire exit. That would seem to be sufficient for that. And then the last sentence we would take out, I agree with Ms. Chatelaine, for one little small window, this ordinance would make you get a permit to do that. And that seems to be a little bit over the top. So we would suggest that sentence be taken out. It's also really not necessary when you have the other language relating to routine maintenance. So if there are no further questions, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
While you're up there, if these changes were made, would the commercial property owners support this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No further opponents?
There's more.
Other opponents?
There's two more at least.
Doug Lane, 7325 Knee Street. I guess I would oppose this just in the idea that by passing this somehow makes next week's things easier to pass. So I don't want to see this passed and then say, well, we have these exemptions in there, most of which are irrelevant. Nobody replaces a window sash anymore. I mean, that's like saying, well, you can work on your chuck wagon wheels, but don't work on a car. I mean, people don't do that anymore. It would cost you 3 times as much to buy weather stripping, a door frame, the door slab, the threshold, all individually, as opposed to just going out and buying a $100 replacement door, pre-hung. It's already done. The weather stripping is already on there. You can get them for about $120. You try to buy all that stuff individually, it's going to cost you a lot of money. And then the labor of gaining out the hinges and drilling the lock set and so on. People just don't do that anymore. So anyway, most of the exemptions I think are, for the most part, irrelevant and don't really address any of the issues. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Next.
Tony Malone, 4102 North 195th Street. The few comments I have here on these exemptions is in item number 1. When you add the word cabinets, that's a good thing to clarify that. However, when you take cabinets and partitions that are not over 5 feet 9 inches tall, that's how tall I am, and that means you cannot add a partition from the ceiling to the floor or even hang kitchen wall cabinets. You can put in the base cabinets but not wall cabinets because they're all higher than that. So to me that's kind of contradictory. Also, in item number 7, where the dollar amount was stricken, then there's really no base minimum for which a permit's required. To me, that seems like a step backwards. And then also on the wording as far as replacing a window or a door, I also agree with the prior comments on that. That's all. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Are there any other opponents? Mr. Festerson.
At the risk of the wrath of my colleagues, a quick question for Jay. Jay, your reaction to the amendment submitted by the commercial property owners?
First of all, I haven't read that entirely, so I apologize for that. Okay. I would like to comment on a couple of things. The way that the code is written today, you cannot change a window unit without a building permit. Thank you, Sam. The building code requires that you have a building permit to change windows out today. That's not a change, it's clarification. The problem is that if I were to follow the code to the letter, when you change out that window, I would have to make you increase the size of the opening that's there to meet the current requirements of the code. I don't think we want to go there. In fact, my intention is to bring forward as we go through the code process in the coming years, an amendment that actually clarifies what we can do with an existing home versus what the code says to do for a new home. So that's already in there. And if they're not taking out permits today, guess what? We're already behind the curve. Okay. So from that standpoint, I want to just clarify that little part of that these things that I've spelled out in here that they think are not in the code, they are life safety issues, and NFPA 101 is a life safety code, although I don't call that out by name, I could. And the International Residential and International Building Code are all part of this ordinance in other parts of Chapter 43. So I haven't written anything in here that's not already in there. And so if I would go to face value on the code, there'd be a lot of uncomfortable people sitting out here. So I want to make it clear that today, you can't change a window, and you can't change a door and an egress path, especially if you reduce the size of that opening without a permit. And that's where that comes from. So, hope I clarified that. Back to this, I really kind of need to look at this, because I agree, and Sam's probably asked me a couple of times what the word systematic means. To me, it just means it's an ongoing repair process. An upkeep or a maintenance schedule, just like you have in your car for oil changes, is very systematic. You go every 3,000 miles or 5,000 miles, whatever you do. Your oil's changed, your tires are rotated. So to me, that's what systematic means. And I'm kind of okay whether that's in or out. Again, the egress path falls back to, it's a life safety issue. It's in the building codes now. It's in the life safety code or NFPA 101. I don't really want to mess with people's exiting requirements. So. Okay.
So maybe we should do is until next week, and we can have maybe a formal, have you have time to take a look at that amendment and see if that might be acceptable. Sounds like you're not, on face value, it's not something that's terrible.
No, it's not terrible. We just make sure we all understand it. There are things in the code today that I've changed in this ordinance to help us kind of clarify some things, but there are things that are written in here that are currently in the code today, and I'm not changing anything from that. I'm just spelling it out a little bit differently for us.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Good.
Public hearing is closed.
Item 56, ordinance authorizing issue of purchase order to Safe Light Fulfillment for price agreement for auto glass replacement repair.
Public hearing on agenda item number 56 begins now. Are there any proponents? Mr. Cunningham.
This is a risk because you give me 5 minutes, I'll take a half an hour.
No, not tonight.
I'm just kidding. Bridget would normally do this. She's not here.
No, this is not yours. This is glass. Glass replacement?
No, 50. Oh, I'm on 56. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 57, ordinance approving a redevelopment tax and financing loan agreement with Salem Village 2 Limited Partnership for the implementation of the Salem Village Tax Center Financing Redevelopment Project Plan at 3520 Lake Street.
I'm Rick Cunningham with the Planning Department. I just want to eat. That's why I apologize for getting up too early. I'm sorry. But
we have just a moment. Wait a second. Public hearing on agenda item number 57 begins now. Are there any proponents?
I'm sorry. Buster looked at me, so I thought it was okay. I'm Rick Cunningham, Planning Director. Normally this would be Bridget. I am not Bridget.
But this is the Salem Village 2, which is the second component of a project that's ongoing. The first phase is already done, located at 3520 Lake Street. This is the redevelopment agreement and loan agreement. You've already voted on the previous action on it. It is 27 two-bedroom affordable senior living units, so it meets a need of an alternative lifestyle, living style for residents in North Omaha. Having said that, I would just strongly encourage you to, when you get the opportunity, to vote yay, that you do so.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Item 58, City of Omaha, Nebraska, Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2010.
Second.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
Pursuant to City Council Rule 7D, the public hearing on agenda items 59 through 60 shall be held on third reading. City Council Rule 7C, the public hearing on agenda items 61 through 75 shall be held on the second reading. Can we get a motion to recess?
Motion to recess for 10 minutes. Yeah. Motion to brief.
10-minute recess.
Motion to recess for 10 minutes and come back to the public hearing on the budget.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President.
Yes.
We're going to recess for 10 minutes. The council's been in session since 2. They've not had a break. They'll be back in 10 minutes for the public hearing. Thompson? Festerson? What? Oh, well, then get that recording. Okay. Thompson is here. Festerson? Gurnett? There you go. Gray? He's in the back. Okay. Jerem? Stothard? Not here yet. She will be momentarily. Mr. President.
Here.
Here. What? You can start, Mr. President.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Citizens' Public Hearing for the City of Omaha's budget year 2012. It is very encouraging to see involved citizens willing to provide input on the proposed city budget for next year. Tonight's public hearing is conducted in accordance with the requirements of the city charter. Regular city council meetings are conducted in this chamber on most Tuesdays starting at 2 p.m. There are a number of people here tonight, and we want to hear from each of you. However, for that to be possible, it is best if we follow some guidelines that have worked well in the past to ensure that everyone's comment is heard before the hour draws late. Our city clerk, Buster Brown, will cover the rules for tonight's public hearing.
Before you enter the chambers, you are asked to sign in. In order to accommodate this crowd, we ask that you speak for no more than 3 minutes. The light system will blink red when you're approaching 3 minutes and will be steady when your time is up. If you have written out your presentation, it is even better to simply state your name and address and present the statement for the council members to study later. Your written comments are then a part of the official record. Please adhere to these guidelines as a courtesy to your fellow citizens and in the interest of time. To be fair to everyone who wants to speak, the council will not allow people to yield all or part of their time to others. Please keep your comments brief and to the point. The public hearing is for the 2012 city budget. Keep your comments directed to that subject. Council members and other city officials are here to listen to your valued input. They do not respond or debate the issues here tonight. All council members have offices and their phone numbers are available in the phone book or on the city website, www.cityofomaha.org, if you want to discuss issues in greater detail. So, as always, if you have any in-depth comments, it is best to contact your elected officials in the weeks to come. Mr. President, that covers the procedures for tonight's hearing.
After this public hearing, the budget process review continues. Our exchanges with the department directors have been ongoing to date. Council members will take your comments under advisement. We are scheduled to vote on the budget at our regular council meeting on Tuesday, August 23rd at 2 p.m. in this chamber. A final comment: this process works best if we are respectful at all times. It is not appropriate to applaud or convey disapproval. It serves no purpose to speak disrespectfully of current or past public officials. I request that you silence all electronic devices and please organize your thoughts, speak to the point, and within the time allowed. Again, thank you for your interest, and we will commence with the first speaker, Mark Hoger. The next speakers are Karen McElroy and Denise Forrest. You may move forward to sit in the front row or stand in the aisle to help speed up the process. All speakers should start by stating your name and address.
My name is Mark Hager, spelled H-O-E-G-E-R. I live at 5201 Davenport, 68132. I'm here speaking tonight on behalf of Omaha Together One Community, as it's commonly known as OTOC. We brought a bit of a delegation here this evening. I point that out just to let you know that only 4 of them are going to be speaking, so we'll get through that pretty quickly.
Where were you this afternoon?
Yeah, right. My job is just to frame a little bit. Most of you know how OTOC works. We're an organization of over 30 congregations, schools, refugee groups, working together to find a way to make our community a better place for everyone. We do that by not starting with a specific agenda, but by conducting a series of focus groups, in effect, house meetings we call them, meeting with hundreds of citizens across the Omaha community. And as we see certain issues emerge as being a commonly held concern for a broad base of people, we identify those issues, then begin to do research about what can be done about those things, and sometimes, just to assure you that we just don't pick on you, sometimes it turns out that the city of Omaha, we think, could have an appropriate role to play in helping to solve some of these problems. But we also go to the state, or we'll go to the county, or go to even private corporations or nonprofits if we think they're the right answer. But we're here tonight to speak on 4 issues that we have identified as we think the city having an important role to play, and those speakers will be focusing on those things. And we've then studied the budget, and we've seen areas where we think there is some concern about whether or not we can, as a community and with the cooperation of the city government, tackle these commonly held problems. And that's something to bear in mind. Our job isn't done just if we balance the budget. That's an absolutely necessary thing that we must done, but we might as well just make it zero if we're not going to actually solve problems that our city has. So we have things that have been identified like public safety, youth violence, property values in terms of diminishing housing in the communities, basic issues of fairness like taxes and human rights. So those are the issues that we're bringing to the table, not just to spend money for its own sake, because we think there are serious problems that we're hoping that you can be part of the team to help solve those problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Good evening. My name is Karen McElroy, M-C-E-L-R-O-Y, and I reside at 2046 North 49th Avenue. I'm a member of the Housing and Neighborhood Revitalization Action Team of OTOC. As a member of Holy Name Church, I have become aware that strong, vibrant neighborhoods make it easier to assure the safety and security of our community. OTOC believes that all people have the right to a safe home for their family, whether they own or rent it. We have learned over the last year that not everyone does have access to a safe home. There are over 4,400 open cases where the city housing inspector has found housing code violations and the owner has not made the necessary repairs. Some of those cases have been pending for several years. About 70% of these open code violation cases are in rental properties where the landlord has refused or has been unable to make repairs. While we know there are many hard-working, honorable landlords who do maintain their properties, there are some who simply refuse to do so. They are allowed to ignore citations because the city enforcement of housing code lacks real teeth. One problem is that currently there are 9 housing code inspectors, a reduction from 10 last year. Each inspector has 400 active cases where they are trying to get the property owners to make those necessary repairs. The city has launched an effort to clear some of these old cases. The code inspector position that was cut last December should be restored so that there are at least 12 housing code inspectors this coming year. Another example of the inadequate system that lacks real teeth is the rising need for a demolition of residential properties that have become dangerous and uninhabitable. During 2011, there were 250 demolition orders signed, but only 25 structures were actually demolished by the city. As of 2011, there were already 415 residential properties on the demolition list. Some of them have been on that list since 2004. 48% of the demolition properties are within 3 zip codes in northeast Omaha. 64% of the demolitions are for rental property that has been long neglected. We have been encouraged by the Planning Department's recent efforts to pursue property owners who have long refused to make repairs on their substandard properties. We are pleased that the city's new partnership with Habitat for Humanity has to demolish and rebuild homes on those same sites. The city needs more tools to maintain older housing and the vibrancy of our communities. OTOC asks the City Council to first assure there are 10 housing code inspectors for 2012. Second, assure that there is sufficient general fund monies allocated for the demolition of dangerous buildings. And last, work with OTOC and other citizens to improve the current system of housing inspection and enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Forrest, and then we'll have Christine Ross and Breanne Kemp.
My name is Denise Forrest, F-O-R-R-E-S-T, 2491 North 47th Avenue, Omaha 68104. I'm a member of Church of the Resurrection Episcopal Church in North Omaha. I'm speaking tonight as a member of OTOC. Last year, City Council voted to cut the budget of the summer recreation program, formerly known as Sundogs, by half. This massive budget cut forced Parks and Recreation to redesign their program and close half the sites. This past summer, members of OTOC visited many parks of Rex Kids sites. We saw crafts, field trips to public pools and ice rinks, organized sports and games. All sites also had some components of literacy and violence prevention, but the program could be so much more. With more funding, Rex Kids could implement anti-violence curriculums at all sites, expand to provide direct literacy programming, and increase the number of program sites. This summer, there were over 28,800 instances of children attending Rex Kids, dropping by only 3,000 compared to last year, despite 13 sites closing. OTOC believes that the Rex Kids program is serving an essential, high-demand need for accessible summer enrichment. Over the past year, OTOC met with officials at Parks and Recreation to determine how they could enhance the program and the cost associated with doing so. Estimates from the program this year indicate that the cost of staffing a Rex Kids summer site is $16,000. For safety reasons, the department is not looking to offer Rex Kids in the parks, and OTOC agrees with that decision. OTOC would like to work with the department to find community partners in schools and churches who could offer safe, air-conditioned facilities if the city provides the staffing. Also, with the addition of a specialist, which would cost $6,000, Rex Kids could have a literacy component that would make it eligible for learning community and other literacy grants. OTOC would like to work with Parks and Rec to pursue this sort of funding for Rex Kids. In 2012, OTOC would like to see 5 new sites open in underserved areas of the city. We would like to see funding for at least 1 staff position to strengthen literacy and violence prevention. OTOC is committed to working with Parks and Recreation to find partners to provide the buildings and to help them find the grants that would further improve their educational program components in years to come. But without increased city funding in 2012, Rex Kids may not have the funding it needs to meet the current demand, let alone improve the program. We urge the City Council to increase funding for Rex Kids Clubhouse by $86,000 to pay for the staffing of 5 new sites and 1 part-time staff position for literacy. This increase in funding would expand the program, giving access to more children, and allow for a robust literacy and anti-violence curriculum. Funding this program is investing in our youth, and our kids are worth the investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine, welcome to the Omaha City Council.
My name is Christine Ross. I reside at 5415 South 29th Avenue, 68107. And I'm from Southern Sudan community, and right now I'm talking on behalf of OTOC. OTOC has noticed with some concern that the mayor's proposed budget cuts 2 positions from the Human Rights Relationship Department, reducing the staff from 6 to 4 persons. This cut in staffing is on top of the substantial reduction to the staff over the last few years. OTOC called on Human Rights and Relations staff this March to explain employment law to some of our Africans and Asian refugee community in Omaha. They were very responsive to our request and very informed about the law. OTOC has some concern and would like to ask some questions of staff about potential impact of reducing staffing by 1/3. How would such a reduction impact the ability of the city to 1. Make sure its contractors comply with federal rules regarding contracting to including minority and women-owned businesses. 2. Help small businesses be certified so they could qualify to do business with the city of Omaha. 3. Review and investigate cases of alleged discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations brought by our citizens. Will there be sufficient staff to adequately investigate such claim in Omaha? Work with Spanish speakers who come to the city for an explanation of their employment rights or to file complaint. We ask that you, council members and staff, address these questions before disposition. Thank you.
Thank you. After Breanne will be Doug Kagan and Mary McHale.
Breanne Kemp, 9211 Redmond Avenue, 68134, and I'm also speaking on behalf of Omaha Together One Community. We recognize this year's proposed budget has the city operating in the black, representing a balanced budget with the city operating within its means. In the last 2 years, we've seen 2 tax increases to manage the city's debt obligations, primarily to the pension funds. OTOC applauds the mayor and the city council for making tough decisions that required Omahans to make certain sacrifices. Last year, when many in Omaha were apprehensive about adopting a tax on the sales of restaurant services, OTOC supported the adoption of a restaurant tax, not because we desire tax increases, but because we recognize the necessity of increasing city revenue to address a budget shortfall. 1 year later, we see that the city has brought in more money than anticipated, and the restaurant industry is still vibrant. Despite the success of the restaurant tax, another form of sales tax, OTOC feels the city is relying too heavily on sales tax to support city services. In 2012, the city has proposed 42.4% of the revenue stream come from sales tax. Property taxes, by comparison, represent only 24.9% of the tax base for city revenue. In our studies, cities comparable to Omaha's budget were the opposite, relying approximately 40% on property tax and 20% on sales tax. We feel this is significant because sales tax is contingent upon consumer demand and thus a volatile tax. There's no guarantee that the over $131 million projected in the budget for sales tax revenues will materialize. OTOC continues to urge the city to look for more stable forms of revenue and look to the least regressive of taxes to fund the budget. OTOC has always supported the programs and services necessary to keep Omaha a safe and secure place to live and work. Omaha must continue to fund these essential city services, and we recognize as citizens of this city, we must be realistic about what it takes to fund these services. Through the past years of working through the city budget, OTOC has developed a criteria for examining tax increases: necessity, fairness, and transparency. These 3 items have determined whether we can support a tax increase or not. First, is the tax necessary? Will essential city services suffer, or the quality of life be decreased for a number of Omahans if the tax is not adopted? Second, is the tax fair, spread equitably among taxpayers and within a person's ability to pay? Third, is the tax transparent, meaning all citizens can easily understand what the tax is, the amount, and who is required to pay it? OTOC will continue to use these criteria to address the years ahead of us. It's clear that the city will continue to face difficult decisions in tough budget years. Responsible fiscal management through both modest increases in revenue and the cutting of unnecessary expenses should continue to be the focus of the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug Kagan.
Good evening. My name is Doug Kagan, Chairman of Nebraska Taxpayers for Freedom, 12320 William Street. Mayor Settle publicizes his budget as one that, quote, reflects responsible spending and responsible savings, unquote. To the contrary, this budget sees total, sees total expenditures reaching 10% higher than the previous budget, which itself had raised spending by 11%. As you can see from our analysis, which we are going to provide you, this spending is predicated upon an unstable revenue stream. Some revenues, like the restaurant and bar tax and license and permit fees, are up. However, stable general property tax revenues will rise by less than 1%, as valuations are flat. Interest income is low. Other revenue sources like street and highway funds are falling or stagnant, like vehicle taxes and sales taxes. This instability in the revenue stream should alert city government to not increase spending by a substantial amount. This budget depends on wishful revenues. For example, the Tourism Bureau estimates 100,000 convention hotel rooms booked in 2012. Yet, the number has steadily fallen to an estimated 85,000 in 2011. The subtle budget displays a tidal wave of spending. The Tourism Bureau and other departments spending more than gathering in revenue. Pension costs rising in some departments by 17%. The mayor's office budget rises by 5%, mostly for employee salaries, yet the number of employees is fewer. Salary and benefit hikes by double digits. A bloated bureaucracy with 3 new employees just to handle the restaurant tax. An appropriation for a Parks Department public awareness campaign. Specialty, overtime, and longevity pay up by double digits. Healthcare costs up by almost 12%, yet the mayor does not bargain hard for higher employee premiums. The Finance Department estimates that employee health care costs will eventually consume 50% of the general fund budget. Mayoral cuts are phantoms. He authorized the police division to trim 9 employees to 780, the present number, so no one would suffer a layoff. Mayoral spending in this budget is much too great, considering the unstable revenue stream, recessive economy, and evaporating federal funding. We suggest greater privatization of services, for example, city parking garages and lots, street maintenance, curb and sidewalk work. Among rare positive nuggets in the budget, a massive infusion into the cash reserve fund, which is probably necessary to pay for future mayoral spending. Among our suggested budget cuts, many city departments are purchasing new office equipment and furniture, which the city could buy at auction or used. Savings, millions. Lower the number of battalion chiefs, fire chiefs, the number which has risen from 27 to 30. Savings, again, millions. Eliminate funding for Omaha by Design, as we already have city planners. Savings, $50,000. Defund homeless day services, which private charities can provide. Savings, $100,000. Defund the truancy programs, as the city is not an educational entity. Savings, $365,000. The list goes on. We ask you to mark the budget return to sender and request the mayor make comprehensive budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you. After Mary McHale will be Marty Brown and Jennifer Keys.
My name is Mary McHale, and I live at 5009 Izzard Street, Omaha, Nebraska, 68132. My family consists of my husband, Joel Holm, and our 13-year-old son, Daniel. I know that in these tough economic times, difficult decisions need to be made. I'm here to encourage the City Council members to increase funding for the Omaha Public Library. The Omaha Public Library is an excellent resource for all Omaha residents, no matter what their income level is. My family goes to the Sorensen branch of the library on a weekly, if not a daily basis. We access the Omaha Public Library website to download music, reserve books to be checked out, get e-books online, research items, and other activities. On a weekly basis, we walk or drive, depending on the weather, to Sorensen again for a number of activities. Check out books, read various papers and magazines that we don't subscribe to at home, use the computer for games and research, and browse through books to see if the book is something that we might be interested in reading. We check out DVDs for viewing and CDs for listening. By checking out these DVDs and CDs, we are able to view and hear things that we would not have access to in our everyday life. We also take advantage of the other activities at Sorensen. I have been a member of the Sorensen Readers, a monthly book club, since its inception in 2005. By joining this book club at Sorensen, I have read books that I never would have read on my own, participated in discussions about these books, and have become exposed to other authors and books that have enriched my life. Our son Daniel has also been a loyal library member since he was 4 years old. He enjoys going to the library, accessing the computer, checking out books, etc. He has been involved with the summer reading program for the last 6 years and has always made, and in most years, exceeded his summer reading goal. He also participates in the youth activities that Chris and her staff have at the library, whether it be a games event, a craft activity, Lego activity, or a gaming walk-in. He has enjoyed them all. I might also mention that Daniel also has Down syndrome and a hearing impairment, but we have never had any hesitation in involving him in any of these events. The staff at Sorensen is great at treating him like any other child. He has to follow the same rules just like anyone else. Why the library is so important is because of the above reasons. No matter what your income level is, no matter what your family situation is, it provides access for everyone for learning, exploring, participating in events, and enriching lives on a daily basis through a multitude of media. I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'd like to pass these out. Marty Brown, 14818 Berry Circle, Omaha. In regards to the budget, I went back again 12 years and compared. I went down to Clark Library and got 2,000, and I was able, of course, to get some budget figures online. One of the things I wanted to look at is household income, which is on your page 8 of your budget, which Pam gave me last time. And it states that Omaha's average household income is $62,658. Okay? That, in other words, 50% make less than 62, 50% make more than 62. So let's compare some of these departments for the city. Human resource wage, $76,517. Benefits, $25,719. Police, $71,346. Benefits, $36,000. Finance, $70,000. Benefits, $26,000. Budget, $68,000. Benefits, $25,000. Fire, $67,000. Benefits, $30,000. All other 12 departments, $50,000. Benefits, $20,000. So I said, okay, let's go back and look at 2000. So the budget then was $304,288,000. Budget for 2012 is $730,641,000, and 12 years, 140% in 12 years. Okay? Let's take in the factor CPI, Consumer Price Index. Okay? I did that 27.6% for those 10 years. I took an average of those 10 years at 2.5, added that into it, so we have a total CPI of 32.62 for those 12 years. Let's add in the growth of population, which I did, and it was actually 4.86, but I added about 0.9%, give you 5.83. So what I did is come up with a CPI and a growth factor for the city of 38.5 for those 12 years. But in those 12 years, our budget has grown 140.11%. Where's the money go? So let's go back to just a recent few years and look at 2009. From 2009 to 2010, we had an increase of 3.06%, or 17 million. 2010 to 2011, we had an increase of 81 million, or 14.3%. From 2011 to 2012, proposed budget increase of 10.23%, or $67,780,000. So where's the money come from? I think Doug Kagan kind of pointed out that with today's I see that.
Okay.
Thank you, Tom. We're in trouble. Just like the federal government, the city is in trouble if you can't make these numbers. And I don't like to guarantee my 401 based on your figures. I think there's a lot of problems in there, and I do point out some things that need to be looked at. One thing that I will close on in reference to it, I would suggest that the 6 departments which average about 70-some thousand. You freeze their benefits and wages, human resources, police, fire and pension, law, budget, and those 6 for the next 2 years do not receive any merit raise, health benefit, wages, or anything like that. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Jennifer Keys, then Andrew Sullivan, and Elaine Wells.
Good evening, City Council, staff, fellow citizens of Omaha. My name is Jennifer Keys, and I reside at 4017 Vernon at 68111. I want to address the issue of the Human Relations and Human Rights Department and the proposed 50% budget cut, and I say no. I say no. I believe that the 500,000 plus residents of Omaha, Nebraska deserve a full force and staff in the HRRD. Omaha's ranking as a wonderful place to live, in my estimate, didn't consider the disenfranchised of Omaha. According to the U.S. Census, on a national basis, and these are figures from the 2008, the majority for median constant income in 2008 was $52,000. For minority or black, it was $34,000, and for Hispanics, $38,000. The median race and Hispanic income in 2008 for females, white women, $86,000 a year, black females, $13,000 a year, and Hispanic females, $11,000. Lastly, percent of children living below poverty nationally, white are 15%, black 34%, and Hispanic 30%. Such disparities as these should not exist in 2011, 2012, and on. At least we should be working towards reducing these disparities. Income is how we survive. Again, nationally, we've been ranked highest as a good place to live. A good quality of life can be attained here in Omaha. But Omaha's melodies are not to be slighted. Institutional racism, sexism are in full effect. When one suffers, I believe we all suffer. Having a full force Human Rights and Relations Department is so important to people that are working and trying to work every day, and the problems that can occur in housing, jobs, etc. So please consider the full staffing, bring it back up to where it should be, and move forward with trying to get the budget together so that we can have a full staff at the Human Relations and Human Rights Department. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council members, glad to see you again. My name is Andrew Sullivan, 7748 Western Avenue. I'm just going to address a couple of matters. One's about taxation. We heard the previous speaker mention it, and I've heard it's been mentioned several times before. There's still talk about raising the city's sales tax and so forth, and there's always still concern about the restaurant tax, and people said, well, we got more money. Well, part of that had to do with some of the laws you changed, which were very good laws to change. Extending the bar hours, that means people coming from Iowa to Omaha had better reason to stay, and people here decided to stay because, well, they didn't have to run over to Iowa. At the same time, you've changed the fireworks law, which meant people didn't drive down to Missouri for holidays. They ended up staying in Omaha. Those type of changes do affect the economy and do good things. But something like that restaurant tax is still a 9.6% tax wedge. And I've heard people, liberals, say, well, we don't want to have any other sales tax or anything like that. Realistically, though, you'd be better off having a junk tax. on junk food such as candy and chips and sodas, because you can put a 2% tax on it, no one's going to care about it because it's just 2%. There's no other sales tax on top of it. What's happening in much of our city, we have single people, women, mothers, who go to the grocery store, they buy diapers, tampons, toilet paper, aspirin. All those things are taxed at 7%. Steak, shrimp, lobster, 0 sales tax. I want to hope you keep that in mind with taxation. There's 2 other issues that have come up which I think are important to the budget. One of them is about the Recreation and Parks Department. I wish we would completely think out the box and reconstruct it. Make it its own park and recreation authority, like we do with the airport or we do with Mecca, and let them privatize it, take advantage of the private initiatives. I saw what happened today regarding the bus stop signs and all that controversy and how we got that, dealing with that. Well, if we had a park and recreation authority, they could take over that. We could have advertising in our parks on there, and we could have vendors in our parks on there that would be able to offer sodas and ice creams when people are using the parks. There's money to be made there to keep the parks self-sufficient. We could open up again the ice skating rink events and help those things. But here's what's happening. We don't know how to fund it. We're not taking advantage of those. And what's happening is we're having there's events taking places in parks. Public officials are coming to speak to them, and they go up and they find out the restroom doors are locked. That wasn't really happy to hear that when Senator Joe Hans and Senator Don Stenberg, State Treasurer Don Stenberg were out speaking out in Walnut Creek a couple of weeks ago. The third thing I want to bring up is transportation issues. Many people talk about bringing high-speed rail and all that stuff. I'd much rather we concentrate on the little things that people care about, the important things. Sidewalks for our kids. There's a sidewalk within 2 blocks of me that doesn't have a sidewalk, and at the same time, we have people who want to do bicycling. Great. Let's put a bicycle lane next to the sidewalk instead of in the street. But instead, we're putting bicycle lanes where there are no bicyclists, and we have places where there's no sidewalks where kids are walking into the street. They need to be funded, but there are better ways to do it than what we're doing now. Thank you.
Thank you. Elaine Wells.
I yield my time.
Thank you. Our final speaker for tonight is Jason Johans.
Thank you. Jason Johans, 4718 North 150th Street. And what I want to talk about tonight in the budget is about the sewers and then also parks and recreations. Recently, I noticed that for the 2012 budget, there's a 40% increase in the sewer separation project, or that's about, over $100 million. And what I ask of the council here is that for each 5% reduction in the sewer project is equivalent to about $5 million, which is about half the expense, which is equivalent to the planning department expense, or about half the expense of running all the libraries in Omaha. And just keep in mind, first of all, is this project nice to have or federally mandated? How can it be audited? And, a small percentage of savings or cuts in projects can add up to large dollars, which can be used for parks or for libraries. The other topic I want to talk about is the park and recreation increase. Park and recreation had a $2.25 million increase in the 2012 budget compared to 2011. From what I see, planning and construction has a capital increase of $2 million for last year, yet it doesn't really specify where the capital is going to. And my question is that necessary with, a $100 million sewer project going on? Is $2 million necessary for this? The second thing I notice is seems to be a $1.25 million donation to the zoo on page 301 of the budget. And just, I was wondering, I support the zoo. I love the zoo. My family are members at the zoo. But, do we need the city and the taxpayers contributing more money, or should it be a free will offering of its citizens? And therefore, I don't believe a $1.25 million donation to the zoo is feasible at this point in time. So the final thing that I'd like to talk about with Parks and Recreation is privatization. Just generally, the functions that have multiple competitors and lower skilled, and projects with lower skill would be best suited for privatization, such as equipment repair, ground maintenance, snow removal, etc. Typically, privatization has saved about 20 to 30%. And so for Parks and Recreations, that's a potential of a $1.1 to $2 million savings for each about $10 million that we produce. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our hearing for tonight. On behalf of myself and my fellow council members, I certainly appreciate and thank each and every one for coming down tonight, particularly those who spoke. We will certainly take your thoughts and input under advisement, and we are scheduled to vote on the budget at our next regular council meeting on Tuesday, August 23rd. Thank you again.
Second.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson. Yes. Festerson. Gurnett. Yes. Gray. Yes. Jerem. Stothard. Mr. President.
I was turning on your lights, sir.
Thompson. Here. Festerson. Here. Gurnett. Gray. Here. Jerem. Here. Stothard. Here. Mr. President.
Here. I'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing by Councilmember Jerem.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Normally read my invocations, but this is, I think today, important that we reflect upon those brave 30 Navy SEALs who died in Afghanistan recently, and the loss it means to their family members and to the country. And I thought you might reflect upon the U.S. Navy SEAL ethos. This is what they feel is their call. times of war or uncertainty, there is a special breed of warrior ready to answer our nation's call, a common man with uncommon desire to succeed. Forged by adversity, he stands alongside America's finest special operations forces to serve this country, the American people, and protect their way of life. I am that man. My trident is a symbol of honor and heritage, bestowed upon me by the heroes that have gone before. It embodies the trust of those I have sworn to protect. By wearing the trident, I accept the responsibility of my chosen profession and way of life. It is a privilege that I must earn every day. My loyalty to country and team is beyond reproach. I humbly serve as a guardian to my fellow Americans, always ready to defend those who are unable to defend themselves. I do not advertise the nature of my work, nor seek recognition for my actions. I voluntarily accept the inherent hazards of my profession, placing the welfare and security of others before my own. I serve with honor, on and off the battlefield. The ability to control my emotions and my actions, regardless of circumstance, sets me apart from other men. Uncompromising integrity is my standard. My character and honor are steadfast. My word is my bond. We expect to lead and be led. In the absence of orders, I will take charge, lead my teammates, and accomplish the mission. I lead by example in all situations. I will never quit. I persevere and thrive on adversity. My nation expects me to be physically harder and mentally stronger than my enemies. If knocked down, I will get back up every time. I will draw on every remaining ounce of strength to protect my teammates and to accomplish our mission. I am never out of the fight. We demand discipline. We expect innovation. The lives of my teammates and the success of our mission depend on me, my technical skill, tactical proficiency, and attention to detail. My training is never complete. We train for war and fight to win. I stand ready to bring the full spectrum of the combat power to bear in order to achieve my mission and the goals established by my country. The execution of my duties will be swift and violent when required, yet guided by the very principles that I serve to defend. Brave men have fought and died, building the proud tradition and feared reputation that I am bound to uphold. In the worst of conditions, the legacy of my teammates steadies my resolve and silently guides me in my every deed. I will not fail.
City Clerk certifies publication in the Daily Record, the official newspaper, on August 5th. Notes for a council and regular City Council meeting August 9th, 2011. A current copy of the Open Meetings Act is posted in a white binder on the east wall of the legislative chambers.
Good afternoon and welcome. This Omaha City Council meeting is conducted in public and by law may only address the topics listed on the published agenda. The council will hear testimony but will not engage in debate of issues with the public at this meeting. During testimony, it is not appropriate to applaud or convey disapproval. These actions only detract from the formal decorum of the meeting. At this time, would you please turn off or mute any electronic devices? Thank you.
Item number 5 is a resolution that the City Council of the City of Omaha, on behalf of itself and the citizens of the City of Omaha, do hereby recognize and honor Lormong Lowe for his years of dedicated service to the City of Omaha.
Public hearing on agenda item number 5 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Right up there.
Yeah, right there. Hit the,
there you go.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure, Mr. President, and all council members, and Mr. Weaver, the chief staff, and all city staff, and friends, for everybody who are here today. My name is Dua Lowe. I'm the Vice President of Lamont Association of Nebraska. And before I go further, I'd like to introduce my fellow that are here today. Can you each stand up and say your name?
I'm Laura Sullivan, related to Omaha. My name is Si Chang. I'm the president of our Longmont Association.
My name is Vinny Lord. My name is Zoo Lord. I am Jodo. My brother,
My name is Huchi Lo. I'm Laura Mom's nephew.
I'm Meng Lo from Iowa State University, senior aerospace engineer, and I'm also Laura Mom's nephew.
And I'm a great honor to be here today because Mr. Weaver, you have gave me a chance to be here, and the council president and all council members, and also the mayor of Omaha. I'm here today because I have to announce that my brother Long Lo, the former city council of Omaha, have been passed away on July 19, 2011 in Arkansas. And the cause that he died, I still don't know exactly how he died, but I still look forward to find what happened to him and what the result caused his death. And today I'm here because I'd like to pass the word to the council member and the city of Omaha, the mayor of Omaha, and the people of Omaha that he loved. We will set up a small memory service for him at Augustine Lutheran Church on August 13, 1 p.m. Next week. So on behalf of the family, I'd like to pass the word to all of you, anybody who can make to his memorial service. We always welcome you to be there. We love to have you to be there. And because it'll be last time for him, and we'll read his story in the past, where he come from, who he is. And so everybody are welcome to there. And I thank you very much for the council member and for Mr. Weaver, your hard working, and to give me a time to be here today and to see everybody here. And also I can say the word to all the people of Omaha, and the people in the city that he loved. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed.
Motion approved.
Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Ms. Mulligan. I wanted the family to know that Lowe was a politician, but he also was a good person, and I got to know him outside of his political self. Well, my other job is the professor at UNO, and on two occasions, I called him to come and speak to my classes. And he came and spoke about the differences in the educational system there and the educational system here. And he also talked about his immigration experience over to this country. And I want you to know that he made a very good impression upon the students in one particular area, and that area being how good we had it here in America. He was very good at conveying the message that the freedoms that we have here were important and that we should be very grateful for that. And so I just wanted you to know that he not only did his civic duties in terms of government, but when called upon, he was able to come and volunteer and help teachers out too. And that message of wanting to come to America and coming to a place that he truly loved. He loved Omaha and he loved America. So I just thought that you'd like to know that little anecdote as part of his service to the community.
Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Just one personal note, too. I got to know Ormond through when he was a council member, and I worked with him on several different issues, and always very pleasant to work with, always very respectful. But I didn't want this discussion to go without noting that I believe he was the first Hmong native in the entire country to be a city council member in any city. And that's quite an accomplishment you should be very proud of.
And just to summarize here, this resolution is that the City Council of the City of Omaha, on behalf of itself and the citizens of the City of Omaha, does hereby recognize and honor Warmong Lo for his years of dedicated service to the City of Omaha. And we all thank you. No further lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
I'll take the last one, yes.
Okay. Gray?
I told you not to sit. Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0. Item 6 is a reconsideration. It's a motion by Councilmember Thompson to reconsider ordinance number 39077 passed as amended July 26th, being Amendment 2, Chapters 22 and 23 to reflect changes negotiated between the City of Omaha and the Omaha Police Management Association for the year 2008 through 2012.
Roll call.
This is on the reconsideration. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay, it's back on the floor, and we also have an amendment request by council members.
Just to review the amendment that we will be, after we get a motion here, I just want to recap the changes that we are proposing, and through talks and discussions that the City Council has had with the police managers group. But what we're doing here today is we are going to include in the base pay the educational allowance that these groups of managers had been receiving before. So we are reinstituting the $1,300 a year, which will be added to the base pay. The rates of pay for the assistant chiefs, the raises for the rates of pay for the assistant chiefs will remain at 2.5%, and that's for a 5-year period. So this covers 08, 09, 10, 11, and 12. The raise rates for the Chief Hayes, will remain the same, 08, 09, and 10, and that'll be at 2.5%. And then for the years 2011 and 2012, Mr. Hayes will get a 2.75% raise. And also, probably just as important as anything else, this group of managers has agreed to permanently move to the civilian health care plan, which is a very important first step to get the City of Omaha to have all of our employees migrate to the same health care plan. So that's, with that, I will yield the floor to Ms. Stothard.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank my colleagues on the City Council. You know, I think this really shows that reasonable people can get together and make reasonable decisions. We passed, was it a week ago or 2 weeks ago? I can't even remember.
2 weeks.
An amendment of the whole, and amended the police management contract. And in that time between when it was passed, the amendment, and now, all the city council was engaged, and talking to Chief Hayes and his deputies, and coming up with a resolution through sensible negotiation rather than hauling this whole thing down to the CIR. And I truly want to thank Chief Hayes and Deputy Chief Schmatter and Davis and Baker and Newman, because you have been great to work with, and I think it really shows a lot about your willingness to do what is right for the city. We want to make sure that what we give you is competitive but prudent in these economic times, and I truly want to thank you for your work on this in the past week. As just to recap what Councilman Mulligan said, that the difference financially for, we'll just take Chief Hayes, with the adjustments that we have made comes to about $2,000 a year in his salary. So the adjustment is not very much from what it was with our first amendment of the whole, but we think with just some little changes that this is something that is equally acceptable and it's good for the city. So again, I want to thank my fellow colleagues for working on this. I think we all put our heads together, and I think we came up with something that's really workable and something good for the city. Thanks.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes, coming from the fact that I am one of the senior members on the council, I'm not afraid to always speak up for the council. That's just a role that I'll carry willingly. But I want to say that I too am happy with the developments. Sometimes this council gets a reputation that's not accurate, in that we're always fighting and always going against the administration. And in this particular case, I saw real good leadership on the part of police management, and they got permission from the mayor to speak with us. And so it was a team effort, and no one particular council person was more influential than any other. We were all instrumental in it in one way or another. I could go through and name names, but they know who they are. And so I like to say that the system works. The system does work. And from the outside, it looks like sometimes that it doesn't work, but it does. And sometimes by just negotiating and then renegotiating, you come up with a solution. And so first of all, I'd like to give props to Chief Hayes, because he was the initial one that said, let's not let it bog down. And then I also want to give credit to our president, who went on ahead and did the traffic copping. But there are several council persons on this dais here who did a lot of work on the backgrounds, and so it becomes a group effort, and the group effort paid off. And once again, I want to reemphasize, our system does work. You have to be patient with it, and I have no problem with moving the amendment of the whole, and hope I can get a second.
B. Yeah, amendment B. Yes.
Well, as former President Ronald Reagan, he had a sign on his desk in the White House. He says, as long as we don't worry about who gets the credit, you can just about accomplish anything. So enough said. No further lights. Roll call.
This is on amendment B. Thompson?
Amendment B.
Yes. Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Thompson? Or Mr. President?
Yes.
And now as amended?
As amended.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Passed as amended, 7-0. Plat and dedication, item number 7, plat and dedication of a piece of land located at 59th Street, north of Haskell Street. A, Planning Board and Planning Department recommend.
No public hearing, right?
There should be a public hearing.
It is? Okay. Public hearing on agenda item number 7 begins now. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents? No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved, 7-0. Liquor, item number 8. Revenite Cigar Bar, 2615 South 144th Street, with a cigar bar license, Class C license, new application, O location.
Public hearing on agenda item number 8 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Mr. President, members of the council, Mike Kelly, 7134 Pacific, appearing here with Mr. Blake. We did fail to disclose an MIP earlier, which we now have disclosed. Since that time, Mr. Blake has served 4 years in the Marine Corps. I think he's grown up quite a bit. We're taking over an establishment out at 144th and Center called Ravenite, which is a cigar bar. It's the same type of operation as planned. And we're here for any questions if you have.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Stothard.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Blake, I have a question for you. You have several citations on your record that concern me. One was a sell to a minor, and although it was in the past, it's on here.
No.
Is that right?
That if you notice that it says either sale to a minor or purchase as a minor.
So that was your MIP?
This is his MIP.
Okay, I got it. Just tell me, what can you say to us that you can tell us that you will be a responsible liquor manager, because your job is to make sure you follow all the people follow all the rules and regulations of the law, and it concerns me when you have issues that show in the past that you could not follow the law.
Brandon Blake, 3464 Grant Street. One thing I have to say is that I have grown up a lot. You know, I was a teenager back then. I didn't really know a lot about really anything, and you know, since then my time in the military has really helped me grow as a person, and I realized that, you know, I want to do bigger and better things than just what I was doing back then. I hope you don't hold that against me.
Have you ever taken a certified liquor management class in the past?
No, ma'am. I intend to by the end of this month.
I'll make a motion to approve, and I don't want to make this contingent upon you taking that class, but I would ask that you would do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No further lights. We have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
And Jerem passes the second time for a potential conflict of interest. It's approved, 6-0-1 passing.
Thank you.
Item number 9 is the Bottomless Glass Bar and Grill, 17520 Wright Street, a Class C liquor license, no application, no location.
Public hearing on agenda item number 9 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, my name is Marcus Vogel, 12185 South 217th Avenue, Gretna, Nebraska. I am looking to get a Class C liquor license and open the Bottomless Glass Bar and Grill. It's currently the Red Eye Tavern on 175th and Center. And any questions?
Thank you, sir. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Motion approved.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 10 is Mai Tai at 14618 West Center Road, Class I liquor license, no application to location.
Public hearing on agenda item number 10 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, Mr. President and council members, my name is Cynthia Epstein. My address is 11516 Nicholas Street, Omaha, Nebraska. I represent Chang Jiang Enterprises, Inc., that are doing business as Mai Tai Restaurant, located at 14618 West Center Road. They are applying for a Class I liquor license for wine, beer, and spirits on the premises. This is an existing location. It's been there for probably approximately 6-7 years, and it's a commercial establishment area. And I also have the president of Chang Jiang Enterprises is here if you have any questions from either of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Motion approved. Second.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Thank you.
Adopted 7-0. Item number 11 is Oak Hills Country Club, request permission to appoint Mark Ruga manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 11 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Ruga, 16708 Jefferson Street in Omaha. I'm the current general manager at Oak Hills Country Club, and our officers are remaining the same under the license. I'm taking over the role as manager.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 12, Omaha Community Playhouse, request permission to appoint Timothy Schmad manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 12 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Tim Schmad, 6915 Cass, and I request that I be appointed manager for the Playhouse's liquor license.
Thank you, Mr. Schmad. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents?
Motion to approve. Second.
Ms. Stothard?
Thank you, Mr. Schmad. Can I ask you a question also? Can you repeat your name and address, please?
Tim Schmad, 6915 Cass in Omaha.
Okay, I'm going to ask you the same question as I asked the other gentleman. You have had a DUI several years ago, but I want to ask you what you can tell us is that you will be a responsible liquor manager because your responsibility is to make sure people follow the law, and this is a violation of the law.
That's correct, and I made a terrible mistake, and that's about all I can tell you. I've learned from it. I've paid my dues for that.
Have you ever taken a certified liquor management class?
I've not.
Would you consider doing that, please?
Yep.
Okay, we won't do this contingent upon that, but I'd like you to take that class.
Okay.
All right?
Yep.
Move to approve.
Second.
No further lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 13, TGI Fridays, request permission to appoint Teresa Thompson manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 13 begins now. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents?
Yeah.
Are you a opponent or proponent?
I am Teresa Thompson, the general manager at TGI Fridays.
Okay, you're a proponent.
I guess so.
Thank you. Public hearing is closed.
Move the approval.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 14, Fox and Hounds Pub and Grill, 17602 Wright, request permission to appoint Keela Vanderhoof manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 14 begins now. Are there any proponents?
I'm Keela Vanderhoof. I'm the general manager at Fox and Hound. I'm just looking over to take my name on to the liquor license that we currently have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Any opponents?
Motion to approve. Second.
Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 15, Red Robin America's Gourmet Burger and Spirits, request permission to appoint Elizabeth Boomer manager.
Public hearing on agenda item number 15 begins now. Are there any proponents?
I'm Elizabeth Boomer. I work for Red Robin Gourmet Burgers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other proponents? Any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 16, The Slowdown, request permission for a special designated license for a concert and beer garden on August 26th from 5 to midnight. Music will end at midnight.
Public hearing on agenda item number 16 begins now. Are there any proponents?
This is Jason Coble with Preston Inc. Slowdown, here to answer 729 North 14th Street, here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0. Item number 17, Jake's Cigars and Spirits, 6206 Maple Street. Request permission for a special edition license for a beer garden at 6114 Military Avenue on September 10th from 12 noon to 2 a.m. with music ending at midnight.
Public hearing on agenda item number 17 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, my name is Matt Biggins. I'm here representing Jake's Cigars at 6206 Maple Street, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Yeah, just a note on this one. It's pretty rare that we approve a beer garden past or up to 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock closing that we've approved in the last year or so, but this is one we've done now 3 times in a row, right in the heart of Benson, great location for it, and the owners always do a nice job, so it's one I'd support, and I'd move approval.
Thank you.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Approved 7-0.
Thank you.
Item number 18, Big Red Keno is granted approval to operate a satellite location at Big Ten Sports Bar, 8414 18 Q Street.
Public hearing on agenda item number 18 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Katrina Coffey. I'm Vice President of Marketing for Big Red Keno. We're located at 11248 John Galt Boulevard. I have with me today the owner, and we would like to ask for your approval for this application. This actually is an existing Keno location. It's just an ownership change.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed. No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0. Item number 19 is Big Red is granted approval to operate a satellite at the Stadium Bar, 2601 South 13th Street, and there's a request to allow withdrawal.
So moved. Second.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
Withdrawal 7-0. And item number 20 is Big Red Keno is granted approval to operate a satellite at Foursomes Virtual Golf, 3510 North 167th Circle.
Public hearing on agenda item number 20 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Yes, again, Mr. President, members of the council, Katrina Coffey, Vice President of Marketing for Big Red Keno, located at 11248 John Galt Boulevard. I have with me the owners today, and we're asking for your approval of the Keno application. And this, too, is a ownership change. It's an existing Keno location.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Second.
No lights, roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 7-0.
Thank you.
Consent agenda. Any member of the City Council may cause an item placed on the consent agenda to be removed. Items removed from consent agenda shall be taken up by the City Council immediately following the consent agenda in the order in which they were removed unless otherwise provided by City Council rules of order.
The public hearings on agenda items number 21 and number 22 were held on July 26, 2011.
Second.
Mr. Jerem.
Yes, I just wanted to comment again and thank the Planning Department for its help in expediting the redevelopment of this site on item 21 in the old market. It's, for those of you here today or watching, it's the big hole in the middle of the old market. It's going to be a hotel, and hopefully construction will be going on at this time next year. So we're really excited about that, and thank you for your help.
No further lights, roll call. We have a motion?
Yep. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
They're both passed 7-0.
The public hearings on agenda items number 24 through 42 are today. If you wish to address the City Council regarding these items, please come to the microphone, indicate the agenda item number you wish to address, identify yourself by your name, address, who you represent, and if you are a proponent or opponent.
Here comes somebody.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Sam King. My office is at 11404 West Dodge Road, Suite 500. We are here on, I believe it's Resolution 39, which is a request to terminate the contract the city has with Best Buy Signs relating to a bus bench program. We are opponents to that. To my right is the proprietor of Best Buy Signs, and he would like to also enter his appearance at this time.
My name is Jim Paulison. 17410 Storage Road, Omaha, Nebraska.
I'm going to defer to Mr. Paulson. He will start first, and then I'll have my comments after that.
Thank you.
Every single bus bench in the city of Omaha, totaling 400, is owned by Best Buy Signs. Hundreds and hundreds of people depend on them on a daily basis. The benches provide an important place to sit and rest while waiting in all types of weather conditions. Many bus riders consider them essential to their daily commute. This program is absolutely free to the Omaha public. Best Buy Signs bought and takes care of the bus bench program at no cost to the city or taxpayers by repairing them, removing graffiti, mowing, shoveling around them, and generally keeping them in good condition. The Omaha Parks Department has asked for your approval to terminate the bus bench contract between Best Buy Signs and the city because they claim Best Buy Signs has not made payments required under the contract to the city. While Best Buy Signs has made payments under the contract, we do not dispute that these are not full payments. I'm the president of Best Buy Signs, and I am here today to explain why the full payments were not made. Best Buy Signs entered into a bus bench contract with the city in May of 2009. Pursuant to this contract, the city of Omaha provided Best Buy Signs the opportunity to maintain and lease out space of advertising on the bus benches located on city property. In exchange, Best Buy Signs agreed to make quarterly payments to the city and agreed to maintain the benches. Best Buy Signs entered into this contract because the municipal code generally provided 3 ways to advertise on city property. 1, bus benches, 2, bus shelters, and 3, billboards. Even better, just a few months before Best Buy Signs signed this contract, the City Council approved an amendment to certain city codes which in effect stated that regulations governing temporary signs would be strictly enforced. This was the #1 reason that Best Buy Signs decided to enter into this contract, and in fact has provided 400 brand new benches at its sole cost for the bus riding public at no charge to the city or the taxpayers. The bid for this program would have been far less without these regulations in place, or certainly if Best Buy Signs knew that the city's laws against the posting of small temporary signs would not be enforced. The contract started off fine. Best Buy Signs made contract payments in 2009. In 2010, though, the city changed directions on its decisions to enforce the prohibitions against temporary small signs. More and more of these signs began to crop up all around the bus benches that I was trying to lease out for advertising. It cost $1.69 to buy a small illegal sign, and set it right next to one of my bus benches. Here's an ad that shows that you can buy these signs for $1.69 a piece. This Best Buy Signs attempts to rent out its bus benches for advertising at about $100 a month. Best Buy signs should not have to compete against $1.69 illegal signs. Since back in 2010, I have attempted over and over again to get the city to enforce its laws against these small signs with no success. I spoke with Ms. Pearson of the Parks Department about this problem and advised her that it was making it very difficult for Best Buy signs to pay the city what it was required to pay under the contract. The response I got was, "It is not her problem." Also in 2010, the city entered into a contract with Free Green Can, Nebraska, which allowed the company to place trash cans next to my bus benches and to lease out space for advertising. Best Buy Signs has really never had a fighting chance to fulfill this contract. The city, through its actions or inactions, has essentially crippled the ability of Best Buy Signs to make money. And then it complains that the quarterly payments have not been made. The bus bench program just was not meant to compete against cheap illegal signs. Best Buy Signs sincerely wants to settle this dispute with the city in the manner that is both fair to the city and fair to Best Buy Signs. It is imperative to hold over this vote to terminate the program so that we can explore these options. Melinda Peterson, the director of Parks, wants the contract terminated and all 400 benches removed within 30 days. She contends she has been negotiating for the past year, but my documents show she's made one offer in January 11, 2011. We responded less than 2 weeks later with an offer in which we agreed to pay the amount demanded, but not in the time period that the city suggested. Ms. Pearson, Melinda, never responded to this counteroffer. I have responded with additional offers to work together, but Ms. Pearson, again, never responded, other than to demand full payment with no concessions or compromise by the city. I maintain that the lack of code enforcement has a significant impact on my program's revenue stream. I want my voice to be heard. I am a good community partner. This is a valuable, free community service that also provides cash to the city. On top of providing the entire program at no charge to Omaha Public or the city, I have already paid $80,000 in cash to the city, and I have a solid plan to work with the city to settle our balance. The city needs to hold over their vote to assure this contract is settled fairly to the benefit of all involved. I am willing to do whatever it takes to keep the contract in place. When Best Buy Signs took out the old broken down bus benches so that we could replace them with new ones, we had numerous calls from the Omaha public complaining about the lack of benches. Some were handicapped, some were elderly, some had children. The citizens of Omaha have the right to expect the city and Best Buy Signs to get together and negotiate in good faith to resolve this dispute without depriving the citizens of a place to sit at a bus stop. Please give us 60 days to work together to get this resolved. I will deliver the revenue projected with the help of my city contract partners, where I was born and raised and have conducted business for 21 years. I have several options in mind to discuss with the city to resolve this dispute. One involves Best Buy Signs continuing its business relationship with the city under different terms, assuming the city will not enforce its prohibition against small temporary signs. Another involves Best Buy Signs transitioning out of its contract with the city in a manner that would still leave the city with bus benches. And another involves bringing in another party to take over this contract. We need time to explore these things. For the first time, the city made an offer last Friday to release Best Buy Signs from all claims in exchange for transferring ownership of the bus benches to the city. I am not thrilled with this offer, but it may be a start to something that would be acceptable to Best Buy Signs. But we need time. Best Buy Sign will also commit to making continued payments monthly to the city, even though it generally exceeds our monthly profits, but we will do that. It is time to sit down and to really sit down and work together for the sake of everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me? Okay. I do. Thank you, and good afternoon. My name is Sam King. My address is 11404 West Dodge Road, Suite 500, Omaha, Nebraska. I am the attorney for Best Buy Signs, and Mr. Paulson asked me to make some comments additionally with respect to this entire matter, and particularly with respect to the legal aspects. Best Buy Signs did enter into a contract with the city back in 2009 for this bus bench program. And as you can see on the screen here, hopefully, try to get a close-up of that. But the park benches were in a terrible condition all around the city. What Best Buy Signs did, thank you, what Best Buy Signs did is they went out and bought 400 new bus benches. That is on the right. You can see the dilapidated bus bench on the left. And they put all this money into it, and they got an SBA loan to do that, and that's what they're still paying off. And within 8 to 9 months, that loan will be paid off, and we'll have more money to pay the city. But I think it's critical to understand the circumstances here, and I think some of you do, and there's been some communications with some of the council members relating to this in the past. I don't know if you'll recall it or whatever, but I just need to point out a few things just so you can understand the whole history of this. It's been alleged that Best Buy is in breach of its contract with the city. We think that the city has breached its contract with Best Buy by not enforcing the laws that were in existence at the time this contract was entered. First of all, when this started, an ordinance was passed in April of 2009, and that ordinance dealt with the prohibition of these small signs, and you saw an example of one of those small signs previously during Mr. Paulison's presentation. There was, and I presented materials on this that you can look at, there was a position of the city that these small signs are distracting, they don't look good for the city, they need to be regulated, and the city was going to enforce the prohibitions and restrictions on the use of these small signs. My client thought that was great, and this is at the time when he's looking at making a bid on this contract. And in fact, he ultimately did. He made the bid. He won the bid in May of 2009 and started proceeding under this contract. And he was making payments under the contract. Problem is, about 3 or 4 months into the contract, what happened is the city decided to place a moratorium on the enforcement of this ordinance relating to small signs. So you have, in effect, these small signs going up all over the place by bus benches, which, as you can see from the sign that we presented earlier, they're $1.69. If you want to put up this sign, you can see you can buy 100 signs for $169. All you got to do is do that and plop them down somewhere. Now, it's against the law, but people do it anyway. I mean, just take a look at where all of them are throughout the city. And that has been a big problem with this, and obviously the way this contract works for my client is that they advertise on the bus benches, and if something dilutes that, like these small signs, it creates a big problem. So there's a moratorium that the city put in effect on that, and that lasted from October of 2009 through October of 2010. Then it was lifted for a little bit. Then my client finds out in February of 2011 that this moratorium is going into place again, and the city was not going to enforce it. This here's a poster a picture that my client took showing the problems that he's having with respect to advertising on the signs. His bus bench is on the right. On the left is one of these small signs. Small sign may cost $1.69. As you can see, it's even padlocked to a telephone pole or something like that. He's made complaints about this repeatedly, and those small signs haven't been removed, and they're all over the place. And this has dramatically affected his ability to generate income. Obviously, what he does for some of these bus benches is charge about $100 per bus bench to advertise on that. Why would you ever want to do that if you can put up a sign right by it for $1.69? You can imagine what that would do with somebody's business. So there was a moratorium on the enforcement of that. March of 2011. At one point, I think what the city council decided to do was to say, we're not going to enforce it unless complaints are made. So what my client did is, okay, well, I'll make complaints. And so he went around and came up with numerous locations where these small signs were placed, and he submitted them to the city council. And I counted at least 86 entries on one of these emails that he submitted to the city council. And that was just one email. From one time he was reporting this. That's in the materials that I provided. He complained about it, nothing was done. And this is the problem that he's had repeatedly. In addition to that, as he mentioned, there was a problem with this green trash can situation, which got implemented after he entered into this contract, and you can advertise on those. It's been almost impossible for him to accomplish what he wanted to accomplish when he set out in this contract. So, what are the legal aspects of that? First of all, I would point out that in the contract itself, there is a provision that says that the city must comply with the city's ordinances. This is a section from the contract. It's page 4 of 6, and as you can see, under the section entitled Applicable Law, it says, parties to this agreement shall conform with all existing and applicable city ordinances. Well, there's a city ordinance that says you can't have these small signs. The city wasn't doing anything about that. So that's the contract itself. In addition to that, under Nebraska law, the Nebraska Supreme Court has stated on numerous occasions, and I've given you 20 case cites in the materials that I provided, generally saying every contract is made with reference to the subject to existing law, and every law affecting the contract is read into the contract and becomes part of the contract. Nebraska Supreme Court also said when a statute prescribes a duty and a contract is made involving the performance of the duty, such statute becomes a part of the contract. There's another Supreme Court case that refers specifically to city ordinances, and these become part of the contract. Well, that's what my client was relying on when he entered into this. Within 4 months after that, the city stopped enforcing that, which made it extremely difficult for him to make his obligations under the contract. In addition to that, there's a implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing in every contract, which basically says that none of the parties to a contract should do anything that would injure the other party's right to receive the benefits under a contract. We submit that the city, in effect, has done this by not enforcing these ordinances that allow people to just go and stick a sign next to the bus bench. And so by not enforcing this temporary sign code and doing the moratoriums and everything else, the city has in essence breached its contract with Best Buy Signs. We're not here today to argue that the city is liable to Best Buy Signs for a breach of the contract. That's never been our position. These are unfortunate circumstances. What our position has been all along is, okay, it's a different game now. This is not what we both contemplated when we first started off. We need to readjust this, and we started working on that back in 2010. We started sending letters to the city saying, what can we do to try to get this resolved? We're very much concerned by some of the introductory statements that were made by, I believe, Ms. Pearson with respect to this resolution, because it indicates that we've been having settlement discussions for over a year. That really isn't the case. We've been making settlement proposals, and the city has been saying, for the most part, no deal. Those aren't settlement discussions. The city made one offer in January of 2011. We came back 11 days later and said, okay, we'll pay you more, about $1,500 more than what you're asking for, but we need a little time. And we never got a response to that from the city until May of 2011, when it said, no deal, get your bus benches off of our property unless you want to pay us the entire contract amount. Well, I was really disturbed to learn today, when just prior to our the meeting today, we met with Ms. Pearson, Ms. Cavill, to discuss this and again to see if we could get something resolved. Ms. Pearson told us at that time she was unaware that we were making any sort of claim or had any problem with small signs. That's our main dispute. And she was unaware of it until today or Friday. How can you try to conduct settlement discussions or settlement negotiations when the biggest important factor isn't known by the other side? And that was just astonishing to me. We don't want to terminate this contract. This would be terrible for the city of Omaha. There's 400 bus benches all around the city, and the city told us, Ms. Pearson told us in May of 2011, if you're not going to pay up, get your bus benches off of our property, which we'll do. We'll comply with that. But we don't want to leave the city without bus benches. And we think that this really needs to go back to the bargaining table. We have some options now. We had a party that expressed an interest in purchasing our business. That needs to be explored. I don't know how exactly we could do this. But when I started talking about this last week, there are several options that came up. We just don't have the time. Last Friday was the first time the city said, okay, give us all the bus benches and we'll release you. Well, the bus benches are about a little less than $1,000 a piece. We got 400 of them. That's a big decision. We would look at that, as Mr. Paulson said, we're not too excited about it. Maybe there's an avenue there. Maybe we can give a lien to the city or do something else to ensure payments. But we just haven't been given that opportunity. We think that if you lay this over for the next 60 days, we'll do our best to offer as much as we can offer to get this resolved, to not leave the city in the lurch without bus benches instead of going out tomorrow and pulling up all the bus benches wherever they are. And so we need time to do that. We would respectfully request that you provide us that time, give us that opportunity, and see if we can get something resolved that will be good not only for the city but for Best Buy signs and hopefully be beneficial to the entire Omaha City public. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other proponents or opponents for the consent agenda?
Linda Pearson, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Public Property for the City of Omaha. I'd like to also talk about number 39, just to clarify a few things. And as well, Joe Cavill is here. She's been involved in all the discussions with Best Buy and their attorneys. The contract was awarded in June 2009. No payments were made in the entire year of 2010. Payments were made in January and February of this year of $6,000. In April, March and April of $3,000. June and July of $2,500. Those are the extent of the payments in 2011, none in 2010. Regarding correspondence, in August 9th, 2010, we received a letter from Mr. Paulison's attorney telling us that he would like to reduce his payments from $130,000 a year, which was his bid, to $71,000 a year. He said we responded to that. We've had several conversations on the phone, but these are letters that we're talking about here. We thought that City Council would not approve that since any kind of an agreement has to go through Council. On January 21st, 2011, they indicated that they would make a $32,000 $500 payment, which was never received. On January 31st, we replied to their with a counteroffer. On February 11th, they responded and rejected our offer. On May 23rd, we responded and rejected their offer. And on June 15th, they responded and rejected our offer. So there has been quite a bit of correspondence going on. To date, they are in arrears $204,000 approximately, give or take a few cents. So if you have any questions for me, I will be available.
Thank you. Any other proponents or opponents? Public hearing is closed. Ms. Stothard.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask a question to City Attorney Paul Kratz.
Yes, ma'am.
You're familiar with this contract, obviously.
To a certain extent, Joe Cavill has more familiarity than I do.
Well, I will ask you the question, and if not, I'll ask Joe. But does the contract between Best Buy and the city give Best Buy exclusive rights to the public right-of-way?
I do not believe so. And Joe's shaking her head also. No, does not.
Okay. So the issue with the small signs, the attorney talked about moratoriums on the signs and stopped enforcing the signs. It is to my knowledge, and maybe I should address my next question to Bob Stubbe, Public Works Director, but Don, you're back there. But I have seen Public Works come by and pick up signs that are on the right-of-way all the time.
Bob Stubbe, Public Works, signs within the right-of-way are not legal. And so a few years back, we made a concerted effort to pick up all kinds of signs within the right-of-way, whether they're garage sale signs or real estate signs or singles.org signs, whatever they might be. And if individuals want to pick up those signs that we've picked up within the right-of-way, they can go down to our street maintenance yard at 52nd and Dayton and pick those up, because we do provide an opportunity for them to pick them up. But no, signs within the right-of-way are legal.
So does Public Works routinely make sweeps of the city, and when they see those signs, they would pick them up?
Yeah, we made an increased effort a number of years back to actually go into the right-of-way and pick up those signs. It's kind of like bird droppings on a car, though, after you wash it, is that as soon as you pick it up, there's a potential for a sign to get reinstalled in that area because they are relatively cheap.
And so the statement saying the city stopped enforcing those signs, smaller signs in the right-of-way, would you say that's true or not? Or would you say it's just a matter of you having the resources to get out there and pick them up, and then somebody else might come along and put another one up?
Well, again, there's two different locations. There's signs within the right-of-way, and there's signs that are within private property. Our responsibility and our increased effort has been related to the right-of-way.
Okay. I think that's all I'm going to ask right now. I'll yield the floor.
Dr. Thompson.
Yes, this message is for Buster. This might be one where we need to vote it on its own, aside from the consent agenda.
Buster Brown, City Clerk, that's correct.
Okay.
We should vote on all the other items on the consent agenda.
And then come back on this one?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Paulson?
Yes, sir.
I want you to know that I understand your concern. I also want you to know that I was here when we awarded that contract, and so I've got mixed feelings. I want to give you that 60-day window that you're asking for, but I don't know if you remember, but a couple of years ago I felt that your bid was a little bit over. It was over optimistic, and I wondered how you were going to deliver what you said in that bid to begin with. I also know that your rates are pretty high, and I'm wondering if that has a little bit to do. Did you price yourself out of the market? The company that had it before you did, they had the broken down benches, of course, and that wasn't good, but they also had a lower price structure too, and so they were able to sell. At what point, how much of your loss is because of small signs versus you were over optimistic with your business plan? Would you comment, please?
Yes, sir. To talk about rates, the national average on bus bench advertising nationally is $225 a month. We started our rates around $95. That's our top tier. The next rate is an agency rate at $81. We have a nonprofit rate. We have multiple rates. We have nonprofit rates that go all the way down to $40, and we donate 100% of the production and installation. So we are as low as $40 and as high as $95. And did I overbid this program? I say not. I said I've not been given the opportunity to prove myself without these things jumping in my way. I would tell you that temporary signs are illegal in all zones. There's no area where advertising signage is legal, be it on the right-of-way or not on the right-of-way. And there's a little confusion of where the right-of-way is. Somebody might say the right-of-way is on the area between the sidewalk. Well, typically the right-of-way is going to be on the other side of the sidewalk, anywhere from, it could be 2 feet to 15 feet, because the city reserves a right to improve those areas, and that is the right-of-way. So a lot of times when enforcement gets done, the vast majority of the illegal signs remain. And what we're saying is, if we could just get, certainly City Works, I think, has made some effort to pick up some illegal signs. But what hasn't happened is there's fines, $500 per occurrence for breaking this law. This is a law. And for instance, the list that I sent over to City Council 5 to 6 months ago of about approximately 170 signs, the vast majority, these were specifically called out. Here's the problem, please help do it, because they're not going to spend money legally if they can do it illegally. The sign, I just want to point something out. The sign that's padlocked on this pole would have been there for 5-6 months after I personally complained about it. These have been there a year. These signs here, this person has advertised in front of a furniture mart.
Go over the mic. We got
sorry. Let me put that right there. Yep. The signs that have been posted near an area on 72nd Street have been there since, now not the exact same signs, they have been there for 2 years. Now, I've gone to Jay Davis and I said, could you please enforce your code? He says right now his hands are tied until a moratorium gets lifted. I asked Mr. Mike Guthrie, could you please enforce your code? Can you write some tickets? No, I have to take a 3-day course in order to write a ticket, and the city has not approved that expense.
Okay, we need to wrap it up because we're going to be here a very long time today, and I understand the gist of your argument.
I would like just the opportunity to sit down. I would just ask that you would hold this over, give us another chance to sit down, and really, I'll make myself available at any point. I told Melinda I'd meet with her 3 times a week. I want to resolve this issue. I want to move forward, and I do not want to pull these benches out of Omaha.
Thank you.
Yes,
let's see, Joe Cabell.
Joe Cabell, Deputy City Attorney.
Joe, if this comes before legal proceedings, and a judge sees a sign bolted or chained to a pole right next to the bus bench, and it's been there for 5 months, does that put us in bad light?
Well, certainly there would have to be some evidence as to whether the city knew it was there, whether there had been a complaint, what efforts the city made to remove it.
Okay, and if it's a case, how strong is our case? Do we have a strong case in that when the complaints come, we move them? Or, I mean, I need to know where we stand on that.
Well, I think probably either Public Works or Planning could tell you in greater detail than I could about what their efforts are to remove signs.
And you pretty much have to go by what they say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Melinda Pearson?
Melinda Pearson, Director Parks.
Melinda, what do you feel about the 60-day request to look at 3 different options? What do you feel about that?
Well, it's certainly the council's prerogative to
give that. We have been in discussions with Mr. Paulson and his attorney, and we seem to be at an impasse, but we've been there for roughly over a year. So if you think additional time would help, we'd certainly do what we can.
Would you say that you're vehemently against it, or neutral, or for it?
Neutral.
Neutral. Mr. President, I make the motion that we lay it over for 60 days, give this company one more chance. This is our last go-around. If that doesn't work, then we bring it back for denial.
That would be 8 weeks till October 4th.
Yes, that's my motion.
Second.
Mr. Gurnett.
Mr. Cunningham,
Rick Cunningham, Planning Department.
responsibility is does the city have a sign inspector?
Yes, we do.
Okay, that individual's job is to do applications, permits, and respond to sign complaints. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And you keep tallies of all of those responsibilities for that particular employee?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
correct? All right.
We do.
So that's one measure that's in place. And I'm trying to explain so everybody here and out in TV land understand that there are measures in place, because the opposition has painted a pretty bleak picture about the city's enforcement. Is there, Mr. Cunningham, a moratorium in place on picking up signs that are reported to the city that appear to be of illegal nature?
I'm going to ask Mr. Chad Weaver, the Assistant Director for Urban Planning, because he's been more intimately involved in that process, to respond, if you would.
Chad, if you would, please.
Chad Weaver, City Planning. I'm not sure it's quite as formal as a moratorium, but basically since we adopted some of the sign changes a year or two ago, there was a sign group that came forward asking for some concessions and for us to work with them. You sat in on one of those meetings early on. Basically, since that time, we've been working with them to craft some changes, and we have, for the most part, especially for some of those new regulations, kind of avoided enforcement until such time as the new code is ready. It just happens to have gone through Planning Board this month.
So, if it was officially asked to your department to lift this gentleman's agreement moratorium, would that be seriously considered?
We would be more than happy to if we were directed by the council. We do have some difficulties in terms of staffing to actually do a great deal of enforcement, but we would certainly go back to the levels we were before. We are hoping that pursuant to this new code change with some of the fees that are in place there, that we might someday, if we can get enough compliance, be able to afford a full-time inspector. Aside from some other issues we have right now with our sign inspection program, basically just reviewing material and approving permits keeps him in the office a lion's share of his time.
So with the sign inspector in place, the planning department can also request Public Works to go out and take care of the illegal signs that are posted in the right-of-way. Is that accurate?
We have been working, as Mr. Suby said, with Public Works. They have offered their staff time, since they have folks out and about most of the time, to deal with that, and we can forward those requests to them in order to kind of increase the compliance, yes.
Okay, Mr. Stubbe, there's also a third effort, is that not correct, with the Omaha Coalition of Citizens Patrol?
Bob Stubbe, Public Works. To the best of my knowledge, that is, and you are probably more familiar with that than I am.
Mr. Cunningham, are you aware of that program?
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director. Yes, we are very much aware of that program, as you know.
And
if you'd like to know why,
and those folks also receive training how to recognize these signs, what the distance between the curb and the sidewalk, if there isn't any, approximately how many feet. All of that is part of their training.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is.
So we have 3 measures that are currently in place to take care of illegal signs. That would be accurate to say, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the picture out there, we can activate, and I would be the one that would ask that this moratorium be lifted and continue to work as best that we can to get the signs that are illegally placed taken care of. I, for one, know that at least twice a year there are efforts outside of the one Public Works does and the sign inspector to clear these signs. So I would make that request, and I'm not really in favor of laying this thing over. It seems like there's been enough time, it appears from our Parks Director, that they're at an impasse, and there has been a decision made at that level that we terminate this contract and move on.
Mr. Fester.
If I may, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Mr. Clerk, would that have to be, that request to lift a moratorium, would that be, have that in the form of a motion?
It'd be a separate motion. I don't think that...
Are you going to defer to the law department, or can I just...
And
if I can get all my
deferring-
colleagues to sign off on this, on a letter to them instructing them.
I think that would work fine.
Would that be something to do that, Mr. Kratz?
That'd be correct. It'd be inappropriate with this particular resolution to inject a separate issue.
Okay, so that would be totally separate from what we are, from what's in front of us today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Mr. Paulson, just let me say that I really like your tie. It's very sharp. In fact, it looks exactly like mine. I have one question for Mrs. Pearson. The statement was made that if this contract is canceled today, that there'll be a removal of 400 bus benches and the public might be in a lurch as a result of that. Would that be a result if this was canceled today?
It's a possibility. They would have 30 days to remove the benches. If the benches aren't removed, they become the property of the city of Omaha. And if I may, I'd like to remind the council that the bus bench contract is not an exclusive right to advertising.
Mm-hmm. But they do own the benches, and they would have the right to remove them, and that could
Yes.
be a problem for ridership.
Unless we provided benches in a different vehicle, yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Jerem.
Yes, just to get this thing, it seems to be stuck on high center here. I think the beauty of the motion is that 30 days is really not an unreasonable time to see if we, or 60, to work this thing out, to see whether this thing moves or gets settled, and the ridership or riders of the buses aren't put in a potential lurch. We'll know equivocally or unequivocally there won't be any more room to wiggle in the next 60 days. Either you get this worked out, or you're probably done. So I'd just call the question.
No further lights. We have a motion and a second. Is that correct?
Yes, we do, sir.
Roll call.
So on item 39, an 8-week layover. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
No.
It's laid over on a 5-2 vote. Now let's take a motion on items 24 through 38 and 40 through 42.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett? Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
They're all adopted 7-0. Now, item 23, which was on the consent agenda but removed, is a resolution to award a contract for CSO for the South Omaha Industrial.
No lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's been withdrawn. Item number 43, resolution attached to 3703 Davenport LLC Tax Summary Financing Project Plan proposing a redevelopment project at the Austin Apartment Building located at 3703 Davenport Street, resulting in allocation of tax summary financing is hereby approved.
Public hearing on agenda item number 43 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon. Bridget Hadley, City Planning. I'm here to just present this resolution for the TIF redevelopment plan for 3703 Davenport. This project will help to preserve the Austin apartment
at the 3703 Davenport and provide for the rehabilitation of these units into market rate apartments for rent. With that, I'd ask your approval, and the developer, a representative of the developer is here as well.
My name is Mike Peter, 1004 Farnham with America First Real Estate Group, and here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mulligan.
Mr. Jerem?
Yes, thank you. Was it Mr. Peter?
Yes.
We're really excited about this project. The Austin Apartments have been ready for rehab for quite some time, and Gifford Park is excited about it. It's a major rehab, one of many going on in the area, and can't thank you enough for investing in Midtown. Unfortunately, your contractors' supply vans and supervisors' trailer they were really tagged heavily with graffiti in the last week, and a number of the neighbors in that area who aggressively abate graffiti as a deterrent to future graffiti have asked me to ask you if you could have your contractor have that painted over.
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
No further lights. We have a motion and a second. Is that correct? No. No. We need a motion.
Second.
No further lights. Roll call.
Mr. Gray's out of the chambers. Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 6-0. Item number 44, resolution, the Crossroads District Study Area with boundaries generally described as Western Avenue, Cass Street, Dodge Street on the north, 84th Street, 78th Street, 72nd Street to the west, Pacific to the south, and 67th Street, 72nd and 69th Street, Hackberry Road, and 66th Street to the east is hereby declared to be substandard and blighted area in need of redevelopment as contemplated by the requirements of the Nebraska Community Development Law.
Public hearing on agenda item number 44 begins now. Are there any proponents?
Good afternoon again. Bridget Hadley, City Planning Department. There he comes. Before you is the Crossroads District Community Redevelopment Area designation. And as you can see, hopefully this is pretty clear, the area we are looking at, as Buster just described, is this area that's in the red and black outline, and the boundaries are described in the agenda. This study area is based on the city's development, or excuse me, the city's goals for redevelopment, to encourage redevelopment and attract it to these particular areas, particularly in this area that is outlined, to stimulate reinvestment back into the areas that the market forces have traditionally drive, to facilitate redevelopment. It is also to help with the city's goals in economic development. We want to encourage development in this area, which will bring jobs, and then also to help set the stage for the economic potential as experienced in the Midtown, Downtown, and Exarban Village area. Those particular areas have commercial nodes of activity. They are significant employment centers where we have already seen redevelopment, revitalization, and it just makes sense that this is the next logical area to encourage that type of private development activity and revitalization. Our ultimate goal is to facilitate the creation and development of the mixed-use, transit-oriented district, and there needs to be a critical mass of development opportunities to support the potential and magnitude of development efforts in this area. Based on estimates, early estimates by the developer of the Crossroads Mall, which is right here, and that is the catalyst for development in this area. Based on early estimates, we are anticipating nearly $1 billion in sales, projected sales for this entire Crossroads District area, or the economic development zone area that you see in this gold. That is our primary area of focus where we see the most potential for economic development. That potential projected sales volume translates to approximately $63 million in sales tax revenues and about $13 million in city sales tax revenues. So we can see already there's some tremendous potential for this particular area. We do have the developer of the Crossroads here who would like to give a few words. Other than that, I would like to ask for your approval of this resolution.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Rod Yates with OTB Destination 203 North 203rd Street, Elkhorn, Nebraska. And yes, I'm Frank Krejci's partner in the redevelopment strategy. And just to echo Bridget's thoughts, that we believe there's essentially 1 million square feet of new retail that's not in the market today that potentially could make 72nd and Dodge a home as part of our redevelopment strategy. So there's great benefit, I think, to the city, to the public, as well as new brands that aren't in the market today, that don't view Omaha today as a proper venue with some of the options where they could put stores. But we think with the redevelopment strategy at 72nd and Dodge, it could create a great opportunity for a lot of new brands to the market and to the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other proponents? Are there any opponents? Public hearing is closed.
They're coming. They're coming.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Mike Coyle, 500 Energy Plaza. I'm legal counsel for the Westside Community Schools. With me here today is some of the leadership from the Westside Community Schools, Superintendent Jackie Esty, Assistant Superintendent Andy Rickley. In addition, we have the leadership of the elected Board of Education, Kathy Bradley, our President, Board Member Scott Hazelrig. Also in attendance is the President of the Westside Community Schools Foundation, Bill Conley, as well as the Director of our foundation, Laura Eiliff. TIF financing has a major impact on the taxing subdivisions such as the Westside Community Schools. Could you turn the overhead on, please? Thank you. The original proposed area for blighted and substandard would have affected almost 80% of the commercial properties located within the Westside Community Schools, which is landlocked, not growing, and has no ability to seek additional revenues. We applaud the efforts of Mr. Yates and his colleagues to redevelop the Crossroads area, but there is a cost to TIF. You take property off of the tax rolls. The proposed Crossroads district as originally, and you can't see it entirely on this map that's on the screen, would have had a tremendous impact on a single taxing subdivision, the Westside Community Schools. If all of the growth within the area that is designated as blighted and substandard would have been diverted to TIF projects. Westside had objected to the size of the blighted designation footprint as putting an undue burden on our boundaries and not in compliance with the strict requirements of the Nebraska Community Redevelopment Act, and we had originally asked in front of the Planning Board for a layover. I am pleased to report to you that through the leadership of Mayor Settle, City Attorney Paul Kratz, and Mr. Cunningham with the City Planning Department, that we reached an accord on this issue of the size of the blighted and substandard district that allowed us to withdraw our request for a layover in front of City Planning and a request for further study that the district be, the size of it be reduced. If you look at the screen, you can see the Crossroads district, and one of the things that City Planning has done to expedite the designation of blighted and substandard, they used census data. Here they use census data from the 2000 census to comply with the statute. The easiest way and the most efficient way and inexpensive way, according to the folks with the City Attorney's Office, is to use these census blocks, which are quite large. I want to direct your attention to the screen, Census Block 6701-1, which runs from 84th to 72nd, essentially from Pacific over to Cass, entails that a census block. What runs through the middle of that census block is the Big Papio Creek. through discussions with Mr. Cunningham and Mayor Sutherland with Mr. Kratz, we've reached an accord. I understand it to be described as a gentleman's or gentle person's agreement that no TIF projects would be considered west of the Papio Creek, west of 72nd Street. And in addition, Mr. Cunningham and the folks at City Planning have invited the leadership of Westside, when they finally get the projects ready, to come back here for your approval, that they'll give notice to the folks at Westside so that they can come and take a look at those and share with them what's being proposed. Mr. President, I know that you're pressed for time. You have a lot of important matters here today, but if you would, I'd like you to hear from Assistant Superintendent Andy Rickley, and the superintendent just has a couple of comments.
That's fine. Mr. President, members of the board, my name is Andy Rickley, 670 South 196th Avenue, 68022. Opposition, standing here as Assistant Superintendent for Westside Community Schools. We did want to talk just very briefly about the proposed project and the financial impact it may have on the school district. We certainly support the redevelopment of Crossroads Mall. As long as that property is declining in value, it is eroding our tax base. We do not want to see that happen any more than you do as a city council. So we do want to publicly thank Mr. Krejci and his development partners for the work that they've done. However, it does come with a price tag. When you look at Crossroads proper, Target, Shopko, the surrounding areas, that's, according to the assessor's office, currently assessed at $24.5 million. That generates just over $300,000 in property tax revenue for the Westside Community Schools. We understand that that does not get rolled back under TIF. We get that full well. We understand that some type of base valuation is locked in and we'll continue to have access to those tax resources. However, if the project is developed as the World Herald has reported, up to $200 million, that would be an additional $3 million in revenue that would be not accessed by the school district for presumably up to 15 years. We understand that it doesn't go away entirely, but that's a significant gap for a significant amount of time that will have a significant impact on our kids. I'd gladly take any questions you'd have. Otherwise, thank you for your time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Jackie Esty, 14206 Cedar Circle. I'm the superintendent of the Westside Community Schools, and I'd like to personally thank you for your time and working with us on this issue. As Mr. Coyle indicated, by our estimates, the footprint of the proposed area has been reduced from approximately 50% of our geographic location and 80% of our commercial property to about 25% of our geographic area and 60% of our commercial property. This is a significant concession, and we really appreciate that concession. Even with the reduced zone, the impact on our commercial real estate is still significant. Over 400 businesses totaling almost $100 million in valuation are currently located in the designated area on the map. The Westside Community Schools fully supports the redevelopment of the Crossroads Mall and the surrounding areas. This area is of vital importance to both the city and to the Westside Community Schools. A strong and healthy Westside Community Schools is good not just for the 6,000 students we serve, but also for the greater community. Over 1/3 of our students come to the Westside schools from outside our school district boundaries. By reducing the footprint of the proposed area, we believe that you are minimizing the potential impact on our district and our taxpayers. This will help assure a strong and healthy school district now and into the future. We'd like to thank you for your willingness to compromise on this matter, and we look forward to working with the city in the future to assure a vibrant and successful redevelopment area. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with the understanding that I have with the folks with the city attorney's office, Mr. President, that's all the comments that I have. I do think that Mr. Kratz might have some comments on this as well.
Mr. Kratz, would you speak to the gentleman's agreement for the city's position?
Paul Kratz, City Attorney, and you're correct. Through this process, we have agreed with District 66 that the city will not pursue any tax increment financing west of the Papio Creek, west of 72nd Street, and also that any future TIF applications we would in that area, we would notify District 66 and listen to their input, if any.
And Mr. President, that is my understanding of this agreement. We talked about a formal resolution, but based upon the discussions with Mr. Cunningham and Mr. Kratz, we decided that to handle it in this manner would be the appropriate way of addressing future TIF projects. So with that agreement, and I understand it's part of the record, I've also given Buster Brown some things that have gone into the record. We would have no objection with that compromise and understanding.
Thank you. Are there any other opponents? Public hearing is closed. Mr. Festerson.
Thanks, Mr. President. Let me first say congratulations, Ms. Esty. I saw the story today about your impending retirement, so congratulations on successful many years as head of the superintendent of Westside Community Schools. I also want to say I'm supportive of the boundary reduction that's before us today, and I'm fine with the gentleman's agreement that's been described here. I think I've been pretty clear all along that I'm supportive of the designation, because I think without it, Crossroads will not happen, and we've heard everybody say today they're supportive of that $100 million development, and we certainly appreciate developers taking the bull by the horns there and getting that going, because that will create more tax revenue for everybody, and it will create economic development, and it will create jobs, not only in my district, but throughout the city when we do that. I definitely acknowledge a little bit of frustration, though. I disagree with some of the comments that were made today about tax increment financing itself. That's been our community's only tool for economic development and has proven to be very successful over the last 30 to 40 years in our community. In fact, our community would not look the same at all without this tool having been used by the city, virtually in all of downtown and every major economic development project we've had. And it's my belief, maybe it's just a philosophical difference, but my belief as a person interested in economic development that when you do that, under community development law, it's a but-for clause. So if applied appropriately, TIF only creates new revenue for everyone. It does not take away a revenue base from school districts, cities, counties, or the state. In fact, it adds it because the project would not have occurred otherwise. And so I think that's an important point we need to consider, too. It's been a little bit of a frustration. This became a conversation about tax increment financing when all we're doing here today is a designation. This doesn't establish tax increment financing for anybody. That would happen when an individual project comes through the pipeline, if one comes through the pipeline, in future process through the planning board and through the city council. And at that time, in my opinion, that's the appropriate time to have the analysis on whether that project is viable and worthy or not. So, having said all that, and some misinformation in the neighborhoods too about, well, is this the beginning of eminent domain? It's not. Does this decrease property values? That hasn't been the city's experience in all of our use of TIF throughout the years. So, having said all those things, I acknowledge different opinions, and I acknowledge when a compromise is good to make. I think this is a good compromise with the boundary reduction and with the item that Mr. Kratz discussed. And with that, I'll support it. And I think it's important, though, to remember why we're doing this, and that is for Crossroads and for the $100 million development we hope we can achieve as a community. So with that, I'll go ahead and move approval.
Ms. Stothert.
Just a couple quick comments. I do want to clarify right off the bat, though, for the gentleman's agreement, and I'll address Mr. Kratz, saying that the city will not pursue any TIF projects west of the Papio Creek or west of 72nd Street. You mean in this census tract. You do not mean in Omaha west of that area, because that needs to be very clear.
Paul Kratz, City Attorney, I thought that's what I said, but you're correct. It's just within the census area.
Okay, within this individual area that we were looking at today. It doesn't go anywhere out of that. Okay, and then I just did want to make a couple comments. I agree with Councilman Festerson. We did receive a letter from the Omaha Chamber of Commerce this afternoon, all of us did, and in support of the project and in support of the TIF designation. And I think a couple of the points that David Brown, the president, made were appropriate to repeat. And he said the community redevelopment area designation simply makes projects eligible for TIF consideration. Otherwise, the only thing we're considering now is the project at Crossroads. If any of those other commercial properties wants to use TIF in that designated area, this isn't an automatic that they will receive it. They have to come and go through their own approval process. Consequently, any increased tax revenues from either residential or commercial in that area don't go to the project. They will go to the school district. And that's usually what happens in that area of redevelopment. And TIF does not freeze any current tax receipts or any property that's not approved for TIF. I know at the first town hall meeting they had at the Crossroads, a lot of people were saying, my home, now the property tax value will be frozen for 15 years. Not true. Any increased property tax valuation in residential area or commercial area that hasn't received the TIF designation by the city council, that still goes back to the schools. The only area will be the TIF project itself. And I think that's really, really important for the people in the community to understand, because I think as we move forward, we are going to be seeing more and more TIF projects west of 72nd Street. In fact, there's one now, an area in Millard that I am really working on, and I have one out in Elkhorn that Councilman Thompson and I are working on. Those residents in that area want that, and I don't want to do anything or lock us into any agreement that would take away the rights of those people that want to develop those areas way out west and use and take advantage of the TIF. Mr. Cunningham with the Planning Department?
Rick Cunningham, Planning Director.
And I do think it's important for you to just quickly review approximately how many TIF projects have we done so far that have been paid off?
We have a list of 67 TIF projects throughout the city of Omaha, primarily in the eastern part of the city, that have been paid off.
And what is the average length of time that they are paid off? Is it the full 15 years, or are they average paid off quicker than that?
12 to 13 years, and that's a tribute to how conservative our TIF analysis is on those TIF projects.
And the other thing I wanted you to repeat, I've heard you say this in the past, but you gave a figure of those projects that have been paid off, what the percentage of increased valuation were in those TIF projects.
I'm going to ask Bridget if she would put the diagram on the palette so that we can show the graphic. And while she's doing that, those 67 TIF projects had a base valuation of $40 million, which again is frozen over the life of the TIF. At their payoff time, those same 67 projects had a TIF value of about $340 million. So an incremental increase of $300 million at payoff. That's great, because at that point in time, that entire $300 million in tax evaluation and the taxes that accrue off of that then go all to the taxing jurisdictions at that point. We were curious about, okay, what happened since the time they paid off to now? Did that continue, or did it peak and go down, or did it be stable? And so those same 67 TIF projects or properties that had TIF, after they paid off, they continued to increase to the point of $460+ million in valuation, which is an incremental increase of nearly $420 million. So that's a 1,000% increase in that valuation. At Planning Board, one of the Planning Board members did some quick calculations based upon a $400 million plus incremental increase. What does that drop to the school districts? Bridget, I don't have the numbers in front of me. Could you please give that per student value that would then, out of $400 million, go to a school district?
Ran some quick numbers based on the 67 projects that have paid off, and at their current valuation of $464 million, that increment as of today, this year, is $423 million. Based on that increment, that translates to about $49,000 in additional tax revenues per student, and that's because of TIF. And I ran some brief calculations. If TIF were not available or were not used on any of those 67 projects with that base value of $40 million, if there was only a 100% increase in the total value, that would translate to about $4,800 in additional tax revenue per student. If it was only 50%, we're talking about $2,400. If it was only a 10% increase, we're talking only about $500 maybe in additional tax revenue. So it does, this graphic does indicate TIF does work, and it does come back to the school system in a healthy way.
If I might point out too that the strategy, economic development strategy of the TIF projects, besides the direct impact on those properties that get the TIF proceeds themselves, is that a rising tide lifts all ships. And once you have an engine such as a Crossroads, for example, within this district that is being redeveloped and achieving these kinds of increase in property values, the tendency will be that property owners and developers will flock to that area. And in fact, we already are seeing people with a heightened level of interest in developing within this area. Not all of those projects will be TIFed, and therefore all of their incremental tax increases will immediately go to all of the school districts within the area. That is the philosophy, that is the strategy that we're going for. Rising tide lifts all ships.
And I just think it's important to get that information out because, as I said before, I've had inquiries of some developers in my district all the way out to Elkhorn just asking about TIF and how it works, because typically it has been east of 72nd Street. And I think as we move further west, it's new territory we haven't explored before, but I think the interest is out there, and I think we need to get the information out there and put the residents in their homes to rest too, because I think there was a real feeling that the residential evaluation, the property taxes would all go to pay off these projects, and we know that's not true at all. So it's really important to get the proper information out there. One more thing, I've had several people comment about some TIF in other states, how they do it differently than we do, but is it not true that state statute is different in other states? So we have to follow our own state statute.
That is correct. TIF is a state-by-state statute directed, so Nebraska is different than Iowa, than Missouri, across the nation.
California, everywhere
Exactly.
else. So we have our own state statutes. And,
Correct.
Okay. All right. That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Thompson.
Yes, I'd like to thank the leadership of the District 66 schools for taking the leadership to do what they did. This is a new area, and it's a new experiment for an area that's not used to TIF. And so I think the compromise is great. The comment was made that a rising tide rate rises all the boats. I've never heard District 66 said that they're not wanting to look at that. They just want to take incremental steps. And this is the first step for them. It's a reasonable request. I don't think they're unreasonable. And I've had conversations with them on several occasions, and they're willing to come back at a later date and take a look at the data and see what the results were and then take the next step. The only problem was that it was just too big of a bite of the apple for something that they weren't used to and they didn't have the familiarity with. With that, I'll go ahead and call the vote.
No further lights. Roll call.
Thompson?
Yes.
Festerson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem?
Yes.
Stothard?
Yes.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Adopted 7-0. Item number 45, resolution to propose settlement of the pending case Tim Dempsey versus the City of Omaha et al. Is approved.
Public hearing on agenda item number 45 begins now. Are there any proponents? Are there any opponents?
Patrick Rand, 13871 Sprague Street. Allow me to be quick and to the point. I'm just concerned with the wording of this, number 45. You're asking the council to write a check of the taxpayers' money for $67,500 to Mr. Tim Dempsey and Gerard Fennell because they won a case against a Michael Fahey, Paul Landau, and Tom Marfisi. I know there's a couple of bars down in the Lake of the Ozarks in Branson that they're Dempsey bars. Is this a bar bill that Mike is paying off to this guy? Or what? It sounds like two Irishmen getting together and taking care of a problem they had between the two of them.
Mr. Wren, did you read the attachment?
Yes, I wrote Tim Dempsey versus City of Omaha, Michael G. Fahey, Paul Landau, and Tom Marfisi, United States District Court for the District of Nebraska. Case number 807-CV311 is approved that the Law Department of the City of Omaha is authorized to settle and resolve all claims in the said case by payment by the city to Tim Dempsey and his attorney of record, Gerard V. Fennell, in a total amount of $67,500. That the Law Department be authorized to execute such documents as necessary to carry out the settlement, that the Finance Department issue such payment. by check or checks payable to Tim Dempsey and Gerard Fennell, a total amount not exceeding $67,500 to be paid from the contingent liability fund, number see attached. Public hearing. I'm not trying to be caustic here, but why are they getting this money? I mean, it's not very clear.
That was in the attachment. Did you get a chance to look at the attachment?
No, there is no attachment with this. It was handed to me at the door.
Well, no, but there is an attachment. I mean, it is available through the City of Omaha's website. But having said that, Mr. Kratz, would you mind speaking to this point?
Well, just tell the public here. I'm sure that's all in order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul Kratz, City Attorney. This is a lawsuit that arose out of the Elkhorn annexation a number of years ago. Mr. Dempsey was the police chief of the Elkhorn Police Department. He was, at least he alleged, that he was promised a position when, after the merger, that did not materialize. As a result, he filed a lawsuit, and this has been ongoing for, actually since the Elkhorn annexation, a number of years. It's been in federal district court. It's been up to the 8th Circuit, and at this point we decided it was time to settle the case for what we consider a very reasonable amount.
Thank you, Mr. Kratz.
This is not a debating society.
Thank you. If I'd been given that attachment, I wouldn't have stood up here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any other opponents? Public hearing is closed.
Motion approved.
There's no
No further lights. Roll call.
Council members Festerson and Stothard are out of the chambers. Thompson?
Yes.
Gurnett?
Yes.
Gray?
Yes.
Jerem? Mr. President?
Yes.
It's adopted 5-0. Pursuant to City Council Rule 7F, agenda item number 46 should be laid over 3 weeks for publication and public hearing. Pursuant to City Council Rule 70, the public hearing on agenda items 47 through 53 shall be held on the third reading. Item number 54 is an ordinance to approve a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Omaha and Professional Firefighters Association of Omaha Local 358 for a term of December 22nd, 2009 to December 21st, 2013.
The public hearing for agenda item number 54 begins now. As a reminder, proponents will have 20 minutes of testimony, followed by 20 minutes for the opponents. The proponents will have a brief period for rebuttal of new material presented. All speakers should be aware that there may be others wishing to testify, so do not use all of the time. Please keep your remarks brief and to the point of this issue. So I would ask that the proponents would line up over here on this aisle, and we will start the public hearing right now. Thank you. Hey, 20 minutes is running here, Mr. Beer.
Part of his wellness program.
Need exercise. Gotta find on the new one here. Okay.
Well, they must have got it.
Okay, Richard O'Gara, Director of Human Resources, Rights and Relations, City of Omaha, 1819 Farnham Street. Mr. President, council members, and Mr. City Clerk, I would like to present the proposed labor agreement between the City of Omaha and the Firefighters Association Local 385, negotiated on behalf of the City of Omaha for your consideration and vote. The fire contract before you limits wages, reduces benefits in spiking, and reforms our current pension system. Your input during the last 4 years has assisted the negotiating parties to reach the agreement we are presenting to you today. It translates into millions of dollars of annual cost savings for taxpayers and resolves our unfunded pension liability. We have been on a journey through 4 years of contract negotiations, many hills, valleys, turns, and bumps in the road. This started with the Bates Commission, police negotiations and contract, and now the fire negotiations and proposed contract. We've had over 150 fire negotiating sessions since 2007, with 17 briefing sessions of this council on fire negotiations. We've informed the council of progress of negotiations and enabled the council to suggest changes. Okay. Can somebody show me on the slide here? I guess it's here.